Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, mini central continent, Fong Yuan's time path clone was slowly flying in the air as he planted the last flower bud. The terrain here had already been modified by him into a marshland that was extremely fertile. A large amount of high-quality silt was spread here. There was also a knee-deep clear river above the layer of silt. The time path clone patted his hand and flew to the sky after giving a last glance at the flower bud. Standing on a high altitude, the man-made marshland entered his sight. This marshland was vast. Fong Yuan's time path clone was unable to take in the whole marshland in his sight. A flower bud, the size of a house, could be seen every few kilometers. These flower buds had quite an origin. They were the buds of a desolate plant, extreme marsh flower. Fong Yuan had obtained a small portion of the extreme marsh flowers in the blue dragon whale's immortal aperture, while the rest were bought from treasure yellow heaven. After taking in the view, Fong Yuan's time path clone breathed in deeply and activated summer goo. Summer goo came from Southern Border's rank 8 goo immortal Xia and was also at rank 8. Fong Yuan's time path clone was only at rank 6 and would not be able to use summer goo by just himself. However, Fong Yuan's main body had white lychee immortal essence which he gave to his clone along with summer goo. By lending his clone the necessary tools, Fong Yuan's time path clone could utilize almost all the immortal goo of his main body. Summer goo's activation was followed by other supplementary goo worms which activated an immortal killer move. Xia had developed a set of time path killer moves to manage the immortal aperture: spring plowing, summer hoeing, autumn harvest, and winter storage. The killer move which Fong Yuan's time path clone activated was not one of them but was modified from summer hoeing. It was used specially to raise extreme marsh flowers. Extreme marsh flowers bloomed at the height of summer and bore fruit in spring. Fong Yuan's time path attainment was at Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. It was at the peak of the world. Along with the light of wisdom, it was simple for him to modify time path killer moves. Following the continuous activation of the killer move, all the surroundings entered the height of summer. Light rays became brighter. The temperature increased rapidly and the air became increasingly dry. The peak of summer had arrived. The extremely vigorous extreme marsh flowers felt all these and began to absorb nutrition from the water and soil, growing at a visible rate and started to slowly bloom. Every extreme marsh flower was huge and looked like a trumpet with its petals connected. They were primarily white with a few parts bearing slight hints of pink. The knee-deep water was already emptying. The marshy soil had also become drier. The fertility of the soil was being expended intensely. Fong Yuan's time path clone looked calm. This was within his expectations. Cultivation methods of extreme marsh flowers were mentioned in detail in both Red Lotus True Inheritance and Shadow Sex True Inheritance. All these changes were within Fong Yuan's arrangements. Soon, strands of white mist started rising slowly from the pistil of the extreme marsh flowers. These mist gradually spread and covered a large area. Fong Yuan's time path clone stopped the killer move. The air immediately became very moist. The mist nurtured the soil, gradually transforming this man-made marshland. Let's name this marshland flower Mist Extreme Marsh. The first step is finished. Fong Yuan's time path clone observed with joy. It won't be an issue to feed regret goo with this scale of extreme marsh flower mist. Rank 8 regret goo's appetite was huge. Its food was the mist produced by extreme marsh flowers. The problem was that this mist needed to be fresh, so it was not practical or reliable to purchase them from outside. When the mist condenses to a certain extent and forms a layer of water on the ground, I can then plant water vegetation as well as bring in small life forms like ducks and flying fish. Then, I will continue to expand the scale of extreme marsh flowers. When regret goo becomes hungry, the accumulated extreme marsh flower mist will be enough to fill it. The feeding of rank 8 immortal goo often required a huge project. With this area of extreme marsh flowers, the sovereign immortal aperture's development is now at 18%. Currently, I have greatly slowed down the rate of time of the immortal aperture, so the production of various resources and white lychee immortal essence has fallen. Fong Yuan pondered inwardly. This time, he did not use time path immortal moves to slow down his immortal aperture's rate of time. Instead, he manipulated the year essence pool, which was much more convenient. It did not expend immortal essence and also did not have some disadvantages of time path killer moves. Fang Yuan could adjust his immortal aperture's rate of time whenever he wanted. Although I need to accumulate immortal essence, I cannot blindly quicken the time, or else the tribulations will come quickly as well. Currently, Fang Yuan was already at rank 8, but his battle strength had not increased by a lot. Previously, he had exposed almost all his trump cards when he faced Heavenly Court's ambush in River of Time, so it was not suitable for him to undergo tribulation at this time. Once he placed his immortal aperture to undergo tribulation, Fang Yuan would become a fixed target. Because he would have to open his immortal aperture, which would be sensed by Heaven's will, Heavenly Court and other forces could easily discover his location and besiege him. The rate of time has been slowed down, but I can still manage my immortal aperture, increasing the foundation of my immortal aperture and expanding my immortal aperture origin core, thus producing even more white lychee immortal essence. The better the immortal aperture's management, the more immortal essence would be produced. A long time ago, Fang Yuan managed his immortal aperture to feed his immortal goo. Later, he managed the immortal aperture to increase the production and earn immortal essence stones as well as cultivation resources. Currently, his target was to accumulate white lychee immortal essence. Purely refining immortal essence stones to white lychee immortal essence had too low of an efficiency. 10,000 immortal essence stones were required to turn into one bead of white lychee immortal essence. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture could produce 100 white lychee immortal essence every year. In terms of the outside world's time, that was over half a month. Time passed as Fang Yuan continued to cultivate in seclusion. It was now summer in the 5 regions. Although there were no traces of Fang Yuan, the whole Gu immortal world of the 5 regions was in an excited state. Whether it be righteous path, demonic path, or lone immortals, they were all hectic. The reason for this situation were the tremors in 5 regions' earth veins. New earth trenches appeared constantly. They first appeared in southern border, but this situation was happening frequently throughout the other 4 regions as well. Rumble, dust and soil rose. Hong Yi fell down on the ground in exhaustion. He was panting and his face was pale as he looked at the enormous ravine in front of him. When the earth vein shook, he and other Gu masters began to run wildly. This was an extremely thrilling escape. There were a few times when Hong Yi was able to keep his life only because of his good luck. He had almost fallen in, but during the crucial moment, he was able to exert more strength than usual and was able to jump towards the precipice. Since when did earthquakes occur here? That was dangerous. I almost lost my life here. Hong Yi stood up only after a long while, but his breathing was still rough. He looked at the ravine and saw only darkness. Rough wind blew in the ravine as dust and soil had yet to dissipate. Every area of central continent seems to be experiencing earthquakes during this time period, creating ravines like this. Even a mortal like Hong Yi felt such a violent change in the world. What is that? A wild immortal Gu slowly flew out of the dust and smoke. An injured wild immortal Gu flew with difficulty, swaying left and right before it was finally exhausted and fell beside Hong Yi's feet. Hong Yi was dumbfounded. 3 Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei gave a cry as her whole body let out dazzling purple light. Following the light, the whole Heavenly Court actually shook slightly. An incomparably enormous formless force poured into the large immortal formation. The immortal formation rumbled loudly as it started grinding down on Spectral Soul, who was locked up at the center. Spectral Soul resisted with all his might but was unable to defend. His deepest memories were being extracted. All right, I finally obtained the mysteries of the pure dream reality seeker physique. Ha ha ha. Fairy Ziwei was haggard and pale, but her expression was of excitement. She had been working extremely hard these last days. On one hand, she was dealing with earth vein tremors which were bringing forth unexpected situations all over central continent. On the other hand, she was strengthening her efforts on dealing with Spectral Soul. She had put in great efforts to obtain Shadow Sect's Dream Path research results as soon as possible, activating the whole of Heavenly Court's might in empowering the immortal formation. Hard work paid off. Fairy Ziwei finally obtained a breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, it was the height of summer. Sunlight was scorching, but it was not as fiery as the fire in Gu Immortal's hearts. Earth vein tremors showed no signs of stopping or reducing. Instead, they became more intense. Immortal materials, wild immortal goo, and all kinds of cultivation resources appeared constantly, creating a festive period in all 5 regions. Within the 5 Xiang's grotto heaven, Fang Yuan's laughter suddenly echoed. I have finally obtained full grasp of the killer move heaven form. Beside Fang Yuan was the rank 9 killer move in the form of a white crane. It was standing obediently and quietly, following Fang Yuan's orders. Who could have thought that heaven form's effect is actually this? With it, my cultivation might be able to progress rapidly. The issue of calamities and tribulations can also be resolved. Fang Yuan stroked the white crane's feathers with bright eyes. This heaven form killer move came at the perfect time. Immemorial white heaven. An exquisite, pure white crane was flying around Fang Yuan while letting out melodious cry. Fang Yuan could command this white crane with his thoughts, and it was as easy and simple as moving his hand. I can finally use this rank 9 killer move. Fang Yuan was endlessly moved as he said softly, "Go!" White crane flapped its large wings and nimbly flew ahead. But before it reached far, it started circling around a part of the sky while emitting cries constantly. Fang Yuan's lips curled up as he received a series of information from the white crane that showed the inner scenes of the grotto heaven of the 5 Xiangs. Rank 9 killer move heaven form was not an offensive or a defensive killer move, but an investigative type. Its detection target was everything that existed in immemorial white heaven. One, its detection range was extremely wide, far surpassing Fang Yuan's limits. Thus, it would be extremely helpful to Fang Yuan in plundering all kinds of natural resources in immemorial white heaven. Its detection ability was also extremely strong. How strong? Could discover hidden grotto heavens. Any grotto heaven, as long as they were in immemorial white heaven, would be detected by heaven form even if they did not open their immortal aperture entrance. Once the white crane was nearby, it could gather information about the inner scenes of the immortal aperture. Naturally, its detection range towards grotto heavens was far smaller than ordinary targets. It had another advantage. It did not use any immortal essence during the whole detection process. The rank 9 immortal move heaven form originated from thieving heaven demon venerable. It was truly extraordinary. It was like the detection was the innate ability of the white crane. But if I want to forcibly intrude into a grotto heaven, I need to use immortal essence. Fang Yuan's lips curled up as he slowly transferred rank 8 white lychee immortal essence. With the addition of immortal essence, heaven form's whole white crane body began to emit soft and gentle light. Fang Yuan slowly flew closer, letting the soft light cover him. At the same time, a hazy white light appeared inside 5 Xiang's grotto heaven. Fang Yuan followed the white light, and several breaths later, he was inside 5 Xiang's grotto heaven. The whole process faced no obstruction. Although 5 Xiang's grotto heaven was already controlled by Fang Yuan, at this moment, he had successfully entered the grotto heaven just by relying on heaven form. Quite a high immortal essence expenditure, but thinking about it, I am a rank 8 Gu immortal while the killer move is at rank 9 level. Spending this much white lychee immortal essence cannot be considered a flaw. Although there is some white light, the entire process is quiet. Not bad, not bad. Fang Yuan nodded, satisfied with the result of this trial performance. It was extremely difficult to charge into a blessed land or grotto heaven without proper preparations. For example, one could refer to the time Immortal Crane Sect invaded Hu Immortal Blessed Land, or when Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu attacked Heifan Grotto Heaven. Their difficulties sufficiently proved the value of heaven form. In the long span of history, how many Gu immortals have appeared? Although it is not easy to become a rank 8, throughout the millions of years, they are absolutely not few in number. When Rinzu's children destroyed the other immemorial 7 heavens, only immemorial white heaven and immemorial black heaven remained. After that incident, rank 8 Gu immortals or rank 9 Gu immortals basically only had these 2 choices to place their grotto heavens. Not mentioning rank 9 Gu venerables, when those rank 8 Gu immortals die, their immortal apertures would often be placed in either immemorial white or black heaven. These grotto heavens would fall down or perish because of the continuous calamities and tribulations. But at the same time, new rank 8 figures would appear. So, there must be a portion of these grotto heavens currently in immemorial black and white heaven. These grotto heavens were great supplements to Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. If he annexed one of them, he could skip calamities and tribulations and thus resolve his greatest hidden threat. Naturally, the precondition was he had to find an immortal aperture grotto heaven and have the ability to annex them. At the same time, this grotto heaven must not have devoured any fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens. An immortal aperture grotto heaven that had annexed any 9 heavens fragment would have no more calamities and tribulations, but it would then be filled with heaven's will which could not be cleansed. Feng Yuan could not annex such grotto heavens, so Five Xiang's grotto heaven and Heifan grotto heaven were not in his consideration. Although Qi Clan's Qi Si grotto heaven did not annex a 9 heavens fragment, and had been relying on the immortal killer move Unlimited Qi Si to resist calamities and tribulations, Feng Yuan's Qi path attainment level became the obstruction to annexing it, and it would not be easy to solve this anytime soon. As for the Dragon Whale grotto heaven, Feng Yuan had considered it, but he was unable to return to the Blue Dragon Whale with fixed immortal travel as it had already moved far away from its previous location, and with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements in the Dragon Whale grotto heaven. Even if Feng Yuan had the ability to annex it, he did not dare to make such a move rashly. Comment who was to say Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had not arranged some hidden methods in the Dragon Whale grotto heaven that were specially waiting for Feng Yuan. None of the Gu Venerables could be underestimated. There are definitely grotto heavens which suit me. Feng Yuan was confident in this. This confidence was not only because he had heaven form, it was also because in the 500 years of his previous life's memories, there had been many grotto heavens which had appeared during the 5 regions' chaotic war and been a part of the vast changes of the new era. Among them, Feng Yuan had the deepest impression of 9 Phantoms grotto heaven. Almost all the Gu immortals of this grotto heaven mainly cultivated phantom path. The entire grotto heaven could turn into phantom form and thus be unaffected by calamities and tribulations. There was also Dao formation grotto heaven. This grotto heaven's Gu immortals were extremely proficient in formation path with layers of large formations tightly protecting the whole grotto heaven. There was also Holy Deceit grotto heaven. This grotto heaven's origin was even greater. Its original owner had a close relationship with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. After he passed away, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable personally made arrangements in Holy Deceit grotto heaven that caused heaven's will to make wrong judgments about this grotto heaven. The might of many calamities and tribulations were reduced greatly and were passed extremely easily. These grotto heavens were living in seclusion while cultivating Gu immortals. Every grotto heaven contained many Gu immortals. They were all genuine superforces. However, there were very few rank 8 Gu immortals. It was difficult to nurture a rank 8 Gu immortal with just the resources from a grotto heaven. As such, powerful superforces were all based in the 5 regions which possessed rich and enormous amounts of resources. At the same time, the large population and intense competition between each other hastened the arrival of rank 8 Gu immortals. Summer went and autumn came. The turbulence of earth veins was becoming more frequent and numerous. Gu immortals welcomed this harvesting season. Western Desert. A delicate and beautiful female immortal lightly shot an arrow. The arrow pierced the sky while leaving behind a trailing arc of light pink and struck an ancient desolate beast. This ancient desolate beast had been moving rampantly the previous moment, but at the next moment, its whole body let out all kinds of lights as it collapsed to the ground loudly. Strong wind mixed with yellow sand blew. The entire ancient desolate beast turned into petals and dissipated completely. It is actually her. Gong Clan's second young Miss Gong Wu Hua. Let's leave quickly. A group of Western Desert Gu immortals reluctantly looked at the newly created earth trench before retreating cleanly. Southern border. Rumble. Mountain ranges collapsed, causing dust to surge over hundreds of li. The earth quaked as a huge earth trench appeared, devouring the mountain ranges tyrannically. Ba Clan's 2 Gu immortals were looking at this with shock. This is a famous mountain, Sunny Mountain. It was actually destroyed by the earth trench. Such a pity. Bada's gaze shone with cold light. Hee. What's there to pity? The old mountain has collapsed. There will be a new one in the future. Didn't we discover a large amount of new spirit springs in our way? That's true. Earth vein turbulences are not only bringing wild goo and goo materials, they are also giving birth to many spirit springs. Do you think that is all? Bada looked down with no expression, but his face showed great expectation. Experts are popping out one after the other in the goo immortal world. Didn't Western Desert see the rise of Gong Wu Hua recently? Lord Bada, how could that Gong Wu Hua compare to you? Humph. How can you underestimate the heroes of the world? But wait until I advance to rank 8. Gong Wu Hua won't be any threat indeed. Bada said proudly. The other Ba clan Gu Immortal was shocked and joyous. Lord, you are finally advancing to rank 8? I was on guard against various influences before, but now the Southern Alliance is established while the Alliance leader's position is still up in the air. Most crucially, there are countless cultivation resources appearing unceasingly which are enough for me to advance to rank 8. Naturally, there is one main reason. Bada's expression turned solemn. An unprecedented great era is descending and I don't wish to be swallowed by the tides of this era. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A large group of blinking birds that were surrounding a 7-colored cloud were flying around while chirping constantly to warn the invader. Fong Yuan's expression was tranquil, but his gaze carried the trace of a smile. The blinking bird's warning was naturally nothing to him. This species of bird was a desolate beast, but they had low battle strength. They could not cause harm even with such a large scale. Their true power was in speed. Blinking birds were considered the fastest desolate beast. Once their speed erupted, they could escape the sight of a Gu Immortal in the blink of an eye, thus having their name. Fong Yuan had concealed his aura and seemed like a mortal. But these blinking birds simply did not attack him. They innately sensed a pressure from the seemingly harmless Fong Yuan. Suddenly, a trace of aura leaked out from Fong Yuan's body. Swoosh! At the next moment, the blinking birds burst forth, disappearing within an instant. The 7-colored cloud that was densely surrounded by the birds was now floating alone. Fong Yuan sighed. He had intended to capture these blinking birds. But these blinking birds had an extremely fast response time and Fong Yuan was also not highly proficient in concealing his aura. However, it did not matter if they escaped. Even if he subdued the blinking birds, they would not be easy to raise. Their food was the white heaven floating dust that was specific to immemorial white heaven. It was not easy to gather and a Gu Immortal's immortal aperture could not produce them. Fong Yuan slowly flew closer to the 7-colored cloud. I didn't expect to run into a 7-colored cloud soil. Fong Yuan sighed. This thing looked like a cloud but was actually a kind of soil, cloud soil. In Langya Blessed Land, Langya Land's spirit had condensed a large amount of cloud soil to form cloud cover continent, which always remained afloat in the sky of Langya Blessed Land. Cloud soil's greatest production area was in the immemorial 9 heavens. Naturally, there were also a small number of resource points producing cloud soil in the 5 regions. A single-colored cloud soil was at most an ordinary Gu material. For example, immemorial yellow heavens yellow cloud soil or immemorial red heavens red cloud soil. In the present era, the most common single-colored cloud soil in the market was white cloud soil, which mostly originated from immemorial white heaven. Immemorial black heaven also had a lot of black cloud soil, but it was very risky as there were many soul beasts in black heaven. Once the cloud soil had 6 colors, it would be a rank 6 level immortal material. The 7-colored cloud soil in front of Fong Yuan was a rank 7 immortal material, and the value of such a large quantity was very high. After inspecting this large patch of 7-colored cloud soil, Fong Yuan discovered there were many bird nests in this soil and they contained many eggs. These were the blinking birds' eggs. Fong Yuan was not surprised as the behavior of the blinking birds showed that they seemed to be protecting something. In fact, blinking birds were extremely cowardly even though they were desolate beasts. If there was even a slight disturbance, they would immediately fly away with their fastest speed. Fong Yuan could incubate these eggs for blinking birds. Incubating desolate beasts was not easy, but it would not be much of an issue to Fong Yuan. However, Fong Yuan did not want to hatch them. Instead, he wanted to use these eggs as immortal materials to use when refining goo. Blinking birds had quite a strict diet and it was not easy to raise them. If he were to raise them, he would have to release them to immemorial white heaven from time to time, and this was too troublesome. Fang Yuan had deep pockets and did not care about profits from blinking birds. Ever since he refined the killer move heaven form over a month ago, Fang Yuan had been moving about in immemorial white heaven. On one hand, he was searching for immortal materials in immemorial white heaven. On the other hand, he was refining goo in his sovereign immortal aperture. A month in the outside world was a long time in the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan had obtained great success in refining goo. Man as before, landscape as before, self-strength, pulling mountain, pulling water, dogshit luck, time luck, and others were already advanced to rank 7. He had changed his original goo refinement plan slightly, advancing luck path immortal goo with priority. Over these days, he had similarly gained great harvests in immemorial white heaven, obtaining many immortal materials. This was due to the effect of these rank 7 luck path immortal goo. Besides advancing ranks through refinement, Fang Yuan was also improving goo refinement techniques. He knew way too many goo recipes and also knew countless goo refinement techniques. His refinement path attainment level was at quasi-supreme grandmaster, but he was lacking in experience. Especially in the aspect of refining immortal goo, he did not have a lot of experience at all. Genuine knowledge came from practice. Over this period of time, he had repeatedly advanced the ranks of his immortal goo, from which he discovered many of his problems and remedied all of them. At the same time, he also discovered many more goo refinement techniques that suited him. At present, Fang Yuan had gained a lot of new insight and inspiration on goo refinement. The success rate of his refinement had also increased by a large degree. There were still continuous earth vein turbulences in 5 regions. Goo immortals obtained immortal materials and immortal goo. It was a time of great joy. But after thinking deeply, Fang Yuan still chose to explore immemorial white heaven. If he went to snatch resources of the earth trenches from the 5 regions goo immortals, he would have to show himself and might very likely end up fighting. Each immortal goo's advancement increased Fang Yuan's strength by a little. But the degree of this increase was unable to offset the situation from exposing his trump cards in the river of time. He needed time to quietly absorb these gains. Once an intense battle began, his accumulated rank 8 white lychee immortal essence would be expended intensely. Fighting with goo immortals was much more dangerous than fighting fierce beasts. Although Fang Yuan spent immortal essence when exploring immemorial white heaven and there were many battles as well, he was relying on heaven form, which had a precise detection ability. If there were beasts that were too troublesome or powerful, he would take a detour. Heaven form's detection range in immemorial white heaven was truly very large and could even easily discover many concealed beasts and plants. After all, it could even detect hidden grotto heavens. It was natural for it to discover these fierce beasts and plants. The more amazing part was that heaven form did not use even a trace of Fang Yuan's immortal essence. This rank 9 killer move had unquestionable superiority and power. Fang Yuan had already exclaimed praise for it multiple times. Exploring the 5 regions surpassed exploring immemorial white heaven in terms of danger and expenditure, and it was not as good as the latter in terms of benefits. Goo materials and immortal materials emerged endlessly from earth trenches, but these things needed goo immortals to arrange them properly before storing them into the immortal aperture. Managing an immortal aperture was not easy. Many resources were interrelated or affected each other. As a result, most of the goo immortals in the 5 regions would sell these immortal materials obtained from earth trenches in treasure yellow heaven. Their immortal apertures had limited space and could not be compared to Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Many times, the immortal materials they obtained did not suit their immortal aperture's environment. There was another phenomenon because of the unceasing earth vein turbulences. That was treasure yellow heaven's business. More accurately, the transactions between goo immortals had increased explosively. Treasure yellow heaven was dozens of times as bustling than before. If Fang Yuan wanted any immortal materials, he could totally buy them from treasure yellow heaven. But grotto heavens were different. Every grotto heaven already had a complete and harmonious ecosystem. When Fang Yuan annexed them, it would save him a lot of trouble and there was no need to consider anything. He could even increase the sovereign immortal aperture size. His cultivation and Tao marks would also increase by a large degree, and calamities and tribulations could even be skipped. The benefits of annexing a grotto heaven were too great. As for the wild immortal goo that occasionally emerged from earth trenches, Feng Yuan was envious of course, but these wild immortal goo had always been top priority for goo immortals. Feng Yuan felt it was better for him to directly rob others' immortal goo from the grotto heavens since he had great thief ghost hand. Heavenly Court. The large formation slowly stopped. Fairy Ziwei opened her eyes which shined with sharp light. She mumbled, "Soul replacement killer move? Such ingenuity." One before leaving, she gave another glance at Spectral Soul but did not try to make him surrender. Over these days, Fairy Ziwei had been frequently plundering Spectral Soul's memories, seizing his lifetime's cultivation gains. Fairy Ziwei could not help but admire Spectral Soul's shocking talent and also acknowledge that in the field of Soul Path, even if Heavenly Court had already put in enormous efforts, they still could not match Spectral Soul. Such a pity that Spectral Soul is currently reduced to a prisoner. It really is a tragedy. He is the most destitute among all the venerables. Actually, if he had remained dead, his name would have been left gloriously in history. Now he cannot even seek death. Thinking of Spectral Soul who was still stubbornly resisting, Fairy Ziwei once again gritted her teeth hatefully. She was sure Spectral Soul still had important Dream Path research results, that was lead soul into Dream. Although Heavenly Court had already deciphered most of this move, it would still be extremely valuable if Heavenly Court obtained it. Unfortunately, Spectral Soul kept on resisting, although he could not shoulder the entire Heavenly Court Grotto Heaven strength. He was extremely crafty. He would leak some minor information and stall for time. The first time Fairy Ziwei used Heavenly Court strength, Spectral Soul was caught off guard and the pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique's information was stolen. But when he recovered, Spectral Soul adopted the strategy of abandoning less important information to protect the true secrets. He was still resisting firmly. "But your actions are in vain. We have the advantage of time. The Refinement Path Convention's preparations are already undergoing. Fate Immortal Goo will be completely restored. At that time, Spectral Soul will fall into Fate's tracks and have no way to escape. The future of the Great Era belongs to our Heavenly Court." Fairy Ziwei thought of Feng Jinhuang. After obtaining the pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique's information, Duke Long gave these research results to Feng Jinhuang, which could be considered as his first genuine knowledge imparting. Although these research results were someone else's work. One, because they needed to use Feng Jinhuang's Immortal Goo, they needed to deduce suitable immortal killer moves for her, so that they could resolve the dream realm surrounding Dragon Palace. Fairy Ziwei spared no effort in deducing the killer moves, even deducing together with Feng Jinhuang. At the beginning, her and Duke Long's goal had only been to help Feng Jinhuang grow slightly faster. But who could have thought that after the deduction succeeded, Feng Jinhuang even found a method to improve the pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique. Creating a brand new pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique body with none of its previous flaws. Could last indefinitely. 1 inch. The talent of a venerable is truly too terrifying. In front of them, even I feel like I am just an ordinary person. Fairy Ziwei sighed mentally. Immemorial white heaven. Feng Yuan was moving forward on an auspicious cloud. Half of his concentration was in the sovereign immortal aperture and the other half was on guard. If it were before, Feng Yuan could not have split his concentration when refining goo. But his gains were truly huge during this recent period of time. He lacked neither attainment levels nor goo recipes. His only shortcoming had been insufficient hands-on practice. Personally, refining goo helped him grow rapidly in this aspect. His success rate in refinement increased greatly, and so the amount of immortal materials wasted had also decreased by a lot. Refining immortal goo had always been a sinkhole. Besides goo refinement, Feng Yuan was also plundering all kinds of natural resources from immemorial white heaven. He sold a portion in treasure yellow heaven and bought items he needed for refining goo and managing his immortal aperture. Treasure yellow heaven's business was especially bustling. The turbulence in earth veins created a pressing demand for exchange of goods in the 5 regions goo immortal world. Immortal material transactions in the market were very popular now. Naturally, the most popular business was still time path immortal materials. Heavenly Court did not stint on suppressing Feng Yuan. They would purchase all time path immortal materials even with a high price, showcasing an inexhaustible strength, displaying the robust and terrifying foundation of Heavenly Court. If Heavenly Court found out that Fang Yuan had already obtained one of Red Lotus' true inheritances and possessed large amounts of time path immortal materials, who knew how they would feel? There are still 2 rank 6 immortal Gu left, the others have all been advanced to rank 7. Fang Yuan's body suddenly shook. The auspicious cloud suddenly increased in speed. After a while, Fang Yuan saw heaven form. The crane form killer move was continuously circling around an ordinary-looking spot that seemed to just be made of air. It discovered a grotto heaven. Fang Yuan was joyous. Using the detection of heaven form, this grotto heaven's inner scenery was constantly transmitted to Fang Yuan's mind. So this grotto heaven is called Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. It is actually a rank 8 information path Gu Immortal's immortal aperture. Oh, there is such a large population, and they even have a unique cultivation style. Fang Yuan could not help but feel curious. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven's population was even larger than Lang Ye Blessed Land's hairy men. Using an initial estimation, there was also a good number of Gu Immortals. This grotto heaven mainly had information path Dao marks, thus its environment naturally was suited to produce information path resources. Therefore, the Gu Masters and Gu Immortals here mainly cultivated information path and used information path Gu worms. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven had already been isolated from the outside world for many years, but because it had annexed an immemorial 9 heavens fragment, its heavenly spirit was muddle-headed. However, the immortal killer move of the original owner of Grotto Heaven was still effective. This move was called Assisting Literary Talents. It seemed to be effective for as long as the Grotto Heaven existed, and its effect was extremely unique. As long as a purebred human created or recited outstanding poems or writings of any kind, they would obtain recognition and reward from this Grotto Heaven. Mortals could sing good poems to attract Hope Gu from far away and awaken their aperture. Gu Masters could create amazing poetry verses to obtain Gu worms, or even raise their cultivation directly. It is somewhat of a pity that I cannot annex this Grotto Heaven. I have quite a lot of poetic masterpieces stored in my mind. Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he transferred his immortal essence into heaven form. Heaven form slowly started to emit light which moved into Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan flew into the white light to enter the Grotto Heaven. Such guts! Which vile fiend dares to invade my homeland? A vast and mighty voice resounded from within, speaking with righteousness. Next, an old man in a white robe and resembling a scholar, possessing rank 8 aura, showed up in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was still inside the white light and could not make a move. The old man pushed his hand without any hesitation. Countless literary characters manifested immediately and shot forward like a storm. Heaven form did not have any offensive ability. The torrent of characters poured in and the white light crumbled. Fang Yuan's situation became awkward. He could not advance. He could only take the initiative to retreat. There is actually a rank 8 Gu Immortal here. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. According to normal situations, a rank 8 Gu Immortal would rarely be born inside a Grotto Heaven because the Grotto Heaven's resources were not enough to support the emergence of a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Moreover, this Profound Literature Grotto Heaven's heavenly spirit was in a muddle-headed state and could not open the immortal aperture's entrance, so Gu Immortals could not easily come out. Even if this rank 8 Gu Immortal had some skills and could secretly come out to immemorial White Heaven and plunder immortal materials, the risks were too high. There were many immemorial desolate beasts and immemorial desolate plants in immemorial White Heaven, along with all kinds of strange and dangerous areas which could pose threats to even rank 8 Gu Immortals. This was not a backyard for rank 8 Gu Immortals. They not only needed luck to gather resources here, they also had to take risks. Let's try another area. Fang Yuan reorganized himself and poured in immortal essence into heaven form for the second time. Heaven form was a rank 9 killer move. It could connect to any Grotto Heaven. He connected from the sky the first time, now he chose to enter from underground. However, when he stepped into white light again and tried to sneak into Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, that rank 8 Gu Immortal appeared timely before him again. You still dare to try again? With me here, you will never succeed. The rank 8 Gu Immortal immediately attacked. Fong Yuan was still inside the white light and felt helpless, as he was unable to activate any other methods. With no way left, he could only let the white light be destroyed by the enemy while he retreated to the outside world once again. Fong Yuan's expression was unavoidably dark. He pondered. The two areas I chose should be vastly apart from each other, but I was actually detected and obstructed immediately. What defensive method is this? It was not strange that he was detected. After all, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was an information path. Grotto Heaven and information path was most specialized in detection, gathering intel and spreading news. However, the rank 8 Gu Immortal enemy was able to appear before Fong Yuan promptly. What method was this? Fong Yuan tried a few more times using not only Heaven Form Killer move but also Fixed Immortal Travel Killer move as well, but was still found out and blocked. Fong Yuan required a very short time to pass through the white light, but this short period of time seemed endlessly long under the obstruction of the rank 8 Gu Immortal. At this moment, Fong Yuan experienced what Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu felt when attacking Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. His strength was clearly higher than the opponent, but with the enemy blocking the entrance of the Grotto Heaven, he was not able to enter the Grotto Heaven, and this felt really unpleasant. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. I will be back. Fong Yuan chose to leave. Anyway, he already knew the position of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. It had annexed a 9 heavens fragment and could not be moved anymore. While Fong Yuan left with nothing, Duke Long brought Feng Jin Huang to the bottom of the sea somewhere in Eastern Sea. Flood dragons roared, raising undercurrents and raging waves, but were helpless against Duke Long. Everything was tranquil around Duke Long as Feng Jin Huang stood quietly beside him. Duke Long brought Feng Jin Huang further down. Suddenly, there was a layer of ripple in front of Feng Jin Huang, as if they had broken a layer of formless membrane. Her pupils shrunk slightly as she discovered a large palace at the bottom of the sea. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House, Dragon Palace. The whole palace shone with slight orange gold light and was richly decorated. The pavilions and terraces were all grand and beautiful. However, Dragon Palace was surrounded by a large dream realm. The dream realm was constantly moving and its movement was quite fast. Dragon Palace was obscured from time to time by the dream realm, enticing the visitors. The dream realm kept on changing and moving, although some gaps appeared occasionally which seemed to let others enter Dragon Palace. Duke Long was extremely cautious and would rather wait than take unnecessary risks. Right now, he already had a method to deal with this dream realm. Immortal Killer Move. Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. He had borrowed Feng Jin Huang's Dream Wings Immortal Gu, while the deduction of the Immortal Killer Move was led by Fairy Ziwei. Under the effect of the Killer Move, a small piece of the dream realm quickly transformed into a human body with closed eyes. This is a pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body. Moreover, it is perfect with no flaws. Duke Long's eyes shone as he carefully sized it up. He had once been harmed by a pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body, thus he was slightly moved. Huang Air, your modification is truly brilliant. From now onwards, this pure Dream Reality Seeker physique can be considered the 11th extreme physique. Duke Long praised. Feng Jin Huang blinked her eyes. Master, to be honest, I was only able to do so by coincidence. Because I created the killer move Shatter Dream previously, this modification was done based on its results. I had only thought of giving it a try, but who could have thought it would truly succeed? Duke Long smiled. No need to be insecure, my good disciple. Do you think your creation of Shatter Dream was a coincidence? This is part of fate's arrangement. It is fate that... Feng Jin Huang immediately pouted. Master, can you stop saying things like that? I don't want to hear such words. If everything is fate's arrangement, then what's the point of me doing anything? Duke Long was stunned and wanted to say something but only gave a long sigh. All right, let's not talk about this now. Now is still too early for you. When the time comes, I believe you will comprehend it. Central Continent Earth Trench. Or, a giant desolate beast monkey let out its final roar. It wanted to stand up, but facing the tiny human Gu Immortal before it, it felt its whole body freezing. This coldness seemed to penetrate the soul itself. even freezing its heated blood. Immortal killer move. Blood turns cold. The attacker was none other than Fang Yuan's brother, Gu Yu Fang Zheng. Congratulations, Fang Zheng. You are already able to freely utilize blood turns cold after these few days of use in combat. Zhao Lianyun slowly flew closer and said with a smile. Gu Yu Fang Zheng looked at the frozen giant monkey corpse, the red light in his eyes slowly dissipating. His expression was tranquil as he expressed his gratitude to Zhao Lianyun. I am flattered. It was all thanks to you protecting me from the side over these days, otherwise, how would I gain such good opportunities to practice my killer move? The turbulence in Central Continent's earth veins was quite frequent, and all the superforces fell into an awkward situation where they did not have enough manpower. To suppress their own internal situation, Immortal Crane Sect had sent Fang Zheng out. Naturally, Fang Zheng's movement was constantly monitored by Heavenly Court, and as long as there were no mishaps, Heavenly Court was happy to see Fang Zheng growing stronger. Fang Zheng was saved by Feng Jiugu and returned to Central Continent, receiving the support of Heavenly Court. Not only did he obtain Blood Revenge Immortal Gu, he also obtained Cold Blood Immortal Gu during his Immortal Ascension. Fairy Ziwei had already made proper arrangements, giving Blood Turns Cold and other immortal killer moves to Fang Zheng. Now, he was already proficient in the killer move Blood Turns Cold and could use it proficiently in battles. Eastern Sea at a certain area in the depths of the sea. Duke Long and Feng Jinhuang had already been refining the Dream Realm for several days now. The Dream Realm surrounding Dragon Palace was much larger than they thought. Duke Long had used the killer move Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation to refine dozens of Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies, but new Dream Realms were still spreading out from Dragon Palace to fill the gaps. Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation was only a rank 6 killer move and had limited might because its core Immortal Gu Dream Wings was only at rank 6. Actually, after condensing the first Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body, Duke Long could borrow this special vessel to move in the Dream Realm freely and enter Dragon Palace. But Duke Long's objective this time was this rank 8 Immortal Gu house. Without eliminating this Dream Realm, he would not be able to safely take this Immortal Gu house. While Duke Long was condensing Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies, Feng Jinhuang was cultivating wholeheartedly. She was mainly researching the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body. Sometimes she would move her soul into a Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body, and sometimes she would research in her main body. Shadow Sect's Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique pursued stability, so it could not live long. Dream realms are ever-changing. Their special trait is uncertainty. So I walked the path of Shatter Dream and made it more unstable. The result was that under the deduction of Lady Ziwei, double negative turned into positive, obtaining the perfect Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique. Every time Feng Jinhuang thought back to this, she felt she had gotten lucky. Could it be this is the effect of fate? It wants to borrow my efforts to bring forth the perfect Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique. Feng Jinhuang quickly shook her head, getting rid of this thought. She recalled the words of her master, Duke Long. Huang Heir, although you have researched the perfect Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique, it is still not enough. You need to research this achievement thoroughly to use it in your cultivation. When you find out how to advance your physique to Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique, it will be the time for your immortal ascension. Gu Immortal. Feng Jinhuang's accumulation was already enough for immortal ascension, but she was always stopped by Duke Long. Now that Duke Long finally relented, Feng Jinhuang was very excited but also in a dilemma. How could she understand Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique thoroughly? Feng Jinhuang was pondering about this issue as Duke Long waited patiently. Am I pushing her too hard? After all, transforming her own physique into the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique involves the profundities of human path. The legends of Renzu clearly stated the 10 extreme physiques were created by Renzu. These are all human path profundities. Perhaps I can impart my gains when I read the legends of Renzu back then to her. Duke Long was known as the ancestor of the Dragon Man. The birth of the new variant human race, Dragon Man, was brought about by Duke Long alone. And Duke Long's achievement was a result of his comprehension of the legends of Renzu. Although I took Feng Jinhuang as my disciple, I have not taught her anything. She probably cannot meet my requirements, but it is better if I teach her the profundities of dragonmen. Of course, I still need to warn her that she must not create any dragonmen. No, according to her nature, she might secretly create them. Huang Er is different from Hong Ting, especially her personality and perception of fate. People's hearts have changed since ancient times. This kind of dangerous thinking should be unrelated to Bai Qing. It is probably Feng Juji's influence. Duke Long had naturally investigated Feng Jiugu and Fairy Bai Qing. Achoo! Feng Jiugu rubbed his nose. His body was filled with bloody stains. He mumbled, "Who is talking behind my back?" He was in a very miserable state. His robe was mostly torn apart, revealing his robust and muscular chest. Cough, cough. He suddenly coughed up blood. Two Gu immortals who were hidden revealed themselves. They looked at Feng Juji's heavily injured appearance but had joyous expressions. "Congratulations, Lord Feng Jiugu, on advancing to rank 8. Feng Jiugu nodded lightly. He felt no excitement towards his rank 8 cultivation. In fact, he could have advanced to rank 8 long ago, but there had never been a suitable opportunity. There were always all kinds of shackles holding him back. After all, he had a family and was also the most important member of Spirit Affinity House. Rank 8 cultivation level is no big deal. Although I now have white lychee immortal essence, I will need time to accumulate it. I don't have enough funds to advance my core immortal goo to rank 8. Even if I have the funds, I will need others to help me refine goo. Maybe I can rely on Heavenly Court for this? Feng Jiugu thought about his Dao Guardian status, which had a lot of exploitable value. But the crucial thing is the inspiration I got from the Legends of Renzu when undergoing the tribulation. Perhaps I can create a song about destiny from this. Heaven and earth has fate. Everything is arranged by it. But after Luckpath was born, there was room for change. Everything and everyone in the world has the chance to shine brilliantly now. Destiny Song will portray this brilliance. It will describe the certainty and uncertainty of heaven and earth, as well as the paths of all life. Period of time passed yet again. Immemorial white heaven. Fang Yuan gazed excitedly at the heaven-form crane which was flying around in circles. Found it. I have finally found a second grotto heaven. This is Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Good. It has not annexed any 9 heavens fragment. After searching for so many days, Fang Yuan found another grotto heaven, and it had not annexed any 9 heavens fragment. But this is a transformation path grotto heaven. My transformation path attainment level is somewhat insufficient. Master, Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, Supreme Grandmaster. Fang Yuan was a Grandmaster in transformation path. He was lacking attainment by an entire level. The lack of attainment level was not an issue because it could be resolved with dream realms. Southern Border had plenty of transformation path dream realms, which were enough for Fang Yuan to break through to Great Grandmaster attainment in transformation path. It was just that he would have to face some hurdles. Besides dream realms, Fang Yuan had another backup method for transformation path attainment level. It was to use Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo, Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, as well as Reckless Savage's True Meaning in the Northern Icy Plain. The original owner of this grotto heaven was a transformation path rank 8 Goo Immortal who had passed 1 myriad tribulation. Rank 8 Goo Immortals had to pass 3 myriad tribulations. After that was rank 9. Myriad tribulations were terrifying and were also called apocalyptic myriad tribulation. To rank 8 Goo Immortals, there was a huge danger of dying but also the chance to rapidly progress in their cultivation. 1 myriad tribulation and 2 myriad tribulations were classifications of a rank 8 Goo Immortals cultivation level. If Fang Yuan annexed this grotto heaven, his cultivation would immediately soar to 1 myriad tribulation level. Such terrifying progress could definitely make Heavenly Court panic. Duke Long and Bo Qing were also only at 2 myriad tribulations level. Passing the 3rd myriad tribulation would be rank 9. Duke Long, however, knew he was not cut out for that, so he merged his immortal aperture with Heavenly Court, changing to a phantom aperture. On the other hand, Bo Qing tried to advance but perished. Since this Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven has not annexed a 9 heavens fragment, how did it pass the calamities and tribulations? It would not be easy for it to repeatedly pass calamities and tribulations just using its own strength. In the past, Lang Ye land spirit was afraid of calamities and tribulations, so he lowered his grotto heaven to a blessed land. This was a very wise choice. Of course, the method to downgrade a grotto heaven to blessed land was extremely rare and was not something any grotto heaven could use. Heaven form flew in circles while transmitting information. Feng Yuan discovered a peculiar phenomenon. This grotto heaven's calamities and tribulations were of one kind. They were all beast calamities. Beast calamities were a type of tribulation. Sometimes they would be formed from desolate beasts, and sometimes from ancient desolate beasts. In this grotto heaven, heavenly tribulations were desolate beast calamities, grand tribulations were ancient desolate beast calamities, and myriad tribulations were immemorial desolate beast calamities. What method is this? It can actually restrict the type of calamities and tribulations. If everything is a beast calamity, it will be really easy to deal with them. After all, beasts have physical form and are not difficult to block, unlike rain, wind, and fog. As heaven forms continued to probe, Feng Yuan discovered deeper information. He sighed. So this grotto heaven is not restricting calamities and tribulations, but transforming any calamities and tribulations into a beast calamity. Truly an amazing method. There were many kinds of calamities and tribulations, but their formation would be influenced in this beast calamity grotto heaven, transforming into ferocious beasts in the end. Apart from calamity beckoning immortal goo and immortal tribulation tempering aperture, Feng Yuan finally encountered another method that was targeted towards calamities and tribulations. That was beast calamity transformation. Every grotto heaven that can continuously exist is not simple. Profound literature grotto heaven is like this. Beast calamity grotto heaven is even more so. This is truly an unexpected surprise. This grotto heaven contains a huge population and countless resources, and more importantly, the method of beast calamity transformation. I need to get this method. It will be very useful in dealing with my tribulations. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan transferred his white lychee immortal essence to the heaven form crane. A while light slowly expanded as Feng Yuan flew in. He was not blocked by any rank 8 goo immortal this time because there was no rank 8 existence in this beast calamity grotto heaven. However, when he was entering, the whole grotto heaven started shaking. A profound and vast strength came from every direction, not only influencing the white light but also exerting pressure on Feng Yuan. What is this? Feng Yuan was slightly bewildered at first before quickly reaching realization. There was a strange expression on his face. So it is like this. I am not from this grotto heaven and came from the outside world. Because my strength is too powerful and the grotto heaven wants to reject me, it is treating me as a tribulation. This beast calamity grotto heaven could transform calamities and tribulations into all kinds of beasts. Currently, this force was influencing Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan pondered. It is possible to forcibly resist this strength, but I fear our fight might end up destroying this method. Although Heaven Form discovered several inheritance grounds which the original owner left, what if the beast calamity transformation method is not recorded there? Just in case, it was better to maintain beast calamity grotto heaven in its original state and not destroy any crucial arrangement. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan boldly retracted his defenses. He then felt endless temporary transformation path Dao marks being added to his body. At the same time, his other Dao marks also changed into transformation path Dao marks. Amazing! Amazing! Transformation path can project every path. Transformation path Dao marks can transform into any path's Dao marks. Right now, this transformation has been turned upside down, changing other paths Dao marks into transformation path Dao marks. Feng Yuan sighed and praised repeatedly. This method is beyond ordinary. It seems to involve the deepest profundity of transformation path. It feels like I only need to get in and out of here a few times and let this influence affect my body to comprehend the true essence of this method. Of course, the quickest method is to charge to those several inheritance grounds and seize the true inheritances there. I can check if there is the original record of beast calamity transformation. Feng Yuan's body was transforming and constantly expanding. He gradually turned unrecognizable as he transformed into a beast. If not for Heaven Form already inspecting clearly that this transformation had no side effects, Fang Yuan would not have dared to accept this kind of influence. Bellow! After a while, Fang Yuan turned into a large monster with a bull head and human body. He was as large as a mountain, his skin as tough as steel, bull hair filled his body, and his nose let out rough breathing noises as he took large steps forward. The whole beast calamity grotto heaven was shaken. Countless people looked at the sky and saw Fang Yuan. After a momentary daze, screams and shouts filled the sky. Monster! A monster has appeared again. This monster is so large. Its aura is also completely different from the previous ones. Quickly call our beast warriors. Under countless people's anxious anticipation, a combat beast warrior appeared. This was a middle-aged man with rank 7 Gu immortal cultivation level, but his aura was somewhat strange. He looked plain and his expression was serious as he moved to the top of the city wall. There is only one record of such a huge monster appearing in history. I can feel an incomparably terrifying force with just one glance at it. He sighed inwardly while clenching his fists, the fire of battle intent rising in his eyes. But for my homeland, to defend love and justice, I will defeat this monster no matter what. Come, my combat beast, transform one. The middle-aged man shouted loudly and his whole body started to emit light. Shortly, an eagle cry could be heard. A silver-white giant eagle flew over from the horizon. This was an ancient, desolate beast. The silver-white giant eagle's body also started to emit light. The middle-aged man jumped while the silver-white giant eagle swooped down. The lights on both grew increasingly brighter, and when the two met in the air, the two lights merged together. Boom! The lights dissipated. With an eagle head, human body, and 2 wings on his back, a beast warrior as tall as the city wall showed up. The crowd immediately cried out in joy. He's here, our eagle warrior has appeared. Go eagle warrior. Kill this giant monster. We support you. You will definitely succeed. Amidst the crowd's cheers, Eagle Warrior flew to the sky and charged towards Fang Yuan. He cried out in his mind, I won't let anyone down. Come, let us have a great fight. Bam! A crisp sound echoed. The silent Fang Yuan slammed down on Eagle Warrior with a single slap. Boom! Eagle Warrior's body drew an arc in the sky like a falling meteor before fiercely colliding on the ground, forming a huge crater with dust flying everywhere. The crowd went silent. An intense dizziness almost sent Eagle Warrior unconscious. He used all his strength to conquer it before barely subduing the dizziness. He then slowly climbed out of the deep crater. What happened? I was actually slammed to the ground by this monster. Eagle Warrior reacted only after a long while. Recalling that scene, his eyes revealed an intense fright. That speed just now. This is absurd. How can such a large body move have such nimbleness? This is impossible. Normally, such an enormous monster should have a boorish nature with great strength. It is impossible for it to have such agility and speed. Eagle Warrior stood up from the deep crater. His head was filled with cold sweat. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Wait a second. Could that attack be this monster's combat technique? He looked at Fang Yuan, who had turned into a giant monster with bull head and human body, the enormous shadow shrouding Eagle Warrior. Eagle Warrior slowly regained his courage as he thought about this. You have a combat technique? I also have a combat technique. I already know your combat technique, but a stupid large animal like you cannot understand my combat technique. That's right. As long as I can grasp the opportunity, I definitely have the chance to win. Thinking of this, Eagle Warrior's eyes emitted hopeful light. He stood up. He stood up. That's right. How could Eagle Warrior be knocked out instantly? Go, Eagle Warrior. We believe in you. Seeing Eagle Warrior stand up, the dead silent city suddenly erupted into heaven-shaking cheers. An eagle cry resounded. Eagle Warrior flapped his wings and flew to the sky again. You have a combat technique? I also have a combat technique. Monster. Let me show you. My combat technique. Silver illusion, Eagle Warrior shouted. At the next moment, his body suddenly turned illusory. Splitting into 6 illusory images, they were all lifelike and had no difference from the real body. In an instant, the real and fake Eagle Warriors surrounded Fang Yuan and flew above him in a circle. The commotion in the city immediately surged to a whole new level. Look, it is Eagle Warrior's silver illusion combat technique. He finally used it. Look, that monster looks dazed. It does not know which one to attack. 1 inch the chance of victory is here. Go. Kill that giant monster. Ah! Eagle Warrior is truly too cool. Eagle Warrior heard the cheers of the crowd which amplified his courage and battle intent in his heart. But he was cool-headed inwardly. I must use this chance to make a definite strike. Even if I cannot kill this monster, I need to be able to heavily injure it. After all, combat techniques consume a huge amount of stamina and cannot be used repeatedly. That's why, even if this monster is powerful, it cannot repeatedly use its combat techniques. I will first use illusions to make it attack and waste its stamina. After it depletes its own strength, when it has no stamina left, I might be able to capture it alive. Eagle Warrior actually wanted to capture Fang Yuan alive, although Fang Yuan could not sense this thought. He clearly saw through Eagle Warrior's combat technique. Eagle Warriors constantly buzzed around Fang Yuan. Occasionally, 1 or 2 suddenly swept down and attacked Fang Yuan with their sharp claws and beak. Fang Yuan stood on the spot without evading. These Eagle Warriors were all illusions with no real threat in their attacks. In Fang Yuan's eyes, it was a dead giveaway. Fang Yuan was calm and composed, laughing inwardly. This grotto heaven is somewhat interesting. First of all, the interaction between mortals and Gu Immortals was interesting. They were harmonious. Different from the 5 regions outside world where mortals were like ants and Gu Immortals were high and above, in this grotto heaven, Gu Immortals were the guardian spirits of mortals. More importantly, they were even keen to take on this guardian duty. From this point, Fang Yuan could see the trace of a paradise. But this was not strange. Every grotto heaven formed its own small world. If there was little contact with the outside world of the 5 regions, the grotto heaven would form a different social structure and create a style unique to itself. Secondly, the battle style and cultivation method of Gu Masters and Gu Immortals here was interesting too. For instance, the opponent before Fang Yuan had merged with an ancient desolate beast silver-white giant eagle to create a kind of human-beast fusion battle form. This was clearly a transformation path method and its advantage was extremely obvious. Normally, Gu Immortals would need to expend Immortal Essence to activate Immortal Gu or Immortal Killer moves. But the Gu Immortals here only needed to merge with a desolate beast and could possess combat techniques. The so-called combat technique was just the innate abilities of some desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. It was like Fang Yuan's upper extreme heavenly eagle which could enter and exit immortal apertures. This innate ability was known as combat technique by the people here. It did not expend immortal essence but had a huge demand on stamina, even having some other cost like sacrificing a part of the body or some lifespan. Be they combat techniques, immortal Gu or immortal killer moves, if we trace their origin, they were all just in essence Dao. Because desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts have dense Dao mark accumulation on their bodies, and the fact that certain areas in their bodies have a higher concentration of Dao marks, they would possess innate abilities or combat techniques. Immortal Gu were fragments of the great Dao. They represented certain laws of heaven and earth. There was no need to talk about immortal killer moves. They were usually a combination of several immortal Gu and a large amount of mortal Gu. They were an organized combination of Dao marks and great Dao fragments which went through specific profound procedures to achieve a greater overall effect and power. In fact, the most primitive immortal killer moves had been created by Gu Immortals who used the Dao mark distribution of desolate beasts as reference. They imitated and experimented with these distributions and created immortal killer moves eventually. The Gu Immortals here can merge with desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts to use the beast's innate ability. They don't need to spend painstaking effort to refine any immortal Gu, and can also save on the danger and cost of training and creating immortal killer moves. This advantage was truly prominent. Immortal Gu were hard to find and every immortal Gu was unique. But there was a lot of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, Even immemorial desolate beasts like the upper extreme heavenly eagle could be found in groups. The desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts possessing innate talents would often look stupid because of their lack of intelligence. But after they merge with goo immortals, the goo immortals would possess their innate talents and they would also possess the goo immortals' wisdom. This was a win-win situation for both parties. Their advantages made up for each other's deficiency. But this method is not flexible enough. There is only a fixed method to use when fighting. Innate abilities are not varied enough and easily targeted and restricted. They are full of shortcomings. Fang Yuan also saw through the disadvantages. 1 inch, but overall, this method's advantages are still huge, far surpassing the disadvantages. If it is popularized, the 5 regions will definitely welcome it with open arms. Fortunately, this method was not leaked out in my previous life, otherwise my memories would have been completely different. Because this method was simply the best way to mass-produce goo immortal battle strength. Although it could not affect high-level battle strength, it was enough to turn around some situations. The 5 regions had many rank 6 goo immortals who did not have even 1 immortal goo. And these people were the majority of the goo immortal world in every region. When one region had this method while another did not and they had a fight, based on the mid to low-level goo immortal battles, the region with this method would have a high chance of winning. This fusion ability is not anything new, but it has never prospered. The greatest obstacle is the conflict between Dao marks. But this grotto heaven has a method to turn other Dao marks into transformation path Dao marks. So goo immortals can casually fuse with desolate beasts. This fusion method is the same as Beast Calamity's transformation method. After deducing this, Fang Yuan wanted possession of this transformation path method even more. I have proper things to do. These flies should stop bothering me. As he thought to himself, Fang Yuan activated a time path method. His current time path killer moves were no longer like before. Eagle Warrior was still probing when he shockingly discovered that time around him had slowed down by countless times. This? Time has become so slow. How is this possible? Eagle Warrior was thoroughly horrified. He was quite confident in his speed, but with time itself being influenced, he was unable to display his greatest advantage, speed. Let's end this. Fang Yuan extended his palms slowly. His 10 fingers opened up and grabbed the 2 eagle wings. Darn it! Darn it! Move, move! Eagle Warrior roared inwardly, but despite using all his strength to fly, he only flew a meager distance. Swish! At the next instance, Fang Yuan exerted strength, tearing apart the 2 wings instantly. 2 inch ah! Eagle Warrior's expression was twisted in pain. Blood flowed out from the wounds on his back, gushing out wildly like a fountain. Eagle Warrior! No! Countless people cried out in shock. Fear and horror took over their high spirits from earlier. Some even fainted on the spot while some covered their faces. Fang Yuan slowly put his hands on Eagle Warrior's head. Eagle Warrior's heart thumped madly as he felt an intense aura of death. So this was its combat technique? Slowing down time. Truly a terrifying combat technique. But even if I die here, it was of some value. At least, I managed to expose its secret. Thinking so, Eagle Warrior screamed loudly, "Monster! So what if you kill me? There are still many beast warriors coming to kill you. Your death is all but..." Bam! Fang Yuan exerted strength in between his hands, and like a watermelon smashing on the ground, Eagle Warrior's head burst. White-red brain matter and bones splattered everywhere. Fang Yuan relaxed his palms. Plop! The headless Eagle Warrior corpse fell on the ground, creating a dust cloud. Fang Yuan looked at the city. His body was gigantic, the tall city walls could only reach his knees. His expression was tranquil, but his bull head horrified countless people. White cloud moved beside his shoulders, and what should have been a clear sky was blocked by his enormous figure, his shadow shrouding everyone's heart. There was a huge crowd in the city, but no one made a sound. It was deathly silent. Fang Yuan slowly moved towards the city one. At the next moment, like an explosion, countless people began to scream and cry as they started escaping in all directions like headless flies. From high up in Fong Yuan's vision, these mortals looked like a group of ants that were dispersing through the 4 city gates. Fong Yuan ignored them and continued to move towards the city. Bam! His calf knocked into the city wall, instantly causing it to collapse entirely. He walked on the city's main street, but even if it were to enlarge by 5 to 6 times, Fong Yuan's heel would still cover the whole street. Buildings crumbled like small paper boxes as Fong Yuan knocked into them. There were also some unlucky mortals who were directly stepped into meat paste. Bellow! The monster Fong Yuan let out a roar, his giant body crossing a forest while destroying countless gigantic trees easily. Retreat, retreat! Deer Warrior was holding a long spear. He was coughing out blood as he went to face Fong Yuan, using his life to fight for time for Spirit Spring Forest's inhabitants. But in the end, Deer Warrior's neck was snapped by Fong Yuan, dying a miserable death. The image ended here, creating a buzzing commotion in the hall. Tens of energetic and vigorous warriors, men and women, old and young, were talking in low voices. Their speech and expressions were filled with shock and anger. At this time, an emaciated old man coughed twice from a raised platform. The hall immediately fell silent. All the beast warriors looked at the old man with respectful gazes. The old man spoke. You have seen the images. Since the bull-headed demon god descended, it has destroyed Sacred Eagle City, Dark Valley, and Spirit Spring Forest. A red-haired boar shouted. Lord Combat Beast King, what are we still waiting for? Almost all the combat beast warriors in the world are here and are waiting for your command to eradicate this bull-headed demon god. Yes, Lord, give us the command. We can't wait anymore. We have already gotten information about bull-headed demon god. Eagle Warrior and Deer Warrior died miserably at his hands. We must avenge them. Many combat beast warriors spoke. The collective mood in the hall was stirred into agitation. The old man only extended his hand and pressed down. The hall fell silent once again. He continued, Sigh. Looks like you still don't truly realize the severity of this beast calamity. I know that everyone present here has outstanding battle achievements, but this monster is different from normal. More accurately, if we don't deal with this properly, it might lead to the end of the world. What do you mean? This monster is strong indeed, but haven't there been giant monsters who have killed several combat beast warriors before? This monster is large and possesses 2 combat techniques. Its time-slowing combat technique is especially troublesome, but it can also be countered. The old man shook his head, saying with a solemn expression, This bull-headed demon god has bottomless strength. It could be said to be among the most terrifying beasts. You should know how the first-generation combat beast king died, right? All the combat beast warriors were visibly moved at these words. Lord Combat Beast King, you mean, no way is this giant monster at that level? The old man nodded slowly. This star snail hall we are currently in is the corpse of Star Sea Snail. The first-generation combat beast king was the strongest combat beast warrior in history, but to kill the Star Sea Snail he had to sacrifice his life. And this bull-headed demon god is at the same level as the Star Sea Snail. The old man's reply sent the hall into complete pin-drop silence. So, the old man looked at his surroundings and continued, I assembled everyone to move together to kill this bull-headed demon god, but we actually don't have a high chance of winning. You must use all your strength for us to have a chance of victory. Please battle with the awareness that you are going to die. Awareness of death, someone mumbled. Hee hee. Someone suddenly laughed. The mood suddenly became invigorated. The combat beast warriors had a similar fire burning in their eyes. Their battle intent soared. I already had the awareness of sacrificing for my homeland long ago. Yes. So what if I have to sacrifice my life in order to save the lives of my family and friends? We can't let this bull-headed demon god continue to wreak havoc. So what if it is comparable to the Star Sea Snail? I believe my fist and I believe in everyone. Yes, I believe in my comrade's strength. The first-generation combat beast king fought alone. But we are different. We have each other. Some people shouted. Some people raised their arms. The morale continued to rise. The old man showed a gratified smile. Good. I am going to merge with the star sea snail's shell and transport you all. We will besiege the bull-headed demon god and catch it off guard. Remember, the future of this world is weighing on your shoulders. We understand. The star sea snail's shell began to shake. Feng Yuan was walking on a wasteland. He still had the appearance of a monster with a bull head and human body. His size was as tall as a mountain, his shoulders at the height of the clouds, and his steps created craters. Each step of his produced an earth-shaking sound. The first-generation combat beast king should be this grotto heaven's original owner. Feng Yuan was already certain. He had destroyed 3 locations and took away inheritances of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's original owner. These inheritances were intact, and although they had lasted for many years, they were not taken away by other combat beast warriors. The cultivation method of merging with beasts is convenient but unfortunately is not the proper goo cultivation method. This kind of path only gets narrower the more one walks on it. So these people aren't even aware of Beast Calamity Immortal's true inheritance. Who is it? Feng Yuan suddenly stopped. His gaze became vigilant. At the next moment, starlight overflowed and combat beast warriors appeared one after the other, surrounding him tightly. Monster, go and die. For the peace of the world, I will have no regrets even if I have to sacrifice everything. Everyone attack together. Believe in yourself. Believe in your friends. Even if the monster is stronger, it is not our match. The battle started suddenly, at the same time at a certain seabed in Eastern Sea. Master, it's done. There are no longer any more dream realms coming out. Feng Jinhuang looked at the rank 8 Immortal Goo House Dragon Palace with excitement. Duke Long nodded. Our painstaking effort over the past few days was not in vain. The greatest obstacle is gone. Dragon Palace is covered by a layer of dream realms. Although the framework is not disturbed, the entire Immortal Goo House has already stopped working. It is the perfect chance for us to take it now. As Duke Long pondered, a past memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. The red longevity character written in the hall was very conspicuous. Duke Long sat at the main seat, surrounded by dragon men. Grandfather, I am here to offer birthday wishes. I wish you blessings as deep as Eastern Sea, and longevity as tall as southern border mountains. This is a desolate beast that I hunted personally for you. I hope grandfather likes it. A dragonman youngster half knelt on the ground as he held a plate in front of him. There was a tiny seahorse on the plate. This is the desolate beast happiness seahorse. It is very fast and hard to kill. 7th young master only has rank 6 cultivation level. It is very hard for him to kill it, but to think he actually captured it alive. I heard that, in order to capture this happiness seahorse, 7th young master spent a month at the bottom of the sea without moving. His filial piety is truly touching. The surrounding people discussed there were human goo immortals as well, but most were dragon men. Among these dragon men, there were goo immortals as well as mortal goo masters. They were all Duke Long's descendants. Duke Long was the ancestor of the dragon men. He created the dragonman variant human race. 7th young master, a rank 6 dragonman goo immortal, was Duke Long's most beloved grandson. Good. Good. Grandpa accepts your gift. Duke Long smiled affectionately. Distinguished guests and grandchildren filled the hall. This filled Duke Long's chest with warmth. But now, Duke Long suddenly returned to reality. There was only the dark and cold seawater around him and that deathly silent dragon palace. The past was no more. The warmth that once filled his heart had already been buried in history. Who is it? Come out. Duke Long suddenly spoke, his expression calm as his sharp gaze scanned several areas. As expected of heavenly courts, Duke Long, you have such keen perception. An old woman slowly revealed herself. She was hunchbacked. She had deep wrinkles on her face that resembled the pattern of a purple venomous snake, extending from her face to her arms and to her whole body. Duke Long, we are definitely going to obtain this immortal goo house. Another goo immortal appeared. He was dressed in a white robe. He looked young and was handsome. Your central continent wants to take what belongs to our Eastern Sea? Humph. The third goo immortal snorted coldly. He was robust and his triangular eyes shone with cold light. The final Gu Immortal slowly approached Duke Long from behind. He wore a black robe. His face could not be seen. He was silent like an eerie ghost, filled with dark energy. Granny Rong, Yang Zi He, Shi Miao, and Zhang Yin. You are all lone and demonic immortals of Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. Was it easy for you to cultivate to rank 8? Why are you sending yourselves to death by coming before me? Duke Long was still relaxed even when he was surrounded by 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals. No need to speak nonsense. Let's fight. Shi Miao took the lead. A huge battle erupted. Immemorial White Heaven. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Bull Demon. Face this move. A golden-haired ape shouted as it charged towards Fang Yuan while carrying the might of wind and thunder. Bull-headed demon god Fang Yuan stood on the spot without moving, quietly looking at the golden-haired ape approaching him. Only when the ape reached in front of him did he lift his hand slightly. Swoosh! At the next moment, his fist that was raised from knee level suddenly appeared right before his chest. A straight punch. It was an ordinary movement, but in Fang Yuan's current state, it had terrifying might. Before the golden-haired ape could react, it felt an incomparable strength that sent it flying backwards. Bam! After flying a short arc in the air, the golden-haired ape crashed into a mountain. Rocks and boulders were smashed and fell down, burying him. What kind of strength is this? Even Golden Ape is not its match. I have never seen such strength matched with such speed. It is indeed a monster on the same level as the star sea snail. Besides the buried Golden Ape, there were several combat beast warriors around the battlefield. But right now, they all felt a chill as they saw Golden Ape's ending. Pull yourself together. This is clearly a combat technique. It will expend its stamina intensely if it uses it many times. One of the combat beast warriors, Lightning Lion, roared. Fang Yuan had already defeated most of the combat beast warriors sent by Combat Beast King. But there were still 5 who had some strength left. They were the strongest 5 combat beast warriors. There were 2 lion warriors, Lightning Lion and Dharma Lion. The former had a lion head and human body, and grasped lightning powers, while the latter had a human head and lion body, and had extremely powerful recovery. A mountain-sized mollusk called stone mollusk. Its 2 large shells were open and could spit out countless meteor-like stones. A gigantic rhinoceros that looked like it was forged from steel, it was called Steel Rush. The last one was an exquisite frost butterfly with the size of an adult's fist. It had a human shape with butterfly wings and could let out powerful frost energy. Hee. Stupid bull. You are trapped. Unknowingly, the exquisite frost butterfly had appeared above Fang Yuan's head. Frost energy burst forth, covering Fang Yuan's head and shoulders and quickly spreading down. Roar! Steel Rush let out a loud roar as it rushed straight towards Fang Yuan, causing an earthquake. Have a taste of my new combat technique. Stone Mollusk suddenly started moving in circles rapidly, letting out an astonishing speed as it closed in on Fang Yuan. Its 2 shells opened and it clamped down on Fang Yuan's whole lower half. At the next moment, Steel Rush fiercely knocked Fang Yuan to the ground. Freezing air had frozen Fang Yuan's arms in a large block of deep blue profound ice. The time is now. Lightning Lion and Dharma Lion attacked Fang Yuan's head from the left and right. Die! The 5 of them shouted together, their battle intent soared to their peak state. Boom! An intense explosion occurred, causing boundless surging air currents. The 5 combat beast warriors were like small planks in a hurricane as they coughed out blood and were sent flying away by the air currents. In the dust cloud, a mountain-sized black figure was gradually revealed. Fang Yuan quietly stood on his original spot. He looked at the 5 combat beast warriors that wanted to fight him struggle on the ground, before continuing to move ahead. Bam, bam, bam. His every step shook the surrounding land and left behind large footprints. Damn it! Don't leave. Stop. Stop it. Combat beast warriors struggled to stand up, but only Lightning Lion was able to barely stand up. It is Lightning Lion. Go! You must stop this monster. Lightning Lion charged towards Fang Yuan without any fear once again. His gaze was filled with resolute light. If you want to slaughter the others, you will have to step past my corpse. Boom! No one saw how Fang Yuan attacked. They only saw Lightning Lion getting slammed back at an even faster speed. The giant lion's body was dragged along the ground, creating a 30-meter-sized gully before it stopped. Lightning Lion fainted. There was no movement from him anymore. Fang Yuan continued moving forward. He had controlled himself and did not take the lives of these people. Different from when he had just invaded, after inheriting several inheritances, his attitude had already changed. Right now, the way he looked at it, everything in this beast calamity grotto heaven was his property. This naturally included these combat beast warriors. There is the final inheritance ground left. As long as I take this inheritance, I can combine all the inheritance contents and obtain the complete contents. Soon, Fang Yuan reached before the star sea snail. The star sea snail was an immemorial desolate beast, but the one in front of Fang Yuan was only its corpse. Beast Calamity Immortal had been heavily injured when fighting the star sea snail and had suffered a fatal, irrecoverable wound. On his deathbed, he had left behind the inheritances and also forged the star sea snail into the final inheritance ground. Bull-headed demon god, I have been waiting for you. This generation's combat beast king stood on the top of the star sea snail and looked at Fang Yuan. He was already very old and was like a small ant when compared to Fang Yuan's size. But this ant's eyes burned with blazing flames. Starlight suddenly shined on the star sea snail's body and covered the old man's body. Several breaths later, the starlight became eye-piercing. After the starlight dissipated, a heavily armored giant stood in front of Fang Yuan, only slightly shorter than Fang Yuan. Oh? So this method is not limited to live beasts. It can even be used on an immemorial desolate beast's corpse. Fang Yuan was inwardly surprised. But shortly afterwards, he understood. This transformation path method was reliant on Dao marks and did not differentiate between alive or dead targets. Although the star sea snail was dead, its shell still retained a vast number of star path Dao marks which could be used by the old man. This should be this grotto heaven's greatest trump card, right? Unfortunately, even if it were a living star sea snail, it would be no match for me. Let alone its corpse that has lost so many Dao marks since its death. Fang Yuan mentally sneered as he charged towards the star-armored giant. The battle was intense, but the result was within Fang Yuan's expectations. In the scarred battlefield, Fang Yuan was still standing proudly, while the star-armored giant was collapsed on the ground on the verge of death. There is no hope. The other combat beast warriors who had come to help out in the battle were kneeling on the ground. Their faces were pale. Starlight shined. The star-armored giant once again turned back into the current generation combat beast king, and there was also the star sea snail shell with cracks all over it. Fang Yuan examined for a while and discovered the profundities within the star sea snail. He laughed and suddenly spoke. Beast Calamity, Heavenly Spirit, are you still not coming out? All the combat beast warriors were dumbstruck and shaken. What did I just hear? That giant monster spoke. It can actually speak human language? Am I hearing things because I am too old and am about to die soon? The combat beast king mumbled with a dull expression. But at the next moment, an even more astonishing scene played out. Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit flew towards Fang Yuan along with several immortal goo. The Heavenly Spirit was in the form of a young Qilin. It spoke with a crisp and clear sound. Foreign goo Immortal, although you came here and obtained many inheritances, you have not obtained my full recognition. You recklessly killed innocent people and rampaged wildly. You are powerful, but you can only obtain my main body's immortal killer moves. As for immortal goo and this grotto heaven's inheritance rights, don't even think about it. Oh! Fang Yuan let out laughter filled with deep meaning. The young Qilin was solemn. I know what you are thinking. Even I won't be able to win against you if you use force. But I can make these immortal goo self-detonate and destroy the grotto heaven. You will gain nothing from this. Fang Yuan was silent. He felt somewhat troubled when he saw the young Qilin's resolute look. A heavenly spirit was like a land spirit, it would not lie. Fang Yuan was unable to inspect where Beast Calamity Immortal's immortal goo were, and his blood-light spirit suppression was not high enough level to pose sufficient threat to the grotto heaven's heavenly spirit. So it was like this, the combat beast warriors here were originally a part of the inheritance. I realize Beast Calamity Immortal's intention. After a long while of silence, Fang Yuan suddenly spoke. Even if you understand now, it is too late. Everyone only has one chance. But you are not leaving empty-handed. According to the main body's arrangements, immortal killer moves will be handed to you. The heavenly spirit had made its point clear. It wanted him to leave. After Fang Yuan obtained these immortal killer moves, he did not remain or use force, leaving Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven through the entrance which was opened by the heavenly spirit. 1 Eastern Sea. The battle between 5 rank 8 Gu immortals was astonishing. One large sea waves and tsunamis surged. Dark clouds rumbled in the sky with lightning flashing and thunder roaring. Undercurrents rose in the sea, poison path, water path, soul path, and all kinds of terrifying methods had already exterminated all living beings in the surroundings. If you have any methods left, use them. Duke Long was still relaxed. Feng Jinhuang was standing beside him. She was completely safe with not even a hair out of place. But right now her face was filled with shock. After all, this was the first time she was seeing the fight between rank 8 Gu immortals at such a close distance. This had truly broadened her perspective. Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, and others were solemn and distressed. After truly exchanging moves, they tasted Duke Long's power. Although Duke Long was alone and had a burden, Feng Jinhuang, the 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s were actually unable to gain an upper hand since the start. Despite the 4 immortals using all their strength, they were unable to change the situation. Right now, they already saw signs of defeat. He already has quasi-rank 9 strength. Besides an immortal venerable or a demon venerable, we have no way to deal with him. Such powerful strength, as expected of Heavenly Court, as expected of Duke Long. The morale of Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, and the others had already sunk to rock bottom. Damn it, we plotted to get Dragon Palace for so long, but Heavenly Court is going to take it away. Sai, let's go. We are not Duke Long's match, and with us being on guard against each other, we cannot cooperate completely. There is no meaning in staying. Seeing there was no choice, the 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s left immediately. Duke Long did not give chase. His goal this time was Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace, and his goal never changed. Dragon Palace was corroded by dream realms and has already fallen apart. I wonder how many Gu are still remaining? How many core Immortal Gu are damaged? Duke Long sighed inwardly as he moved to take Dragon Palace. At the next moment, an astonishing scene occurred. Dragon Palace suddenly let out an extraordinary splendor and flew to the sky. Duke Long remained standing on the spot. He was not able to obstruct Dragon Palace in time and could only look as it flew away. A trace of blood flowed out from the corners of his lips as his eyes revealed shock. Dragon Palace is actually completely intact. Not only this, one of its cores is a Dream Path Immortal Gu. Ha ha ha. Duke Long, let's see how you fight against us this time. The 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s had returned. Duke Long's expression sank. The situation had turned troublesome. He was besieged and Dragon Palace had flown away while spreading its aura everywhere. It would definitely create turmoil in Eastern Sea. Immortal Killer Move. Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. Fang Yuan mumbled. He was sitting on the auspicious cloud moving through empty air in immemorial white heaven. It was vast and boundless. After leaving Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, he actively absorbed the benefits from this trip. Beast Calamity Immortal's unique method was Immortal Killer Move Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. After using this move, it could add a great number of Transformation Path Dao marks and also transform the target's other Dao marks into Transformation Path Dao marks. This move expended an enormous amount of immortal essence and also required abundant emotions. These emotions had to be positive and righteous. From this point, Fang Yuan finally realized the cause of the nature of those combat beast warriors in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan did not lack immortal essence. Over this period of time, although he had spent a lot in advancing the ranks of his immortal Gu, his gains were similarly a lot. Especially in the later stage of Gu refinement, Fang Yuan's progress was huge and his expenditure had continued to fall. Currently, Fang Yuan's total amount of rank 8 immortal essence was a lot and could support 2 battles of rank 8 level intensity. Fang Yuan had abundant emotions as well. He could easily create the positive emotions through wisdom path methods. His wisdom path attainment was very high after all. What Fang Yuan lacked were immortal goo. There were 4 immortal goo that formed this move. Among them the core was a rank 8 immortal goo, Adaptation. It went without saying that this was a transformation path immortal goo, and was also the vital goo of Beast Calamity Immortal. The other 3 immortal goo were all rank 7. Even if the heavenly spirit does not give me these immortal goo, I can snatch them. I have already improved Great Thief Ghost Hand and it is now much more reliable. Currently, I only need heaven form to constantly scout and find the place where these immortal goo are hidden. Then I can use my theft path method to get them. However, it is somewhat troublesome to obtain the whole of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven itself had an enormous value to him. But the heavenly spirit was able to destroy the Grotto Heaven, so if he rashly used force, his losses would far outweigh his gains. From my deduction based on this myriad being's assimilation transformation, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's goo immortals might also have a trump card. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts could be used for myriad being's assimilation transformation, so could the star sea snail's shell. These goo immortals did not grasp myriad being's assimilation transformation. The reason was that Beast Calamity Immortal used this move on the entire Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. That meant, if the situation came to it, the entire Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven could merge with the goo immortals through myriad being's assimilation transformation. This could create a temporary rank 8 battle strength. Naturally, Fang Yuan could win against this kind of rank 8, but all of the resulting losses would be incurred on Fang Yuan. Even if he won, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, which had used myriad being's assimilation transformation, would suffer severe damage. This means I need to deduce a way to restrict them from using myriad being's assimilation transformation with the entire Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Also, I can use Familiar Face to invade once again. Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit said a person only had one chance to inherit it, but how strong could its detection ability be? Could it distinguish Fang Yuan's true identity? According to Fang Yuan's deduction, this possibility was very low. However, just as Fang Yuan was deducing restraining methods, he obtained some news. This news was important. Dragon Palace has appeared? Moreover, Duke Long personally made a move but was not able to acquire it? Oh, it was because he was obstructed by an alliance of 4 Eastern Sea rank 8 goo immortals? Interesting. Currently, the rank 8 immortal goo house Dragon Palace is flying in the skies of Eastern Sea without hiding its aura. It has already created a huge commotion. Countless forces and goo immortal experts are paying close attention to it. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. He knew of Dragon Palace's existence. There were relevant clues in Shadow Sect's true inheritance. But these clues were only superficial clues and were not significant enough. The most valuable content recorded was Dragon Palace had a restriction that its inheritor must be a dragon man. Although Fang Yuan wanted to own a rank 8 immortal goo house, he never had a good opportunity or time. Although he had Bai Ning Bing, it would be difficult to search for Dragon Palace and it would take a great amount of time and energy. According to the previous situation, although the rank 8 immortal goo house was strong, were Fang Yuan to take the risk to search for it and end up unable to obtain it, he would quickly be pursued and hunted by Heavenly Court. The benefits were huge but the risk was even greater, so Fang Yuan had not made a move. So Heavenly Court had been secretly searching for Dragon Palace and almost got it. Knowing this, Fang Yuan could not help but praise those 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s. Great job. He did not think for long. Fang Yuan immediately left Immemorial White Heaven and moved towards Eastern Sea. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was here and would not be discovered easily. He could deal with it slowly. Dragon Palace's matter was urgent. He could not let Heavenly Court take it. This was a rank 8 immortal goo house and had an unknown dream path immortal goo. Days later, Eastern Sea. Boom! Amidst an intense explosion, Goo Immortal Shirmiao spat out a large mouthful of blood while retreating rapidly. Duke Long gave a loud roar. His body turned into light rays as he charged at Immortal Goo House Dragon Palace. The distance between the two was rapidly shrinking, but at the crucial moment, Granny Rong moved and blocked Duke Long. Her whole body was releasing purple gas. She was heavily injured and was pale as paper. Duke Long's momentum was ferocious, but his pupils shrunk when he saw the purple poisonous air around Granny Rong. He rapidly changed his direction and detoured. Granny Rong was a poison path Goo Immortal. This purple poisonous air was her trump card, and even Duke Long was not willing to touch it. Granny Rong was not in a good state. Over these days of fighting, her loss was the greatest. One of her core immortal goo was destroyed. Her speed fell greatly, and she was forced into an extremely passive state. She had relied on her determination and the help of the other 3 Goo Immortals to persist till now. It was very wise of Duke Long to detour around Granny Rong. Granny Rong could only watch Duke Long with a bitter expression but was unable to give chase. Among the 4 rank 8s, the other 2 were still several li away. Boom! Duke Long flew above Dragon Palace and slammed at this rank 8 Immortal Goo House heavily. Bam! The Immortal Goo House fell into the sea, immediately raising an enormous wave. Dragon Palace acted on its own. It did not fly to the sky again, instead moving deeper into the sea. Duke Long was about to give chase when suddenly, his body paused and he struck towards the area left of him. There looked to be nobody to his left, but his ferocious attack was suddenly stopped. It was blocked by a Goo Immortal. The Goo Immortal revealed his figure and smiled at Duke Long. As expected of Senior Duke Long, you could see through my disguise. Duke Long frowned, sneering. Song Chi Yuan, you are the first Supreme Elder of Song Clan, a rank 8 Goo Immortal. But you actually sneak attacked. The Goo Immortal was Song Chi Yuan. It seems Eastern Sea's righteous path is finally making a move. Who else is there? Come out now. Duke Long glanced below at the sea. Dragon Palace gradually disappeared from his sight. He did not give chase, instead hovering in the air while letting out terrifying battle intent. At the next moment, 2 more Goo Immortals showed themselves. One was a middle-aged man in blue robe. He was Qing Yu Clan's first Supreme Elder Qing Yuan. Another looked to be a young girl with bright eyes. Exquisite rainbow clouds coiled around her body. She was Hua Clan's first Supreme Elder Hua Kai Yun. Lord Duke Long. Hua Kai Yun was just about to speak. Enough nonsense! Duke Long shouted and took the initiative to attack. Boom, boom, boom. Several immortal killer moves were exchanged. The 3 Righteous Path rank 8s were immediately suppressed and forced back. Duke Long is too powerful. He can easily suppress 3 Eastern Sea rank 8s by himself. Fong Yuan was inwardly shocked. He had transformed into a sea snake and was currently swimming in the sea. Righteous Path rank 8s were often stronger than lone rank 8 cultivators. This was because they had more exemplary immortal killer moves and ample cultivation resources. The alliance of these 3 Righteous Path rank 8s could absolutely win against the 4-person alliance of Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, Zhang Yin, and Shi Miao. But they were still not Duke Long's match. Duke Long was too ferocious. He was only using transformation path methods even until now, and had not used his most proficient Chi Path killer moves. Comment from this, one could see how powerful Purple Mountain True Monarch was. He had actually forced Duke Long to use his signature Chi Path killer moves. 1 inch, it was not that Purple Mountain True Monarch was weak, but Duke Long was simply too strong. Fong Yuan looked at the distant Dragon Palace and slowly left the battlefield. Since Song Chi Yuan, Qing Yuan and others appeared, it meant Eastern Sea's Righteous Path had already discussed and made decisions. Among the 5 regions, Eastern Sea was the richest in resources and thus had the highest number of rank 8 Goo Immortals. Only 3 Righteous Path rank 8s have appeared currently. There are definitely more coming. Fong Yuan decided to bide his time. Sure enough, like he expected, 2 more Righteous Path rank 8s showed up and obstructed Dragon Palace. Zhang Yin, Granny Rong and others quickly came and fought these 2 Righteous Path rank 8s. A huge battle erupted under the sea. Fong Yuan quickly hid in the mud at the bottom of the sea, waiting for a good opportunity to strike. Swoosh! Following a sharp sonic boom, Dragon Palace turned into a golden light as it moved towards the sky with an extremely fast speed. Where are you going? Die! Want to obstruct me? Not a chance. Several goo immortals battled while giving chase, each displaying their great might. Intense battles followed the trail of Dragon Palace all along the way. Wherever it went, mounds crumbled and the sea split. The sky changed colors and countless beings met with calamity. Rank 6 and Rank 7 goo immortals all escaped in fright. Only Rank 8 goo immortals had the qualifications to take part in this battle. The battles of Duke Long, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Song Chi Yuan, and other Rank 8s did not allow Rank 7 goo immortals to interfere, unless they were the likes of Feng Jiugu and Fang Yuan. But now, both Fang Yuan and Feng Jiugu had advanced to Rank 8. Most of the Eastern Sea Rank 8 goo immortals are already participating in the battle, but there are a few who have yet to show themselves. Fang Yuan was patiently observing from far behind, waiting for a perfect opportunity. From the time he rushed over to Eastern Sea, over 10 days had already gone by. Over these days, the battle between Rank 8 goo immortals was a splendid show with none willing to make concessions. Occasionally, new Rank 8s would join in while some would temporarily retreat. They allied sometimes and acted against each other sometimes. As long as anyone neared Dragon Palace, they would be met with the joint attack of everyone else. Fang Yuan could not find any opportunity to make a move, but he was extremely patient and was not in the least bit worried. Being able to observe the skills of these Rank 8 goo immortals from here is also an enormous gain. This information is very valuable. Duke Long is truly terrifying. In this battle, he is no doubt the strongest, but because of that unknown dream path immortal goo in Dragon Palace, the joint attack of other Rank 8s, as well as being concerned about the safety of Feng Jinhuang, he has not been able to obtain Dragon Palace. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with sinister light. Not just the Rank 8 immortal goo house Dragon Palace. Feng Jinhuang, who was beside Duke Long, was also his target. This girl possessed a dream path immortal goo and was also Duke Long's disciple. Looking at how Duke Long protected her, her importance could be seen clearly. But although Fang Yuan had such a scheme, he similarly did not find an opportunity to make a move against Feng Jinhuang. A chance? It will definitely appear. Eastern Sea's righteous path has clearly already discussed with each other. Someone retreats while another comes in, taking turns to maintain their battle strength and also retain their control of the situation. This is to be on guard against Central Continent and Heavenly Court's reinforcements. Duke Long has been fighting alone, but he is still the strongest. If there are reinforcements from Heavenly Court, this stalemate will definitely be broken. Even if Heavenly Court does not send reinforcements, the 4-person team of Granny Rong, Zhang Yin and others won't be able to last long. Among the 3 sides, the righteous path is the most stable. The other 2 sides have the possibility of overturning this balance. But once the balance is broken, there will definitely be a chaotic battle. And this chaos will give me the chance to make a move. Fang Yuan was extremely clear about the situation. But right at this time, there was a sudden explosion in front. Song Chi Yuan was struck and became lightly injured, coughing out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Yin turned his head around and chuckled. I have already struck you with fatal dark lightning. Chase me if you are not afraid of dying. Song Chi Yuan's defenses were thorough and comprehensive, but after getting struck by this move, he got injured. His defensive methods were immediately torn. Fatal dark lightning could not be underestimated. Thereupon, the entire group of pursuers immediately split into 2, one group ahead and one group behind. Fatal dark lightning is Zhang Yin's trump card. It has a huge cost to activate. It is formless, colorless, and cannot be sensed. Can be arranged in the sea or air. Once touched, it will explode. What should we do? The remaining 3 Rank 8 goo immortals were also of the righteous path. We need to give chase. It will be dangerous for Hua Kai Yun alone. We don't have time to make a detour. We can only control beast groups to charge through this lightning formation. The 3 righteous path members quickly thought of a way and released their respective ancient desolate beasts. Song Chi Yuan waved his hand. These ancient desolate beasts' auras immediately soared to the level of immemorial desolate beasts. Boom, boom, boom. The false, immemorial desolate beasts could trigger the fatal dark lightning traps. These ancient desolate beasts constantly died to pave a path for the 3 righteous path rank 8s. The 3 rank 8s quickly moved ahead through the path. This is a little troublesome. Let's take a chance. Feng Yuan was uneasy and wanted to cross the lightning formation as well. Boom! He was immediately struck by the fatal dark lightning, but did not dare use reverse flow protection seal and could only endure the damage forcibly. This dark lightning is truly troublesome. It is better to make a detour. Feng Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood, changing his original intention. Boom! He was struck again. Ridiculous. This fatal dark lightning actually spread out this far. Its range is too wide. Feng Yuan clenched his teeth and swallowed his blood. Boom, boom, boom. Feng Yuan continued to trigger fatal dark lightning traps. His luck path methods seemed to have no use. After about 8 minutes, Feng Yuan forcibly endured the pain as he caught up to the rank 8 Gu Immortals battle. Come and face my killer move. Red Pestilence Insignia. Granny Rong shouted and used all her strength to shoot out a red insignia. Hua Kai-yun snorted as she pushed forward her hands, sending out a lump of cloud. This cloud was pitch black and was like an inverted pot. Its shape was peculiar. It quickly moved and absorbed the red insignia. Granny Rong's expression immediately changed. She had lost control of the red pestilence insignia. The cloud continued to move as it tossed the red pestilence insignia away. Hua Kai-yun said proudly, "Your red pestilence insignia is useless against my pot-tossing cloud. It will only be tossed away by me. I will never get hit." The fuck? Feng Yuan cursed in his mind. By some weird coincidence, the red pestilence insignia had been tossed towards him. 3 dodge. Feng Yuan was disguised as a sea snake and could not casually increase his speed, so he barely managed to dodge. The red pestilence insignia flew far away and exploded. The surrounding sea area met with calamity. Living beings met their end with countless sea organisms turning into mush from the intense poison. Feng Yuan was also struck by the move. He endured the rank 8 killer move and turned into a sea snake corpse, continuing his disguise. It was not easy for Feng Yuan to stalk from behind. He was constantly hit by the splattering effects of the moves in this battle. Fortunately, he remained far behind, and with the rank 8 Gu Immortals all paying attention to Dragon Palace and each other, they had not discovered him. However, this did not last long. Feng Yuan's identity was finally exposed several days later. It was a rank 8 lone cultivator who found him. He was Yang Jun and had been chasing after Dragon Palace in his Immortal Gu House fragrant treasure horse chariot when he discovered Feng Yuan by chance. Feng Yuan struck him and immediately escaped. This movement finally attracted the attention of other rank 8s. But Feng Yuan had left immediately. Even if Duke Long wanted to do anything, it was too late. Central Continent, infallible blessed land. The radiance of the formation disappeared. After inspecting for a while, Fairy Z-Wei nodded in satisfaction and thought, "With this formation here, who can destroy infallible blessed land? Even if Feng Yuan came here, he would also be trapped." Fairy Z-Wei was confident in this formation. A bright light suddenly descended from the sky and arrived in front of her, revealing its true form. Greetings to Lady Z-Wei. It was Feng Jiugu. He already had rank 8 cultivation now, and his tone carried a trace of being on equal status with Fairy Z-Wei. Fairy Z-Wei smiled. "Feng Jiugu, I called you for one matter. Dragon Palace has appeared. Lord Duke Long is chasing after it, but has encountered obstruction from Eastern Sea's rank 8s. Go to Eastern Sea, reinforce Lord Duke Long, protect your daughter Feng Jin Huang, and help my heavenly court take Dragon Palace." Feng Jiugu was silent for a moment but rejected in the end. Huang Heir is protected by Lord Duke Long. She won't be in any danger. But when I advanced to rank 8, I gained an inspiration and wanted to create a new song. I want to enter the river of time now to observe the different types of worldly affairs throughout the eras. I want to experience the journey of myriad beings' lives. Fairy Z-Wei was dazed for a moment. All right then, guard the river of time in place of Li Huang. Eastern Sea late at night. Stars filled the sky. The calm sea suddenly turned turbulent with fierce waves. Immortal Goo House Dragon Palace charged out of the sea, flying into the sky rapidly. There was a rank 8 Goo Immortal waiting in the sky. It was Qingyu clan's first Supreme Elder, Qingyuan. Puff! He muttered lightly as he waved his arms rapidly. Immediately the phantom image of a mountain descended from the sky. The mountain ranges extended far and beyond, encircling the entire Immortal Goo House Dragon Palace. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Mountain Ranges. Dragon Palace's movement was obstructed. It crashed into the phantom mountain like it had truly slammed into a solid one. Humph! There was a cold snort as a rank 8 Goo Immortal charged out of Dragon Palace. It was rank 8 Lone Immortal Shimiao. Shimiao spat out a mouthful of acid water. This acid water did not look impressive, but it grew with the wind, turning into a huge wave after several tens of feet. The wave crashed into the phantom mountain and had an incredible effect. The mountain started melting like snow exposed to the sun. The acid wave opened a path for Dragon Palace as it nearly got out of the encirclement. But Song Chi Yuan arrived right at this moment. His aura burst out and grand light pillars shined in all directions, dissolving the waves and also causing Dragon Palace to shake. When it landed on Shimiao, it felt like he was hit by a lightning bolt. After this, Song Chi Yuan did not stop. He raised his head and pointed with his finger. A sharp light shot out like lightning, vanishing instantly. Far away, Fong Yuan, who was using Star Eye's Immortal Goo to observe the battlefield, felt his vision going dark. He could not see anything anymore. Fong Yuan's expression turned dark. He knew that the star that he had refined using Star Eye's Immortal Goo was destroyed by Song Chi Yuan. Rank 7 Star Eye's Immortal Goo might be unique, but against a rank 8 Goo Immortal it is too weak. Not only can it be discovered, it can also be stopped. Song Chi Yuan's Immortal Killer move is even more profound. It moved along the starlight and found the Star of Origin to destroy it. Even though the star was destroyed, Star Eye's Immortal Goo suffered no injuries. It can be used again after further preparation. Even though these Eastern Sea Goo Immortals could not defeat Duke Long, they were still rank 8 with brilliant methods. They could not be underestimated. Earlier, Zhang Yin's Fatal Dark Lightning, Hua Kaiyun's Pot-Tossing Cloud, Yang Jun discovering Fong Yuan, who was in familiar face disguise, and Song Chi Yuan's attack that destroyed Star Eye's star, they proved this point. But even so, Fong Yuan did not want to give up. Dragon Palace is very important. It is far more important than I had expected. It is a rank 8 Immortal Goo House that contains Dream Path Immortal Goo. These days, in this battle, it displayed very powerful offensive and defensive methods. If I can get it, I will obtain peak rank 8 battle strength. Fong Yuan's main body chased while Heaven Form Killer move stayed in Immemorial White Heaven, dealing with Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven and finding the hiding spot of Adaptation Immortal Goo. Heaven Form Killer move was rank 9 and extremely mobile. Even within Immemorial White Heaven, there were few existences which could threaten it. Because of the Earth Veins turbulence, the Goo Immortals of the 5 regions were in chaos. Especially Eastern Sea, the emergence of Dragon Palace caused a battle among rank 8s. It was truly spectacular. On this day, Northern Plains Longevity Heaven also started to tremor intensely. BZZZ, BZZZ, BZZZ. Orange-yellow light flickered endlessly, enveloping the sky of Longevity Heaven. Next, an aura started from an extremely weak state and grew rapidly, soon filling the world and causing fear in everyone. Such a change had already attracted the attention of 5 Elements Grandmaster, Bull Demon, and Flower Lady. 5 Elements Grandmaster was a lone cultivator of Northern Plains, but after getting trapped by Longevity Heaven, he felt despair after struggling and decided to join Longevity Heaven. He was not stationed in Longevity Heaven permanently. Bull Demon and Flower Lady were a duo that took the role of North Desolation Immortal together. Bull Demon was a muscular brute with a thick beard and a thunderous voice. He was extremely tall and strong, having a powerful aura. Flower Lady was a little girl with a flower on her head. She sat on the muscular man's shoulder, giggling as her crystal-like eyes flickered with innocence. What happened? 5 Elements Grandmaster was very uncertain. Bull Demon and Flower Lady looked at each other. The latter giggled. West Desolation Immortal Bing, Sai Chuan has awakened. Longevity Heaven was a bit different from Heavenly Court. It had 4 Desolation Immortals and 8 extremities, a total of 12 positions, among which the 4 Desolation Immortals were only meant for rank 8 Gu Immortals, while the 8 extremities needed at least rank 7 Cultivation level, and they had to be elites among rank 7s. Bing Sai Chuan, 5 Elements Grandmaster's brows rose. He felt that the name was familiar, but he could not get more information from just that name. At this moment, there was a loud roar. Ripples of light flickered in the sky. Rainbows extended like rivers as they pierced through the horizons. A figure walked down from the river. He had a tall body and delicate face. Nevertheless, his eyes were extremely sharp and icy, emitting a cold gaze. From his right ear to the left corner of his lips, there was an ugly scar. It was flickering with white light, while emitting the coldness of 1,000-year profound ice. Seeing this face, 5 Elements Grandmaster's eyes burst out with bright light as he became deeply shocked. I remember now. This is the Bing Sai Chuan who was born in Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's generation. He was a rank 8 legend, a time path great expert. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had tried 3 times before subduing him. He did not die. He is actually the West Desolation Immortal of Longevity Heaven. West Desolation Immortal was born in the same generation as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Even though he lost, it was not a disgrace. After all, be they Immortal Venerable or Demon Venerable, they were invincible in the world with no equal. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had to make 3 attempts to subdue this West Desolation Immortal. It showed that he had great strength. Greetings, Senior West Desolation. Bull Demon and Flower Lady quickly went to greet him while 5 Elements Grandmaster followed after with an expression of reverence. West Desolation Immortal Bing Sai Chuan's seniority was simply too high. Bing Sai Chuan went up to the 3. He nodded after looking around. I am awake, but I do not have much lifespan. Time is limited. Give me the information of the current world. I need to know about it. Longevity Heaven had very comprehensive information. They had detailed information of the collapse of 88 Truyong Building, the reappearance of Dragon Palace in Eastern Sea, and the Refinement Path Convention of Central Continent's Heavenly Court. 88 Truyong Building truly collapsed. Bing Sai Chuan sighed deeply. It was Fong Yuan. That demon was reborn using Spring-Autumn Cicada. He is rank 8 already. 5 Elements Grandmaster gritted his teeth. Bing Sai Chuan laughed loudly as he said, Good job, Fong Yuan. He is truly a demon. He did a great job in destroying 88 Truyong Building. 5 Elements Grandmaster was stunned. What? Bull Demon looked at Flower Lady. Flower Lady looked at Bull Demon. The 3 immortals were completely shocked. Next, Bing Sai Chuan added, Fate Gu is about to be repaired. It seems that this Refinement Path Convention is the final one. There is no time, we have to contact Fong Yuan now and make an alliance. The gazes of 5 Elements Grandmaster, Bull Demon, and Flower Lady changed abruptly. Was this Bing Sai Chuan really the West Desolation Immortal? Could he possibly be a fake one? Longevity Heaven wants to cooperate with me? Fong Yuan received this message and became quite shocked. It was easy to contact him. Lang Yalan Spirit could do it. Bing Sai Chuan used Lang Yalan Spirit to contact Fong Yuan. He spoke openly. I am West Desolation Immortal, the current leader of Longevity Heaven. Fong Yuan, you are an otherworldly demon, but you have yet to obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance? If Heavenly Court repairs Fate Immortal Gu, it will not benefit you at all. Similarly, Longevity Heaven does not want to see Heavenly Court succeed. If they repair Fate Gu, it would be too helpful to Heavenly Court. It would also go against the luck path of my ancestor Giant Sun. Let us forget our past conflicts and resist the strong enemy together. Fong Yuan was quiet for a while before asking, You are? Bing Sai Chuan. Soon, Fong Yuan learned who the other party was. He should be the real deal. Fong Yuan sighed at Longevity Heaven's foundation. They even concealed a rank 8 legend like Bing Sai Chuan. He had only appeared now. And in Longevity Heaven, among the 4 Desolation Immortals, East Desolation Immortal had the highest status. The great Bing Sai Chuan was only 2nd place. Who in the world was the East Desolation Immortal? Longevity Heaven's change of attitude made Fong Yuan deeply surprised. But to think of it, against the terrifying heavenly court, it was possible for Fang Yuan to work with them. After all, he was a rank 8 Gu Immortal now, the leader of Shadow Sect who possessed deep dream path research results. His name shook the world. A while ago, Heavenly Court even infiltrated Northern Plains and attacked Langya Blessed Land. The two sides had immense conflicts. The saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is my friend. If they could cooperate, Fang Yuan naturally wanted to work with Longevity Heaven. After all, Heavenly Court was the true enemy. But how could they trust each other? To gain Fang Yuan's trust, Longevity Heaven opened its treasury and traded immortal materials with Fang Yuan. They could even exchange immortal goo. From this step, they seemed to be very sincere. Since we are cooperating, Lord Bing Sichuan, why don't we work together to fight for Dragon Palace? Fang Yuan had a thought as he initiated. Good idea. Bing Sichuan was in full agreement. Any person with a brain could tell that Dragon Palace had immense value. Since rebirth, Fang Yuan's strength had been growing rapidly. It was rising at a shocking speed. Especially in recent times, he advanced to rank 8 and possessed countless immortal goo. It was truly a rare situation. However, he was still not strong enough to contend for Dragon Palace. Among the rank 8 goo immortals fighting after Dragon Palace, there was Duke Long with pseudo-immortal venerable battle strength and multiple Eastern Sea rank 8 goo immortals. It could be said that Eastern Sea's strongest immortals were here. Fang Yuan had too little time since his rise. Against the peak experts of a region, against Duke Long, trying to snatch an immortal goo house that had the power to retaliate was just too difficult for him. But Fang Yuan knew that he could not watch on the sidelines. If Heavenly Court obtains Dragon Palace, they would grow even stronger. Especially that mysterious dream path immortal goo. It was not simple. It might have been created naturally by this world itself. It was the seed that the heavens had planted into Eastern Sea to start the era of Dream Path. At this time, drawing in Longevity Heaven's strength would make the situation even more chaotic. The more chaotic it was, the more Fang Yuan would be able to take advantage of the situation. He was rank 8 now, but against Eastern Sea's rank 8 Goo Immortals, he did not dare to be careless. The foundation of rank 8 Goo Immortals was immense. They would easily hit him with their killer moves if he was not careful. As for Duke Long, Fang Yuan knew clearly that he was not his match. After all, Fang Yuan had personally witnessed how Duke Long had fought Purple Mountain True Monarch. Duke Long is protecting Feng Jinhuang. He is not going all out. I have not seen him use any chi path methods yet. Even so, with just his transformation path methods, he is already the strongest person here. He is resisting almost everyone alone. Bai Ning Bing and the rest are still cultivating on the Red Lotus Island. Even if they have the help of Future Self, they would only have peak rank 7 battle strength. It is a pity my incomplete immortal goo house was destroyed. If I had it, after this period of development, it would have rank 8 battle strength. It would be very useful to me. If I can steal Adaptation immortal goo from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, I would be able to unleash Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. I will temporarily gain great battle strength. It is a pity that we do not have time. Heaven Form is still investigating. Fang Yuan felt some regret. But reality was like this, not everything could go smoothly and appropriately. Dragon Palace would not tire. Eastern Sea's rank 8 Goo Immortals had not fully shown up. While Duke Long was waiting for Heavenly Court reinforcements, there was still some time before they truly fought for the Immortal Goo House's ownership. Fang Yuan was also concerned about Longevity Heaven's attitude change. But even if they had ill intentions, luring them into the battle was much more useful for Fang Yuan than the potential threat. With this move, he could try to obtain Dragon Palace, damage Heavenly Court, and probe Longevity Heaven. It could achieve many goals. But a few days later, Bing Sichuan did not arrive. Instead, he obtained some crucial information. Heavenly Court had found a stone lotus island in the River of Time. They had full control of it now. Bing Sichuan suggested, "You have Spring-Autumn Cicada. You are the rightful inheritor of Red Lotus True Inheritance. If Heavenly Court takes away your fortuitous encounter, you will suffer while they grow stronger." Red Lotus Demon Venerable was able to damage Fate Goo, very likely. His true inheritance also contains the way for us to destroy Fate Goo for good. Bing Sichuan's words had no issue. He did not know that Feng Yuan had already obtained one of the Red Lotus true inheritances. Feng Yuan did not have any method to destroy fake Gu. But what if the other Red Lotus true inheritance had it? It was possible. Of course, there was a possibility that Bing Sichuan gave false information to trap Feng Yuan. Right now, Feng Yuan had two choices. He could stay and observe Dragon Palace, or go to the River of Time and contest for Red Lotus true inheritance with Heavenly Court. The former was filled with chaos and danger, so was the latter. The risks were great. Feng Yuan sensed acutely that this choice was crucial. He started to think, what was the best course of action in this situation? Southern border. Virtue paradise. Two rank 8 Gu immortals walked side by side and ascended the mountain. Their auras were completely concealed, resembling mortals. The one on the left wore a gray hemp garment. It was very simple and plain, but his muscular body could not be concealed. He wore a conical hat that was large and wide. It covered his face under the shadow, concealing his appearance. It was the famous current generation Paradise Earth inheritor in Southern Borders Gu Immortal World, Lu Wei-yin. The one on the right was a woman. She had a graceful figure with hair that extended to her waist, and was adorned in a beautiful purple robe that was mysterious and elegant. Her eyes were like deep pools, with a sense of sorrow shrouding her face. It was Heavenly Court's leader, the person who had star constellation chessboard, the #1 wisdom path great expert in the current world, Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei had actually quietly appeared in Southern Border and met with Lu Wei-yin. What was the reason behind it? Along the way, Lu Wei-yin and Fairy Ziwei spoke. Even though there were few words, the atmosphere was amicable. As they walked, a small red pavilion emerged from the dense greenery. Lu Wei-yin pointed at it as he said, "Lady Ziwei, it has been a long journey. Let's go rest a bit in that pavilion." "Good idea." Fairy Ziwei smiled as she walked. The two walked into the red pavilion. There were stone benches inside. Instead of sitting down, Fairy Ziwei walked towards the edge and looked at the wide view of mountains and rivers. This pavilion was built at the edge of a cliff. It had an extremely good view. Fairy Ziwei looked outside. Virtue Paradise was filled with tall mountains and clean rivers. There were tree houses and villages around the mountains. Lots of commotion could be heard from chickens and dogs. There were columns of smoke rising from houses. It was a serene and tranquil atmosphere. In the sky, there were many floating mountains. These mountains were made from float soil and could stay in the sky. There were many specialties in each mountain. Their environments varied. Some had long green vines that extended like hair. Some had drizzles and beautiful rainbows. Some had waterfalls with huge crashing torrents that gathered in huge pools. Cranes flew. Apes shrieked. There was lots of life and immortal materials everywhere. Desolate beasts and plants were abundant in numbers. The thing that Fairy Ziwei noticed was that the mushroom men and humans lived harmoniously in the villages. Kids played together, husbands and wives cared for each other. Children were also filial towards their parents. It is truly a paradise. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wanted to create such a world. But humanity is the ruler of the world. How could variant humans possibly be equal with us? But even so, I admire Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Because he had contributed his whole life towards this dream. He had never sought benefits for himself. Fairy Ziwei said slowly. Heavenly Court belonged to humans, its ideology was to rule over the variant humans, but Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wanted equality for all. In his opinion, be it variant humans or pure humans, all life in this world should be equal. Because of their ideological differences, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not enter Heavenly Court. He created his paradises in the 5 regions and tried to establish the utopia of his ideals. Lu Wei-yin nodded. Even though our ideologies are different, our attitude towards the demonic path that harms the world is the same. Lady Ziwei is here to borrow Gu. If you are borrowing other Gu, forget it. But this benevolence Gu can benefit the world. Why would I stop you? However, if outsiders want to borrow Gu according to the Immortal Venerable's rules, you need to walk and ascend to the top of the mountain to gain the qualification to borrow Gu. This journey is difficult. The higher your cultivation level, the worse it is. Please do understand, Fairy Ziwei. This mountain is truly not easy to ascend, but I understand Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's intention. Getting up this mountain will benefit me quite a bit too. Fairy Ziwei said softly as she smiled. Light flickered in her eyes. All right, let's continue. River of Time. Heavenly Court's 4 immortal goo houses stood in different positions as they surrounded an immortal formation. The atmosphere was heated among the goo immortals. Lord Feng Zhougu, we have already encircled the Stone Lotus Island. We can explore it already, Shang Xuanzi said. Feng Zhougu nodded. He originally wanted to use the River of Time to solidify and strengthen his inspiration regarding the Song of Destiny. To think that after entering the River of Time for this short period, the Stone Lotus Island showed up and became besieged by Heavenly Court. The Stone Lotus Islands were created by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. I should go ahead and see the methods of this world-shocking Demon Venerable. Feng Zhougu was about to move and enter the immortal formation. Boom! With a loud sound, the immortal goo house that he was in shook intensely. Enemy! Who is so daring as to attack us, Heavenly Court? The immortals were furious and shocked. Who else but Feng Yuan could it be? Heavenly Court's group was slightly dazed. Someone started to shout, Demon, you managed to escape last time, but you actually dared to return. Then accept your death. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. He had thought about it for a moment before deciding to come to the River of Time and trying to get Red Lotus' true inheritance. After all, Dragon Palace's scene was chaotic. All the forces had not gone all out yet. There was too much uncertainty. But at the Stone Lotus Island, if he did not come, Heavenly Court would definitely get it. Feng Yuan had Spring-Autumn Cicada. His advantage was huge when it came to the Stone Lotus Islands. Feng Yuan, we meet again. Feng Zhuji's voice reverberated within the immortal goo house. There were deep emotions in his voice. Feng Yuan's expression focused. It seemed like in this battle he was going to fight Feng Zhougu once again. Feng Yuan, we meet again. Feng Zhuji's voice reverberated from within the immortal goo house. There were deep emotions in his tone. It has been a long time indeed. Feng Yuan sighed. Years had passed. Feng Yuan met with Feng Zhougu again. It was like a meeting of old friends. Their words had no animosity in them. But they were not friends after all. After that brief talk, they went silent. At this moment, there was only the sound of waves in the River of Time, surging forward with continuous motion. Feng Zhougu still remembered the first time he met Feng Yuan. Back then, he was still not an immortal. He had obtained immortal blessed land with the status of immortal. But now, he was renowned in the world. He had rank 8 cultivation level and his speed of growth was rare even in history. It was truly shocking to the world. Feng Zhougu was also rank 8 with brilliant battle results. His strength was no longer the same as before. He had rank 8 Fate Armor Immortal Goo, and because of his Tao Guardian status, he was heavily supported by Heavenly Court. Feng Yuan had once saved Feng Zhuji's life. He had returned the favor as well. Because of their different identities, Feng Zhougu had failed in many attempts to pursue Feng Yuan. They had fought many times and gained a deep understanding of each other. Both were wary of each other, but they appreciated the other person's capabilities and talent immensely. 1-inch Feng Yuan, you lost to us once. You managed to escape last time in the River of Time. To think that you would dare to come back and court death. A voice broke the temporary silence. The person who spoke had starry blue armor. He had a rough appearance and his body was strong. He emitted a powerful rank 8 aura and was standing on Shark Flow Lever. Feng Yuan took a look and discerned that this was a person who had participated in the battle last time. Even though last time he did not know who this was, he had obtained information already. This person had woken up from Heavenly Court's immortal graveyard. He was an experienced rank 8 star path expert, Xing Yi Wang. Feng Yuan inspected Heavenly Court's group again. The 3 remaining Xuanzi occupied present and past pavilion. They looked at Feng Yuan with deep hatred. Their eyes were spewing fire. Last time, Feng Yuan used time cutting edge and killed Sun Guizi, causing their revival methods to fail. Only 3 were left now. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Qing Yi had the same status as Xing Yi Wang. He controlled Eternal Yacht with a grim expression. Xing Yi Wang stood on Shark Flow Lever, looking at Feng Yuan with deep battle intent. Meanwhile, Feng Zhougu stayed in 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. He had now shown up yet. For Time Path Immortal Goo houses, 3 rank 8 Goo Immortals, as well as many rank 7 Gu Immortals including 3 of the Xuanzi, and this super immortal formation, Fang Yuan evaluated their strength. On the whole, it was not bad, because Heavenly Court had not sent too many people here. But thinking about it, Central Continent's earth veins were moving. Other than maintaining control, Heavenly Court placed all its attention on repairing rank 9 fake Gu. A lot of manpower and resources were expended for it. From Heavenly Court's perspective, Fang Yuan was not their main enemy. In their overall plan, Fang Yuan was not a part of it. Thus, Fairy Ziwei had once offered to recruit Fang Yuan back in Langya Blessed Land. Heavenly Court's goal was the entire world, the great era of Dream Path, and to become the ruler of the world. This was the grandness of Heavenly Court. Thus, Heavenly Court's focus had always been to fully restore Fate Gu. Moreover, last time Fang Yuan escaped barely with his life. Afterwards, Fairy Ziwei used Heavenly Court's foundation to buy all sorts of time path materials and disrupted Fang Yuan's growth. He had hidden his tracks, and even when the earth veins moved and countless immortal Gu and immortal materials appeared, he did not show up. Due to all these reasons, Heavenly Court had not increased their numbers in the River of Time. Of course, they might have some groups lying in ambush. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, regardless of what they did. As long as they fought, Heavenly Court would summon them anyway. Roar! With a huge sound, Fang Yuan used Familiar Face to turn into the immemorial year monkey again. The monkey body was huge like a mountain. It pounced towards 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. That was where Feng Zhougu was. Such a courageous demon. Let me fight you. Xing Yi Wang moved Shark Flow lever as he intercepted with great speed. Fang Yuan moved rapidly above the water. He pointed his finger as Immortal Killer Move Spring Scissors flew out. The scissors were green in color and moved agilely. Even though it was huge like an elephant, it shrunk when it got in front of Shark Flow lever. Xing Yi Wang was a little shocked. He knew about spring scissors. But to think there was such a transformation? The mini spring scissors flew down and became large again when it got to the shark lever of Shark Flow lever. Crack. With a snip, the scissors cut and a huge shark head fell off. Crack. With another snip, another shark lost its head. Xing Yi Wang was very shocked. He quickly moved Shark Flow lever aside. He could not dare continue trying to obstruct Fang Yuan. He needed to know how to handle spring scissors. After stopping Xing Yi Wang, Fang Yuan moved quick as the wind, arriving in front of 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. Within the Immortal Gu house, Feng Zhougu had a plain expression as he controlled it calmly. 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform burst out with a dazzling light, stopping Fang Yuan's advancement as if he had crashed into a metal wall. Fang Yuan, who was in the immemorial year monkey form, laughed as he punched with his huge fists. The huge fists landed on 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform and caused it to shake. Rubbles flew everywhere as it got pushed back. Fang Yuan got stronger again. 1 inch, that's right, he has at least modified spring scissors and winter coat. The former can change sizes and become hard to guard against, while the latter has fused with his immemorial year monkey transformation. His monkey fur is like frost and his skin is like ice. His defenses are extremely thick. The 3 Xuanzi guarded present and past pavilion. They talked to each other with lingering shock. Ever since Fang Yuan escaped pitifully last time while exposing all his trump cards, Heavenly Court had deduced all sorts of killer moves that he had. But to think that in this battle, all of their deductions were outdated. Fang Yuan's modifications were far beyond Heavenly Court's expectations. They were greatly caught off guard. Not just that, Fang Yuan had also made many deductions on the 4 Immortal Gu houses. Looking at how he dealt with Shark Flow lever and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform, it was evident. Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment was not low. He also had the help of Wisdom Gu, which Heavenly Court did not manage to deduce. Fang Yuan, who had the light of wisdom and sufficient intel, made great gains when he deduced matters regarding the 4-time path Immortal Gu houses. In the previous battle, Fang Yuan exposed his trump cards, but at the same time, Heavenly Court also expended their trump cards. Fang Yuan could learn a lot of details about them. It was not easy for Gu Immortals to create immortal killer moves. Modifications were even harder. Then what about Immortal Gu houses? Immortal Gu houses were the collective body of multiple immortal killer moves. Thus, modifying immortal goo houses was even tougher. Feng Yuan could modify immortal killer moves because he had wisdom goo. Heavenly Court wanted to modify immortal goo houses, but they did not have wisdom goo. The difficulty was even higher. Thus, these 4 immortal goo houses did not have many changes. They were also similar to before. Feng Yuan lost last time, but he gained lots of information. He could deal with these immortal goo houses now. This was also why he gave up on Dragon Palace for now and chose to target the River of Time. The northern corner is destroyed. The goo worms cannot be retrieved. 3 layers of autumn light shields have been broken. Only one is left. Immortal goo autumn light has cracks on it. The goo immortals inside 3 autumn yellow crane platform reported. They had nervous expressions. Feng Jiugu was the person in charge. He still had a calm expression. He did not attempt to fight personally, because he knew that only relying on his sound path cultivation, he could not make useful efforts in this River of Time. Only the time path immortal goo house could resist Feng Yuan. Feng Jiugu thought to himself, Feng Yuan can suppress 2 immortal goo houses, but Heavenly Court still has another 2. This battle has just begun. Feng Yuan's barrage of attacks made him pant loudly. Even though 3 autumn yellow crane platform was shattered on the outside, its foundation was unaffected. It only lost a large number of mortal goo. Those rank 7 goo immortals inside the immortal goo house were trying to repair it rapidly. After the initial burst, his attacks got softer. The 3 autumn yellow crane platform got past the initial stage as Feng Yuan's ferocious attacks started to weaken. Xingyi Wang had already repaired Shark Flow Lever after facing Spring Scissors killer move. It charged over again. At the same time, Present and Past Pavilion and Eternal Yacht came from the left and right, forming a complete web. Feng Yuan, I want to see how you will deal with 4 immortal goo houses together. Xingyi Wang shouted loudly. Feng Yuan looked at his encirclement as his eyes shined with bright light. He smiled and shouted loudly, Bing Sichuan, are you still not going to act? Before he finished his words, Bing Sichuan appeared, standing behind Present and Past Pavilion. Who? The 3 Xuanzi were very shocked because Present and Past Pavilion was most specialized in investigation. They were able to detect Feng Yuan but not Bing Sichuan. Bing Sichuan roared as he pushed with both palms. Immediately, cold winds blew and frost energy surged, covering the whole of Present and Past Pavilion. At the next moment, the entire Present and Past Pavilion became sealed in a transparent profound ice. The 3 Xuanzi were unmoving inside, a frightened expression frozen on their faces. On Eternal Yacht, rank 8 goo immortal Qingyi, who had a calm expression, showed a change of attitude. This immortal killer move is immediate time freeze. You are the time path great expert of Giant Sun Immortal Venerables era. Bing Sichuan. Bing Sichuan cultivated time path and was most skilled at freezing time. His time path killer moves were able to imitate the effects of ice path. He was a rank 8 legend. His battle strength was at its peak, on the same level as Li Huang. But right now, Li Huang was deployed elsewhere, in exchange for Feng Jiugu, who had just reached rank 8. Regardless, this was the River of Time. Even if Li Huang was here, without using the time path immortal goo house to fight against Bing Sichuan, he would not be his match. Bing Sichuan waited for a long time before striking with great impact. He targeted the weakest enemy, directly sealing a time path immortal goo house and preventing it from joining the fight again. Amazing! Feng Yuan could not help but praise. Bing Sichuan looked at Qingyi. I am Longevity Heaven's Bing Sichuan. To think that someone of this generation recognized me. As he said that, he smiled warmly but did not act mildly. He attacked the rank 8 goo immortal Qingyi, who was on Eternal Yacht. Feng Yuan had the help of Bing Sichuan. They managed to suppress the remaining 3 immortal goo houses that Heavenly Court possessed. At the next moment, a 5th time path immortal goo house appeared. This was a gatehouse with a simple but elegant structure. Its supporting pillars were bright red in color. It was quite auspicious. There were 2 dazzling words written on its entrance plaque: Year-End. Rank 7 time path immortal goo house, Year-End Gatehouse. Year-End Gatehouse suddenly appeared in the River of Time. The side that got shocked was Heavenly Court instead of Feng Yuan's group. This was because Heavenly Court only had 4 time path immortal goo houses stationed here. This fifth time path Immortal Gu House year-end gatehouse came from Northern Plains. It was owned by the Huang Jin tribes. Since when did an Immortal Gu House enter? Oh no! What is it trying to do to the river suppression lotus ceiling formation? Quick! Stop it! Heavenly Courtside shouted. Even rank 8 Gu Immortals showed shock on their faces. Bing Sai Chuan laughed loudly. Frost energy oozed out of his body. He slammed with both palms as Eternal Yacht was sent to the bottom of the river. Fang Yuan shouted loudly. He mustered his strength and attacked 3 autumn yellow crane platform, raining down punches like a flurry of meteors, forcing the latter to retreat continuously. Present and past pavilion was sealed. It had sunk into the river, vanishing entirely. Xingyi Wang, who was on shark flow lever, had an ashen expression. He tried to stop year-end gatehouse, but it was too late. As the Immortals watched, year-end gatehouse got close to the river suppression lotus ceiling formation as the gatehouse started to shine in a pure white light. Next, a voice could be heard from within. Take a good look. This is my 5 elements profound light. Ring. There was a loud sound as a mystical 5-colored light shot out of the gatehouse, landing on the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. The 5-colored lights resembled 5 river currents that merged and weaved together, melting the layers of the river suppression lotus ceiling formation, causing a huge hole in an instant. Quick! Repair the formation. What method is this? The river suppression lotus ceiling formation was completely powerless against it. The rank 7 Gu Immortals controlling the super immortal formation were furious and shocked. Feng Jiuji's pupils shrunk. He recognized it. That must be Northern Plains rank 8 lone immortal 5 elements grandmaster. This person cultivates formation path and mimics the 5 paths of metal, wood, water, fire, earth. He is a formation path great grandmaster. He was actually recruited by Longevity Heaven. After using this move, 5 elements grandmaster panted heavily. His aura diminished until it became extremely weak. His 5 elements profound light was most skilled in breaking immortal formations. He had prepared this move for a long time. Once it was unleashed, half of the river suppression lotus ceiling formation was destroyed. It was on the brink of destruction. Of course, this was because Fang Yuan had given Longevity Heaven crucial information. Fang Yuan had a deeper understanding of this river suppression lotus ceiling formation. After all, he was locked in and had broken out of it personally. With this intel, 5 Elements Grandmaster was able to modify his 5 Elements Profound Light to counter this river suppression lotus ceiling formation. Once the formation was broken, the stone lotus island inside became exposed before everyone's eyes. Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he jumped up. Boom! He kicked hard and stomped 3 autumn yellow crane platform into the river, creating a huge wave. Next, he shot out like a cannonball, flying into the formation, towards the stone lotus island. The Gu Immortals in the river suppression lotus ceiling formation were flustered. They worked up a sweat trying to stabilize the formation and prevent it from collapsing. If the super immortal formation broke, its controllers would face huge backlash. These Gu Immortals were also trying to save their own lives. The formation's controllers were too busy with their own matters. They could only watch as Fang Yuan went in. Red Lotus True Inheritance. Fang Yuan looked at the stone lotus island as his eyes flashed with a bright light. The spring-autumn cicada inside time path clone's aperture was shaking. Right now, spring-autumn cicada was rank 7 and had Fang Yuan's personal immortal killer move to discern if the stone lotus island was real. It was the real deal. In the previous Red Lotus True Inheritance, Fang Yuan made great gains. He was lifted out of his difficult situation. If he could obtain this Red Lotus True Inheritance as well, how much would he grow? Fang Yuan, don't think of leaving. At this moment, Xingyi Wang shouted as he moved shark flow lever and attacked Fang Yuan's back. Scram! At the crucial moment, Bing Sichuan appeared, blocking shark flow lever. Fang Yuan, quickly go get Red Lotus True Inheritance. Bing Sichuan fought as he said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked at Bing Sichuan deeply. It seemed that Longevity Heaven was very sincere about cooperating. He got closer to the stone lotus island without stopping. Don't think about it. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Qingyi, who was inside Eternal Yacht, went around Bing Sichuan and Xingyi Wang, going towards Fang Yuan. Want to chase him? Hey, get past me first. Year-end gatehouse suddenly appeared abruptly, blocking Qing Ye's path. Qing Yi frowned but laughed coldly. My eternal yacht is the fastest. It can ride the waves of the river of time. How can you year-end gatehouse stop me? Suddenly, Qing Ye's expression changed as she saw that an immortal formation had appeared around Eternal Yacht. Setting up a time path formation in such a short time? Qing Yi shook. He finally understood the formation path attainment that 5 Elements Grandmaster had. This red lotus true inheritance is mine. After obtaining Longevity Heaven's reinforcement, Fang Yuan obtained enough time to successfully get close to the Stone Lotus Island. He was about to step onto it. But at this moment, a change occurred. The Stone Lotus Island erupted with a formless force and pushed Fang Yuan far away. What happened? Suspicion rose in Fang Yuan's mind. I have Spring-Autumn Cicada with me. Unless, once the Stone Lotus Island lets me in, the defenses will vanish? Or will a loophole appear that would allow others to take advantage of it? Boom, boom, boom. At this point, attacks that approached like a wild storm rained down on Fang Yuan's immemorial year monkey body and surrounded him. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation was finally stabilized. Even though it was damaged, the hole was shrinking. The rank 7 Gu immortals controlling it were now able to find time to fight Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was obstructed by the formation. He could not get close to the Stone Lotus Island as easily now. This formation is likely created by Heavenly Court to target Stone Lotus Island. The Stone Lotus Island rejected me earlier because of this formation. Fang Yuan was thinking about this when Feng Jiugu, who was inside 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform, arrived before him. The two sides started to fight again. They clashed and exchanged moves. The situation was in a deadlock. At the same time, Eastern Sea. Li Huang pays respects to Lord Duke Long. In the sky, flames scattered as a muscular old man appeared. It was Heavenly Court's reinforcement. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Li Huang. Duke Long nodded as he patted Feng Jinhuang, who was beside him. Feng Jinhuang was surrounded by a circular qi wall. She floated lightly towards Li Huang. Protect Huang Air. If anything happens to her, I will hold you accountable. Duke Long said plainly. Li Huang had a grim expression as he said confidently, Don't worry, Lord Duke Long. With my verdant sun flame cloak, who in the world can harm Feng Jinhuang? Duke Long stopped looking at him. He looked towards the sky in order to protect Feng Jinhuang. He had wasted some time. Dragon Palace had flown away already. Duke Long smiled, feeling no nervousness. He clenched his fists. It was time to take action. At the next moment, he vanished on the spot. Dragon Palace was obstructed by Qing Yuan again, while the other rank 8 Gu immortals fought each other. The chance will slip by easily. I need to grab my opportunity. Qing Yuan's eyes burst out with brilliance. After so many days of fighting, he had finally obtained his 4th chance. But right when Qing Yuan was about to reach Dragon Palace, an immense force approached. The aura of death almost suffocated him. He quickly turned around. Enduring the fatal attack, he managed to block it, but flew away like a sandbag, spitting out huge amounts of blood. Duke Long, you? Qing Yuan had a hoarse voice filled with anger. Duke Long floated in the sky expressionlessly. His horns were flickering with purple-gold light. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His body was tough as a monolith. His dragon pupils shined with cold light. Qing Yuan struggled to stabilize his body. He wanted to counter-attack, but his expression suddenly changed. A dragon-shaped qi shot out of his chest, exploding. Boom! The explosion was not loud, but Qing Yuan's defenses were like useless scraps of paper. Qing Yuan looked at Duke Long with disbelief and fright as he retreated. He was bleeding intensely. His ribs were broken. His chest was almost fully blown off. His heart and lungs could be seen. Take this, Duke Long. This immortal Gu house is mine. Song Qi Yuan and Zhang Yin flew over. The two temporarily stopped fighting each other as they faced against Duke Long together. Duke Long smiled nonchalantly. Roar! The dragon roar erupted as Song Qi Yuan and Zhang Yin flew away with a confused and flabbergasted expression. They suffered serious injuries. They did not even see what move hit them before they were defeated. Be careful, without that burden. Duke Long is using his full power. Is this his true strength? Everyone, work together. We must not let him succeed. Duke Long's powerful disposition made the remaining rank 8 Gu Immortals feel deeply threatened. They started to target him collectively. Duke Long breathed in deeply. He actually shut his eyes. He did not move. Only when the surrounding killer moves reached before him did he open his eyes abruptly. Immortal killer move Chi engulfing mountains and rivers. At once, the rank 8 Gu Immortals shook intensely as they felt an unparalleled pressure slamming down at them from all around. Not just them, the killer moves that they activated, even the sky and sea of all the surroundings were facing this immense pressure. Many killer moves collapsed. The rank 8 Gu Immortals as well as Dragon Palace fell into the water like dumplings falling into a pot. The world became still. Nothing was left standing. Except Duke Long. He was standing proudly in the sky, looking down at the immortals in distress with his cold dragon pupils. At this point of the Dragon Palace contest, he had finally displayed his true strength. Having pseudo-immortal venerable battle strength, it suppressed his enemies and obtained the upper hand. Kill! Duke Long, I want to kill you. I do not believe that you can defeat all of us. A few breaths of time later, huge waves surged in the sea. The rank 8 Gu Immortals who were humiliated by Duke Long attacked him together with great intensity. Duke Long snorted coldly. His dragon tail appeared and his body became covered in scales. The horns on his head became as sharp as blades. He opened his mouth and roared. It was Immortal Killer Move Dragon Roaring Wave. Next, his body flickered from place to place. He appeared near his enemies as he punched their faces with his fists, tore defenses with his claws, and created a bloody storm around the area. Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu Immortals were not his match. They were all furious and shocked. They used their Immortal Killer moves but were constantly obstructed. Even if they succeeded, they could not injure Duke Long. After such a long time, other than protecting Feng Jinhuang, Duke Long had also collected lots of information. He had grasped the weakness of some of these Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortals methods. Old fiend, you are too much. Face my fatal killer move. Restrain him. I have even stronger methods. Eastern Sea's rank 8s were furious. They were about to use even stronger methods. Immortal killer move Chi engulfing mountains and rivers. Puff puff puff. At the next moment, Eastern Sea's rank 8s fell like dumplings again, into the depths of the ocean. Duke Long controlled the tempo of the battle completely. His battle experience was even deeper than the depths of this ocean itself. Come. Duke Long suddenly appeared above Dragon Palace. An immense suction force sent the rank 8 Immortal Gu House slowly towards Duke Long's phantom aperture, even though it resisted him desperately. The other rank 8 Gu Immortals saw this and went over, using their killer moves on Duke Long's side as he vanished on the spot. Without restraint, Dragon Palace flew out of the sea, into the sky once again. Eastern Sea's rank 8s were about to chase it when Duke Long appeared in the sky again, obstructing their paths. Dragon roars resounded again. Duke Long moved like lightning, flickering around the rank 8 Gu Immortals effortlessly. The intense battle created loud explosions resembling an unceasing thunderstorm. Countless innocent life forms were implicated. Huge tsunamis were created on the sea surface. Without Feng Jinhuang burdening him, Duke Long displayed terrifying battle strength. Nobody present could match him equally. However, these Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortals all had deep foundations. They had their own trump cards. Even though they were losing to Duke Long, their lives were not endangered. They were wary of each other originally, but against Duke Long, they could cooperate seamlessly. At once, Eastern Sea's righteous path, demonic path, and even lone cultivators worked together to fight Duke Long. Duke Long felt increasing pressure. His outburst earlier suppressed everyone. It was because he had concealed himself earlier and managed to catch all of the Eastern Sea rank 8s off guard with that one attack. But as the battle continued, Duke Long's methods were slowly discerned by the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. They started to find counters or appropriate methods to deal with them. In this world, there were no invincible Immortal Gu or Immortal Killer moves. there were only invincible goo immortals. Any immortal killer move, no matter how complex, had a structure. It would have advantages and weaknesses. Duke Long was very powerful indeed. None of the Eastern Sea rank 8s were his match. But this situation was special. Everyone was trying to get the immortal goo house. Nobody wanted to fight him to the death. As the immortal goo house flew continuously all over the battlefield, Duke Long could not set up a battlefield to trap it. Dragon claws moved like a tornado. Many Eastern Sea rank 8s were forced back. Duke Long crashed into Dragon Palace as he grabbed it with his hand. At once, a pair of huge phantom dragon claws appeared and tightly grasped Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace shook intensely. It shattered the phantom dragon claws as it escaped. Duke Long sighed. This situation had already happened many times. It was not easy to take Dragon Palace. He had to fight off the competitors first before trying to subdue it. But Dragon Palace was a rank 8 immortal goo house after all. It had great power and could not be taken easily. Duke Long's many attempts ended in failure. Duke Long is too strong. What do we do? When he fights seriously, we will have no chance to get close to Dragon Palace, not to mention obtain it. Duke Long is the only one attempting now. Thankfully, this immortal goo house is strong enough. We cannot let this go on. Dragon Palace's resistance is getting weaker. Duke Long will subdue it eventually. Eastern Sea's rank 8 goo immortals all had injuries. They communicated with each other as they wanted others to use their trump cards against Duke Long. Getting to rank 8, who would not have their own secret trump cards? These immortal killer moves were definitely very powerful or mysterious and profound, but nobody wanted to expose them. Nobody could say for sure if their killer moves would fail in such a complex battle environment. The stronger the killer move, the greater the backlash. Even Duke Long was not using his triple chi retraction killer move. Not that he did not want to use it, but the risks were too great. He could likely cripple himself. When he fought against Purple Mountain True Monarch earlier, he had probed multiple times. Only until he was sure that the enemy did not have other methods did he unleash triple chi retraction in the end. Right now in this situation, if Duke Long used triple chi retraction and the enemy coincidentally countered it, what would happen? These Eastern Sea rank 8s were numerous and they all had deep foundations, who knew what methods they truly possessed. Notched arrows were the most threatening. Goo immortals who concealed their killer moves were also very threatening. River of Time. Immortal killer move. Summer Fan. Fong Yuan was still in his immemorial year monkey form. His killer move activated successfully as he grabbed towards the space in front of him. A huge fan with a long handle appeared out of nowhere, held in his hands. Bing Sai Chuan, get aside. Fong Yuan twisted his waist as he gathered strength in his arms, waving the fan ferociously. Gosh! Wild winds blew, sweeping ahead as the storm sent 3 autumn yellow crane platform and shark flow lever into a tornado, restraining them as they flew outside of the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. But at the crucial moment, Feng Jiugu and Xing Yi Wang flew out of their immortal goo houses, charging at Fong Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan. Even though they did not cultivate time path, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation did not break apart. Time path was restricted in the formation as other paths were amplified. Heavenly Court sent rank 7 goo immortals which were elites. They worked together during this period and were able to mostly repair the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. Even though the hole was still present, it had become much smaller. 5 Elements Grandmaster. Quickly use your profound light, Fong Yuan shouted. 5 Elements Grandmaster's voice came from within year-end gatehouse. I cannot use it a second time in this short period. This formation has been modified by a lot. The previous profound light will be ineffective now. Immortal killer move. Song Warrior. Feng Juji's body shook as 4 Song Warriors emerged, encircling Fong Yuan. Xing Yi Wang's body was covered in starlight specks as he stabbed towards Bing Sai Chuan like a hedgehog. Bing Sai Chuan and Fong Yuan looked at each other before flying up and abandoning their enemies, targeting the river suppression lotus ceiling formation instead. This was the wisest plan. As long as the river suppression lotus ceiling formation was destroyed, Feng Jiugu and Xing Yi Wang would have to return to their immortal goo houses. Feng Jiugu and Xing Yi Wang quickly tried to stop them, while 5 Elements Grandmaster continued to control his immortal formation to trap the eternal yacht that Qing Yi was controlling. In the intense battle, river suppression lotus ceiling formation shook more and more intensely. More cracks were appearing as it endured Fang Yuan's and Bing Sai Chuan's attacks. However, 3 autumn yellow crane platform and shark flow lever, which Fang Yuan blew away earlier, had re-entered the battlefield. Fang Yuan and longevity heaven were starting to be suppressed. Fang Yuan, you still refuse to trust me now? The situation was dire. Bing Sai Chuan shouted in anxiety. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He snorted coldly as he approached Bing Sai Chuan. Bing Sai Chuan spread his arms as a ball-shaped light shield appeared around him and Fang Yuan. This was his defensive immortal killer move. Anything that hit the light shield, be it lifeforms or killer moves, would freeze in time. Break it! Feng Zhougu and Xing Yi Wang shouted together. 3 autumn yellow crane platform and shark flow lever erupted with powerful attacks, targeting Bing Sai Chuan's light shield. But any killer move that landed on it froze in time. At once, there was a myriad of colorful attacks surrounding the light shield. It was a dazzling sight. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. His body shook as he sustained the shield. Even though he had rank 8 peak battle strength in this formation, time path was suppressed. At the same time, he was facing the attack of 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals and 2 Immortal Gu houses. It was not easy. Fang Yuan obtained this prime opportunity. He dispelled Immemorial Year Monkey transformation and activated Emperor Yama. At this point in the battle, he finally obtained a chance to change his battle tactic. Feng Zhougu and Xing Yi Wang had rich battle experiences. They did not give Fang Yuan any opportunity to change his transformation. He was often interrupted. After becoming Emperor Yama, Fang Yuan started to use his killer moves. His aura surged rapidly from weak to strong, and from strong to a terrifying level. Feng Zhougu and Xing Yi Wang had solemn expressions. They were very alert. At this point, Fang Yuan finally had the time to unleash his trump card. Immortal killer move. Luo Pasil. Be careful. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth as he dispelled his defensive killer move. Moving forward. Without obstruction, the frozen attacks from earlier struck towards Fang Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan. Bing Sai Chuan stood in front and paved a way for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan held onto Luo Pasil as he waited in anticipation. He charged towards Xing Yi Wang while enduring the attacks. Xing Yi Wang quickly retreated while Feng Zhougu went around, trying to attack Fang Yuan from the rear. Fang Yuan suddenly laughed coldly. He flew up and shot Luo Pasil towards the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. The huge formation stopped working. Several rank 7 Gu Immortals inside died on the spot. Bing Sai Chuan suddenly felt the pressure lifting. Swoosh swoosh. Large amounts of water from the river of time gushed into the formation. Immediately after, with cracking noises, river suppression lotus ceiling formation disintegrated piece by piece. 5 Elements Grandmaster was deeply shocked. Fang Yuan's Luo Pasil actually attacked the core of the formation and destroyed the core immortal Gu. How did he deduce it? Boom! Feng Zhouji's attack landed on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's attention was on destroying the formation. He could only endure Feng Zhouji's ferocious attack. Even in Emperor Yama form, Fang Yuan spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Large numbers of Soul Path Gu worms died and multiple Immortal Gu were injured. Without the formation's help, the battle environment changed rapidly. Fang Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan obtained the upper hand again. Both sides fought for a while. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation had about 1/3 of its original size left. The remaining rank 7 Gu Immortals were desperately holding on. But the formation was just a step away from destruction. They had no hope left. Cover me, Fang Yuan said to Bing Sai Chuan. Bing Sai Chuan used the ball-shaped light shield, protecting Fang Yuan as he dispelled Emperor Yama, turning into the Immemorial Year Monkey again. Cover me! Feng Zhougu shouted the same thing. Xing Yi Wang and the 2 Immortal Gu houses surrounded Feng Zhougu immediately. Immortal killer move. Assimilation wind song. Feng Zhougu took a huge risk and successfully summoned the number 1 wind in the world. Bing Sai Chuan broke out in sweat as he shouted to Fang Yuan. Oh no! My defensive killer move cannot block the winds of assimilation. Let's retreat. But out of their expectations, the winds of assimilation did not target the defensive shield. It attacked the stone lotus island. Under Fang Yuan's shocked gaze, The stone Lotus Island was devoured by the winds of assimilation. The fragments were assimilated into wind. The winds of assimilation became larger and larger. If anyone tried to get onto the island, they would have to face this world-destroying wind. Feng Zhougu Yu. Bing Sichuan was furious and anxious. Fang Yuan's expression was ashen. If we cannot get it, neither will you. Xing Yi Wang laughed wildly. The winds of assimilation ravaged in the river of time. When Feng Zhougu used assimilation wind song, there were sounds of howling winds. But when the actual winds of assimilation started blowing, it became extremely quiet. There was no sound at all. The quiet winds of assimilation made every Gu immortal present feel a chill down their spine. The stone Lotus Island was continuously eroded by the winds of assimilation until it completely vanished. The winds grew larger and larger, multiple times its initial size after devouring the stone Lotus Island. It was like a pillar that supported heaven and earth. However, it could not display its might in the river of time. Even though a lot of water was assimilated into wind, the entire river of time did not budge. It had lost a completely negligible amount of water. Even though the winds of assimilation were powerful, against the river of time, it was too small, like a tiny insect on a bull. All the Gu immortals and immortal Gu houses had to steer clear of the winds of assimilation. Feng Zhougu was no exception. The stone Lotus Island was really destroyed. Fang Yuan was deeply shocked. Earlier, when he wanted to get on the island, he was repelled by its protection force. To think that it was completely helpless against the winds of assimilation. Don't tell me this formation played a role in suppressing the stone Lotus Island earlier? Or was the island already at its limit, so it could not block the winds of assimilation? Fang Yuan watched as the river suppression Lotus ceiling formation continued to break apart. Feng Zhougu also had a heavy feeling. Even though he destroyed the stone Lotus Island, in his opinion, he had failed. In order to find Red Lotus true inheritances, Heavenly Court had paid a huge price in manpower and resources. They managed to find a stone Lotus Island after so much work, and trapped it using the river suppression Lotus ceiling formation. But to think that Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven worked together to obstruct them. Feng Zhougu had no choice but to destroy the stone Lotus Island. All of their hard work had been wasted, but nobody could blame him for his actions. Because it was necessary. After the river suppression Lotus ceiling formation got hit by Luo Pasil, it was definitely going to break apart. Once the formation breaks, Feng Zhougu and Xing Yi Wang would be forced to return to the immortal Gu house. This way, Heavenly Court side would lose their battle strength. In contrast, Fang Yuan and Bing Sichuan would be like fish in water in this river of time. Without the formation restraining them, their battle strength would surge. The enemy was strong while they were weaker. Feng Zhougu had no confidence in continuing the struggle. Fang Yuan would obtain the stone Lotus Island eventually. Thus, when there was still a chance, he decided to cut his losses short by destroying the stone Lotus Island. Such resolution. A sharp light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He did not hide his praise. Bing Sichuan sighed deeply, showing a dejected look. He was hoping to find some way to destroy Fate Gu from the Red Lotus true inheritance. But now, even though Fang Yuan had the key spring autumn cicada, the stone Lotus Island was already destroyed. He was very disappointed. He did not know that Fang Yuan had already obtained one true inheritance in secret. Fang Yuan was obviously not going to tell Longevity Heaven about this. Even Heavenly Court was in the dark. Rumble. With a chain of loud explosions, the heavily damaged river suppression Lotus ceiling formation broke. Most of the immortal Gu were destroyed, while the Gu immortals controlling the formation died one by one. One river water moved in as huge waves were formed. The river of time was restored to normal. Let's retreat. Feng Zhougu gritted his teeth as he spoke. The battle was not in Heavenly Court's favor. Even though they had 3 rank 8 Gu immortals in this situation, even if Duke Long came, they would not win. Feng Zhougu and the rest were not Time Path Gu immortals. They could only hide in the immortal Gu houses, relying on them to fight. And these Time Path immortal Gu houses were only rank 7. If they had 1 rank 8 Time Path immortal Gu house, Heavenly Court would have a chance of victory. Even though Heavenly Court had immense foundation, it was not without limits. Firstly, after Lord Huangshi died, they no longer had any Time Path rank 8 Gu immortals. Even though they created 4-time path immortal goo houses, they were only rank 7. Heavenly Court did not have the ability to create a rank 8-time path immortal goo house in such a short period of time. Actually, Fairy Z-Wei's arrangements were not wrong. Even though Feng Yuan obtained a Red Lotus True Inheritance and modified most of his killer moves, while also raising the rank of his immortal goo, his increase in battle strength did not make this battle any easier. Feng Yuan alone could not obtain this Red Lotus True Inheritance. Heavenly Court did not expect that Longevity Heaven would suddenly cooperate with Feng Yuan. After all, Feng Yuan destroyed 88 Truyang building. There was deep enmity between Feng Yuan and Longevity Heaven. This was not just simple hatred. Feng Yuan did not just destroy a rank 8 immortal goo house. He destroyed Giant Sun Immortal Venerables arrangements, the pride and glory of the Huang Jin tribes. Longevity Heaven actually gave up on revenge and cooperated with Feng Yuan. Is this because of Bing Sai Chuan? Feng Zhougu returned to 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform and looked at Bing Sai Chuan, frowning. Heavenly Court's 3 immortal goo houses were retreating rapidly. Feng Yuan roared. He turned into the immemorial year monkey and chased after them. Bing Sai Chuan fought side by side with him. The two had powerful and ferocious attacks. They aimed at Heavenly Court's 3 immortal goo houses. Even though there were 3 rank 8s on Heavenly Court's side, they could only defend, resist attacks, and escape. Present and past pavilion finally broke out of Bing Sai Chuan's killer move. It quickly flew out of the river of time, appearing above the surface. The 3 Xuanzi were very angry. They wanted to attack Feng Yuan, but they saw that the 3 Heavenly Court immortal goo houses were escaping. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation had broken up. The rank 7 goo immortals controlling the formation had almost all died. The remaining few were struggling in the river of time. They were not far from dying. Quickly retreat. Feng Zhougu transmitted. The 3 Xuanzi gulped as they quickly joined the group and escaped. Feng Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan, as well as 5 Elements Grandmaster controlling year-end gatehouse, chased after them. These 4 immortal goo houses were very sturdy. They defended each other and were hard to catch. But Feng Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan got stronger as they fought. In this river of time, their battle strength was far above their usual standards. The tributary of the river of time is close by. We are about to escape, Qin Yi shouted, raising the morale of the Heavenly Court goo immortals. Want to leave? Not so easy. Feng Yuan laughed sinisterly, shortening their distance. All of you retreat. We will block them. The 3 Xuanzi were resolved to die. They stayed behind along with the tattered present and past pavilion. As the 3 Xuanzi stalled for time desperately, the other 3 immortal goo houses managed to escape through the tributary of the river of time. Present and past pavilion was completely destroyed. The 3 Xuanzi died as well. Feng Yuan was filled with regret that he did not capture any rank 8 goo immortal. This was a really good chance. Feng Yuan did not want to chase after them in the outside world. Feng Zhougu and the rest could fight normally. He swept through the battlefield and collected the immortal apertures, annexing them. Bing Sai Chuan and 5 Elements Grandmaster did not move. They watched by the side. There were quite a few rank 7 goo immortals who died. They did not have qualification to join Heavenly Court, so they still retained their rank 7 immortal apertures. Feng Yuan annexed them and made great gains. Let's go to Eastern Sea. After a while, Feng Yuan suggested. Longevity Heaven had displayed their fullest sincerity in the battle over Red Lotus True Inheritance. They were reliable allies for now. Both sides had the same goal, to prevent Heavenly Court from repairing Fate Goo. If Heavenly Court obtained the complete Fate Goo, they would regain their former glory. They would threaten the other 4 regions. After staying for a while in the River of Time, Feng Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan confirmed that the Red Lotus True Inheritance was truly destroyed. Even though they did not obtain it, they had managed to stop Heavenly Court from getting it. This result was neither defeat nor victory. Soon, Feng Yuan and the rest left the River of Time, heading to Eastern Sea to stop Duke Long. But along the way, they heard that the commotion in Eastern Sea was over. The outcome had been determined. The eventual victor of this battle over Dragon Palace was Duke Long. Duke Long had incredible battle strength. He suppressed the Eastern Sea rank 8s. Afterwards, Heavenly Court's new member, Rank 8 Gu Immortal Cheni went there with an Immortal Gu house. At the crucial moment, Eastern Sea's lone Immortal Yang Jun suddenly turned to help Duke Long, allowing him to successfully suppress the rank 8 Immortal Gu house and keep it. But Duke Long suffered heavy injuries as a result. At the final moment, Eastern Sea's rank 8s stopped holding back. They used their trump cards. But it was already too late. After getting the Immortal Gu house, Duke Long left immediately without second thought. To think that this rank 8 lone Immortal Yang Jun was recruited by Heavenly Court. 5 Elements Grandmaster shook his head continuously. He was once a lone Immortal too, but he had become a member of Longevity Heaven now. That might not be the case. Yang Jun might have been Heavenly Court's spy in Eastern Sea from the start. Fong Yuan thought of Prince Fengxian in Northern Plains. He was a spy implanted into Northern Plains from the start. His identity had not been exposed. Fong Yuan looked at Bing Sichuan for a moment, deciding to continue keeping this as a secret. Central Continent Regional Wall. Go, quickly go. Catch up. Don't break away from the group. A group of Western Desert Gu masters shouted as they ran. Behind them, the ground tore open, like a giant beast opening its mouth to devour people. Ah! Save me! Amidst cries and screams, a small group of people at the back fell into the earth trench. Most of them were smashed to bits. Those that luckily survived would also die eventually. Father, I can't hold on anymore. Zhang Ping was a young man who had just become a rank 2 Gu master. He was showing a flustered expression now. His primeval essence had already dried up. Oh no! Zhang Quan was a rank 3 Gu master. He was covered in sweat now. He was already trying his best, using his killer move to not only move himself but also his son Zhang Ping. If Zhang Ping ran out of primeval essence, Zhang Quan's killer move would be ineffective on him. By then, Zhang Ping would become very slow. Zhang Quan would be helpless as he watched his son fall into the abyss. What should I do? Zhang Quan was helpless and anxious. He regretted his decision deeply. If he had known this, he would not have brought his son to join the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. He had considered this because of his son's refinement path talent. He wanted to train his ability and gain more knowledge. But to think that they encountered an earth vein tremor while crossing the regional wall. Right when Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping were despairing, the sight in front of them cleared up. Zhang Quan was dazed before reacting. They had passed Central Continent's regional wall. They had arrived in Central Continent. Because of earth vein tremors, other than causing lots of earth trenches, goo materials, and goo worms to appear, the 5 regions' regional walls were also shrinking. Right now, goo masters needed less than half the time to cross 2 regions' regional walls compared to before. But so what? Zhang Quan sighed deeply. Zhang Ping was out of primeval essence and stamina. Zhang Quan had to carry him. But because of this, their speed was very slow. They were almost about to get devoured by the earth trench. At the crucial moment, a mystical light shot towards them as the remaining goo masters were all brought into the sky. The earth trench parted below their feet. Soon, a huge and unfathomably deep abyss formed below them. Only until they landed on the periphery of the earth trench did the mystical light enveloping these goo masters disappear. What is going on? Who saved us? Such an incredible method. I'm afraid it has to be a great goo immortal who saved all of us. The goo masters were all extremely excited from surviving that. They started talking among themselves. Above the sky where they could not see, a spirit butterfly valley goo immortal smiled kindly as he retreated his gaze from these goo masters. The goo immortal flew rapidly, patrolling the area. Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention had begun. Many goo masters had been coming here for the last few days from the other 4 regions. The Goo Immortal was a member of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. He had received a compulsory mission from the sect to patrol this area and prevent the demonic path from causing trouble. Many Goo Immortals received the same mission as him. These were all members of the 10 great ancient sects, some independent sects, or even slave Goo Immortals captured by the 10 great ancient sects, as well as lone immortals close to the 10 sects. This time, Heavenly Court held the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Security was extremely strict. It was unprecedented. Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping's group was luckily saved by the Goo Immortal, retaining their lives. After getting into Central Continent, they rested for a while before going to the closest sign-up spot. Central Continent Refinement Path Convention had many sign-up spots. They were evenly distributed all over Central Continent. A few days later, Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping arrived at Scorpion Needle Sect with some Gu masters that had similar objectives. This was an ordinary sect. Its specialty was in raising Gu that resembled scorpions. They were most famous for Scorpion Needle Gu. This was an offensive Gu worm. Once used, it could shoot out scorpion needles. The needles were sharp and fast. They were poisonous and hard to deal with. Scorpion Needle Sect had already made the arrangements. Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping walked into the registration hall. It was packed with people. A large portion were Central Continent locals. The remaining were like them who had come from the Western region. Scorpion Needle Sect was situated near Western Desert. Many Western Desert Gu masters came here to sign up. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention always attracted countless Gu masters to participate. This time was no exception. Following the procedures, Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping were brought into a hall for assessment. The test only had 4 questions. It was not easy but not hard either. The test was regarding basic skills. Any Gu master with enough experience can pass. Those who were trying their luck would be eliminated to save on resources and manpower. Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping passed the test without any unexpected surprises. They successfully signed up. After getting out of the hall, they held a token each. The token recorded the participant's name, sect, path, and the time and location of his test. When a Gu master signs up, their names could be fake, their paths and sects could also be kept secret. Because of this, during every Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, a large number of lone cultivators, demonic path members, and even Gu immortals would join while concealing their identity. 100 primeval stones per person signing up. This is too expensive. Zhang Ping kept his token as he said grudgingly. So you must perform well this time. Don't waste our investment. Zhang Quan looked at Zhang Ping with a gaze of anticipation. Yes. Zhang Ping nodded. Oh yes, father. I saw that many Central Continent Gu masters signed up directly. They did not need to take the test. Zhang Quan smiled. These people had gotten a certain position in the previous convention. They are able to join it directly now. Father, didn't you get a placing yourself in the last convention? Why do you have to pay again? Zhang Ping did not understand. Zhang Quan shook his head. That is because I am not a Central Continent person. Only Central Continent Gu masters have this treatment. So that's it. Zhang Ping nodded. This was clearly favoritism towards the locals. It was unfair, but the young Zhang Ping soon accepted it. This was Central Continent's territory after all. The convention was also held in Central Continent. What's wrong with helping their own people? And this was not unfair either, because this test only looked at the basics. Any Gu master with refinement path attainment could pass it. The Refinement Path Convention is about to begin. In Heavenly Court, Duke Long used his investigative killer move as he paid attention to the situation in Central Continent. His face was still pale now. His injuries sustained from obtaining Dragon Palace had not healed. This Refinement Path Convention will be very crucial. O Red Lotus, do you know, after this convention, Fate Gu will be fully restored. Duke Long's eyes became dazed as scenes of the past surfaced in his mind. Spring, autumn, cicada? You actually designed such a heretical immortal Gu? Hong Ting, what are you trying to do? After learning of this, Duke Long immediately went to find Red Lotus Immortal Venerable, Hong Ting. Hong Ting clenched his fists, saying to Duke Long, Master, I've already said it before. I want to revive them. Let everything start over again. You! Duke Long pointed at Hong Ting. He was shivering from anger. Hong Ting lowered his head. Master, scold me if you want. Beat me if you want. But I will never give up. Duke Long looked at Hong Ting angrily. He did not scold him. Instead, he sighed after a long while of silence. Hong Ting, my disciple, you are too naive. Even if you are an immortal venerable, what can you do to fate? Go ahead and try, I won't stop you. You will definitely fail, but I hope that countless failures can wake you up. Many days later. Master. Hong Ting was covered in injuries, but he was extremely excited. He came before Duke Long. I finally found the only hope. I am about to succeed. I will definitely change fate. How can that be possible? Duke Long did not believe him at all. I am relying on this love goo. I had obtained inspiration from the legends of Renzu. It says that love is a type of fate. In that case, love can definitely change fate. Hong Ting said in increasing excitement. Duke Long was extremely furious and shocked. Heresy, blasphemy. Hong Ting, don't forget your identity. You are a righteous path, immortal venerable. You want to change history. Do you know that such actions will have an unimaginably bad effect? Oh, master! Hong Ting raised his head, looking at Duke Long with glimmering eyes. You still don't understand? Understand what? Times have changed. The hearts of the people have changed too. Our generation does not need restrictions. Before Hong Ting finished his words, Duke Long shouted, Enough! You actually said fate goo is a form of restriction? Hong Ting, enough is enough. At this rate, you will fall into the demonic path. I do not want to exterminate you in the name of justice. Breathing in deeply, Duke Long regained clarity in his eyes. His memories were kept away, but Duke Long still had a sense of guilt left in him. Oh, Red Lotus, you did not understand after all. Duke Long muttered. No matter how times change, Fate Goo will always be the protector of humanity. You are disregarding the big picture of humanity for your personal selfish goals. I failed in my teachings. You are my disciple. As your master, I will atone for your mistakes. I do not have much time left, but it is fine. I just need to wait until Fate Goo is repaired. I will not allow anyone to ruin this refinement path convention. Boom! At the same time, Scorpion Needle Sect erupted with an intense explosion. Countless Goo Masters who participated in the Refinement Path Convention died or got injured. As dust clouds settled, an ancient desolate year snake hissed in the rubble of Scorpion Needle Sect. Watching the ancient year snake slaughter more Goo Masters, Fong Yuan left with a cold smile. Using an immortal killer move with fixed immortal travel as the core, he left for the next location. Heavenly Court wanted to repair fate. They had to hold the Refinement Path Convention to gain success. Dao marks. How could Fong Yuan allow them to succeed so easily? A merciless slaughter had begun. Unification Sect was one of the sign-up locations of the Refinement Path Convention. It was filled with people as well. The Refinement Path Convention is about to start. To think that I would get a second chance in this lifetime. Thank the heavens. A middle-aged Goo Master sighed deeply. The Goo Masters nearby recognized him as they started to talk among themselves. Quickly look. It is Refinement Path Master Luo Sheng. He had lost in the previous Refinement Path Convention due to some accident. It seems he wants to compete again. Normally, the Refinement Path Convention is held once in 100 years. Luo Sheng was not supposed to have a chance. But to think that 10 years later, the 10 great ancient sects would hold it again. The middle-aged Goo Master heard their discussions as he kept a peaceful expression. He was way beyond the age of vanity. He just wanted to prove himself now. My opponents this time cannot be underestimated. Even though I worked very hard during this period, Central Continent is too huge. The 5 regions have countless geniuses. And even at this spot, there are already many new talents. The middle-aged Goo Master looked around, focusing his attention on 3 Goo Masters. One was an old man that had been reputed for many years. He was also a Refinement Path Master. Another was a young man, and the last one was a young girl. The former had performed well in the previous convention, while the latter was a rising star that had emerged in the last 10 years. 1 inch this Refinement Path Convention is still going to be that intense. I must make good use of this opportunity. I cannot fail anymore. I will prove myself. I will let my wife and children be proud. Boom! At the next moment, a huge ancient year beast descended from the sky, crushing the entire hall to ruins. The middle-aged Goo Master's grand ambitions vanished into thin air. One, the young Goo Master with a great future. The genius young girl who was highly thought of died pathetically on the spot. Her bones and flesh were mashed together. Even her corpse could not be seen clearly. On to the next location. In the sky, Fong Yuan's figure flickered and vanished. This was the 15th spot that he had attacked. Central Continent lost many goo masters. These were just mortal goo masters. How could they handle the ancient year beasts? Even rank 6 goo immortals might not be able to face these ancient year beasts. Fang Yuan slaughtered these goo masters mercilessly. He created lots of bloodshed. More and more talented goo masters were killed. Even Heavenly Court was feeling heartache. This demon Fang Yuan. He is truly evil and vicious. He came to cause trouble after all. Damn it! Are we going to watch and do nothing? Lady Ziwei, I wonder if... Fairy Ziwei shook her head. Fang Yuan is very vigilant. He only sent out ancient year beasts each time to attack. Even though he slaughtered many goo masters and caused great chaos, he rarely attacked personally. Fairy Ziwei sighed deeply. His wisdom path attainment is truly deep. He knows that the more he attacks, the more clues he would leave behind, and the more easily we can find him. It is very hard for me to locate him. I will need more clues and even more time. But how can he have so many ancient year beasts? Some goo immortals frowned. According to Southern Borders information, Xiacha had a year essence pool in her immortal aperture. He should have used this to capture so many year beasts. Fairy Ziwei said. Even though her expression was calm, she was filled with rage. Fang Yuan was a goo immortal, yet he attacked these mortals without restraint. He was really bullying the weak and was simply too shameless. He had no bottom line. One most demonic path goo immortals would not do this. This was the tacit consensus among goo immortals, but Fang Yuan broke it without concern. This Fang Yuan is truly the greatest plague to all life forms in this world. Fairy Ziwei was furious while feeling sadness for those innocent lives. The longer he lives in this world, the more life forms he would harm and kill. One Duke Long was truly calm. His heart was like a tranquil lake. Good. Fang Yuan showed up. Didn't we expect this to happen? Follow our plan. Even if we have to pay a huge price, we must repair Fate Goo. Duke Long was immensely determined. Heavenly Court's goo immortals heard his orders and realized nothing in this world could affect Duke Long's determination. Fang Yuan was a real problem. Heavenly Court could not ignore him. They had a plan already. Several days later, the people who were in deep fear of Fang Yuan's assaults received accurate proof and information. All evidence pointed to Fang Yuan. He was the culprit. Everyone was extremely riled up. Fang Yuan has already become a goo immortal? There really are immortals in this world. Fang Yuan, you killed my father. I will definitely take revenge for this immense hatred. Even rank 5s are just ants if they do not become goo immortals. Fang Yuan is evidently trying to ruin the refinement path convention. For the sake of my life, I'm not going. Go. Why not? If we do not go, wouldn't we fall into that Fang Yuan scheme? That's right, even though I am a mortal goo master and will not be Fang Yuan's match, to avenge my wife's death, I will even give up my life. I will not let this demon Fang Yuan succeed. Some were fearful, some felt emotional. Some backed out, while some became determined. Time passed, days went by, the refinement path convention continued. Fang Yuan was all alone, but Central Continent had many sign-up locations for the refinement path convention. Even though he had fixed immortal travel, he could not eliminate every goo master that went. Because many places were secretly guarded by Central Continent's goo immortals. Especially when Heavenly Court made arrangements after Fang Yuan's attacks. They sent out missions to countless goo masters to move around and distribute tokens to other participants of the tests. This way, the participants in Central Continent became dispersed. Nobody went to sign-up locations. Fang Yuan's slaughter became very inefficient. Even though Fang Yuan tried, more than 10,000 goo masters died in his hands, but he could not stop the refinement path convention from starting. The sign-up phase was over. The true competition had already started. Oh! Fang Yuan appeared at a place in Central Continent. He was about to attack when he suddenly frowned. Where are you going, Fang Yuan? Die! A Central Continent rank 8 goo immortal pounced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan gave a glance at him. He did not want to fight. He used his killer move to escape. Central Continent's goo immortals have been getting faster and faster recently. Is it because I've used fixed Immortal Travel's killer move too frequently? They have already deduced it? Even so, they seem to be able to detect where I would show up. What is this investigative method? Time path. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's surroundings changed. He was hundreds of thousands of li away from the previous place. But his expression was grim. He sensed acutely that 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were approaching him from 3 directions. Fang Yuan, where are you going? Heavenly Court has prepared more than 10 investigative killer moves for you. You cannot escape. Especially one of them, it was created by primordial origin Immortal Venerable, known as People's Accusation. Ha ha, demon, did you think of this? The more people you kill, the more hatred you gather. These mortal Gu masters' hatred will continuously track you down. The 3 rank 8s arrived before Fang Yuan. Immortal Battlefield Killer Move. Rumor Cage. Suddenly, a 4th rank 8 Gu immortal appeared above Fang Yuan, using an immortal battlefield to trap him. We caught Fang Yuan. Lord Zhou Xiong Xion's Rumor Cage is truly the battlefield killer move with the fastest activation time. Even Fang Yuan could not react in time. The 4 Gu immortals were overjoyed. Lord Duke Long, we finally trapped Fang Yuan. Inside Heavenly Court, Fairy Ziwei was extremely excited. Duke Long replied plainly. Fairy Ziwei's eyes shined brightly. Lord Duke Long, the chance is rare. I recommend that you act personally to eliminate this Fang Yuan now. Duke Long shook his head. Fang Yuan is nothing but a troublemaker. Repairing Fate Gu is the important thing now. It is not time for me to act. 2-inch Lord Duke Long. Fairy Ziwei wanted to speak more, but suddenly, her expression changed. At this instant, Central Continent's areas, especially those that were holding refinement competitions, were targeted with Gu immortal level attacks. In fact, not only refinement competition locations, even some famous resource points in Central Continent were attacked by Gu immortals. They were looted. Even infallible blessed land is being attacked. Fairy Ziwei's expression was grim. She could not believe it. There are actually so many Gu immortals targeting us? Fang Yuan floated in the air. It looked like he was staying motionless amidst a blizzard. Soon, thick white snow gathered on his body. But looking from afar, it seemed like he was covered in a thick fox skin coat. This was the modified time path killer move, Winter Coat. Fang Yuan had many defensive killer moves. The strongest was Reverse Flow Protection Seal. But Reverse Flow River was clearly dried up now. This killer move could not be used anymore. Other than that, Fang Yuan had Emperor Yama, Winter Coat, Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe, Purple Thought Light Shield, Hair Armor, Lion Fur Armor, Divination Tortoise Transformation, Ghost Official Garment, and other defensive methods. Hair Armor and Lion Fur Armor were mortal killer moves. Even though Fang Yuan had used them for some time, they were eliminated long ago. Purple Thought Light Shield was Purple Mountain True Monarch's method. It had defended against Duke Long's fists in battle earlier. It was quite useful. But Fang Yuan only had this killer move and did not cultivate it. He lacked the crucial immortal Gu. Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe was originally Fang Yuan's method. It was used for some time. Even though the core immortal Gu was now rank 7, a rank 7 method was useless now. Divination Tortoise Transformation was considered a defensive method, but similarly, the ancient Desolate Beast Divination Tortoise was useless in a rank 8 battle. Ghost Official Garment had a huge origin. Being designed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, it was used to defend against Wisdom Path methods. Emperor Yama Killer Move, which combined Ghostly Concealment, Soul Beast Token, and Ghost Official Garment, had incredible defense. It could be used in rank 8 battles. But its defensive was still lower than Winter Coat. Emperor Yama was a comprehensive method. It had both offense and defense. By using the Yama children, it could even fight against a group. Meanwhile, Winter Coat focused on defense. After Fang Yuan annexed Xiacha's Immortal Aperture, his time path Dao marks increased in numbers drastically to being his highest path. Winter Coat's power was greatly amplified. And most crucially, after some modifications, Winter Coat's defense was even better than before. While he could not use Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Winter Coat was Fang Yuan's new replacement. Bam bam bam. The 3 Central Continent rank 8s attacked Fang Yuan furiously. He did not dodge. He used Winter Coat killer move to block all of the attacks. What killer move is this? It seems like Xiacha's Winter Coat. How can this be? Xiacha's Winter Coat is not like this. The 3 rank 8s had varying expressions as they conversed secretly. They were very shocked by Wintercoat's defense. Next, they placed all their attention on Zhou Xiong Xian. These 3 rank 8s came from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. But Zhou Xiong Xian was different. He was a recently awakened Heavenly Court member. Zhou Xiong Xian had already activated his immortal battlefield rumor cage. In this environment, all other paths were suppressed. Only information path was amplified. Fang Yuan's Wintercoat killer move was suppressed, but the other 3 rank 8's offensive methods were also suppressed. As the 3 rank 8's looked at Zhou Xiong Xian, Fang Yuan was also assessing this immortal battlefield rumor cage. Rumor cage consisted of many silver text and characters. These characters were large as horse carriages or small as ants. They weaved together into a huge ball, enveloping Fang Yuan and the other 4 rank 8's. Because there were gaps between characters, the round ball seemed to be connected with the outside world. It was not completely shut off. Fang Yuan had a serious expression. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, his time path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom. He was trying to deduce the mysteries of this immortal battlefield. But regarding information path, Fang Yuan was not skilled in it. If this was a time path or refinement path immortal battlefield, Fang Yuan could use his time path and refinement path quasi-supreme attainment levels to deduce it immediately. But against information path, he lacked the attainment. He could only deduce it using the light of wisdom forcefully. Undoubtedly, it was wise that Heavenly Court sent out information path Gu Immortal Zhou Xiong Xian to deal with Fang Yuan. If this was any other Gu Immortal that Fang Yuan has met before, he would be prepared with specialized methods. But this was the first time Fang Yuan was seeing Zhou Xiong Xian. Zhou Xiong Xian wore a white robe. He had a square face with an air of righteousness. His body was quite muscular. Those who could become Heavenly Court members were elite experts among rank 8's. Forget about the rest, just that rumor cage alone was incredibly profound. It could be activated rapidly and was the fastest immortal battlefield killer move that Fang Yuan had ever seen. Fang Yuan, since you are trapped, don't think of leaving alive. You committed so much slaughter. So many innocent lives died in your hands. Now, you will experience the bad karma that you have created. Zhou Xiong Xian said in a righteous tone. His aura burst out as he used 2 immortal killer moves. Immortal killer move. Malicious rumors. Immortal killer move. Rumors become tigers. Instantly, the silver characters in the cage started to shine in a dazzling light. The dense light flowed like water, moving in the air as it gathered and swirled. Next, from the silvery light, silver tigers emerged. The tigers attacked as Fang Yuan shot out like lightning, facing them. Strength path giant hand. One Fang Yuan rushed to the silver tigers as he attacked, but the giant hand only lasted for a moment before it broke. Fang Yuan's brows rose. The silver tigers had great battle strength. Immortal killer move. Spring scissors. The jade green scissors flew out with great agility. Wherever it went, the scissors snipped as tiger heads fell. Tigers were cut into halves and their corpses faded into silver light that flickered and scattered. Spring scissors was unstoppable. Zhou Xiong Xian's eyes flashed with a different light. He thought, it is different from our intel. After the battle for Red Lotus True Inheritance, Fang Yuan's spring scissors seems to be modified again. It has grown more powerful. Zhou Xiong Xian was an information path Gu Immortal. He could rapidly gather information about any change or unusualness. Spring Scissors' killer move had not been modified for hundreds of years in Xiachao's hands. But Fang Yuan could constantly modify it? Is Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment level really so high? Or maybe his time path attainment level is very high. After all, this is a rank 8 killer move. It is not easy to modify. Zhou Xiong Xian was secretly shocked. Even though he was still under the suppression of Rumor Cage, Spring Scissors' killer move still slaughtered countless silver tigers like they were thin paper. But Zhou Xiong Xian did not fluster. The battle is under my control. Slowly, you will see my power. Fang Yuan. Zhou Xiong Xian laughed to himself secretly. A moment later, Fang Yuan frowned subtly. The silver tigers are endless. It is clearly one with this Rumor Cage battlefield. No matter how many I kill, they will regenerate. And most importantly, these silver tigers are growing stronger. Strange. Normally, methods like these silver tigers are meant to expend the enemy's reserves through advantage in numbers. But these silver tigers were growing stronger at a rapid rate. It was far beyond normality. Earlier, Spring Scissor's killer move was unstoppable, but now it seemed slow. Not only did the silver tigers grow stronger, they were much tougher and more agile now. They often managed to escape from Spring Scissors, causing it to miss its target. At this time, the Time Path clone finally made some useful deductions. Fang Yuan looked at Zhou Xiong Xian as he spoke. So that's it. This is the unification of information path and human path methods. You are using the grudge of the whole of Central Continent's mortals to display this move? Similar to the People's Accusation Killer move earlier. Zhou Xiong Xian's eyebrows twitched. Fang Yuan actually discovered the profundity of this move so quickly it was truly shocking. Since you found out, there is no point hiding it. Indeed, this move was created by primordial origin Immortal Venerable. It uses the will of Central Continent's people. Fang Yuan, you slaughtered so many people. Everyone is furious. One mortal might be weak, but what about countless mortals? Their collective power is beyond your imagination. Thus, continue to struggle. You cannot defeat the unified will of every person. This is the bad karma that you gathered. This is simply just desserts. Fang Yuan was silent. He started to attack Rumor Cage itself. But before he found out the mysteries of this immortal battlefield, even if he used Luo Pasil, there would be little effect. He would be wasting rank 8 immortal essence. At the same time, somewhere in Central Continent, Fang Yuan is trapped. He is likely in a certain immortal formation or immortal battlefield. I can barely sense him anymore. Our connection is about to be broken, Shun Song Shang said. He was an Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal, the first supreme elder of Superforce Shin clan. He cultivated Sound Path. When Fang Yuan went after Eastern Sea's Dragon Palace, he had been hit by this investigative method unknowingly. Now, even though he was inside Rumor Cage, Shun Songshang could still sense Fang Yuan's whereabouts slightly. Brother Shin's investigative methods are truly admirable. At his side, Song Chi Yuan said with a deep sigh, Back in the days, I was hit by your investigative methods. It was truly a nightmare. Ha ha. Shin Songshang laughed loudly. We were still young. To think that you managed to steal the inheritance secretly, causing us to end up with no gains despite our hard work. It is expected that Fang Yuan would obstruct the Refinement Path Convention. He has deep enmity with Heavenly Court after all. Indeed, even years ago, he was already fighting with Heavenly Court in Treasure Yellow Heaven by exposing secrets of both sides. Heavenly Court wants to repair fate. Even if he is an otherworldly demon, he would not want them to succeed. Heavenly Court would have too great of an advantage after all. The surrounding Gu immortals also spoke. Some had cold and indifferent expressions. Taking a look, these were all rank 8 Gu immortals. Song Chi Yuan, Qing Yuan, Shun Songshang, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Shi Miao, and others. This was an unprecedented gathering. All right, isn't this situation good? Fang Yuan is also a problem. With him resisting and fighting Heavenly Court, we will have less issues here. Dragon Palace is nearby. There is no mistake. Shun Songshang led the way as he moved ahead of the group. It turned out that because Duke Long snatched the rank 8 Immortal Gu house from these Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortals, they had lost their face. Thus, during this Refinement Path Convention, these people gathered secretly. They wanted to obtain Dragon Palace and salvage their reputation. A group of Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortals flew along Central Continent's mountain ranges at a low altitude. After Duke Long took the Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace by force, he caused Eastern Sea's Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and even lone Immortal rank 8s to work together. It should be here. Shun Songshang suddenly stopped as he showed a suspicious expression towards the mountain below him. This mountain was very plain. It was surrounded by mountains and was nothing special. This? Hua Kaiyun frowned, shaking her head. I did not find anything with my investigative method. But I feel that this mountain is different. Qing Yuan said. It is here, Granny Rong said with certainty. The surrounding goo immortals looked toward her. Granny Rong was a poison path goo immortal. How did she have such incredible attainment in investigative methods? There is an illusion formation here. Song Chi Yuan's eyes shined with crystal light as he spoke. But we do not have any formation path member now. Hua Kai Yun added. Zhang Yin laughed coldly. Why are we hesitating? Let's break into the formation by force. Earlier in Eastern Sea, we were all wary of each other. That allowed Duke Long to succeed. Now, we have set an alliance. We will advance and retreat together. Even if Duke Long comes. So what? Ha ha ha. He is right. Let's charge in. Song Chi Yuan laughed loudly. Attacking. Boom boom boom. Rank 8 goo immortals had incredible methods. In a chain of explosions, the illusion formation seemed to have shattered. It exposed the true scenery. Below the mountain, there was a huge rock cavern. The cavern had natural dragon markings. It resembled dancing dragons that intertwined together. Eastern Sea's immortals only took a glance before they lost interest in this cavern with dragon markings. They flew into the cave and found that there was a huge hole below. They flew along the path going down. After passing a long tunnel, light appeared before the immortals' eyes. This is a natural earth trench below the cavern. This is not a new earth trench. It must have existed for a very long time. 1 inch is Dragon Palace at the depths of this earth trench? Duke Long took away the immortal goo house. Why did he put it here? Eastern Sea's immortals discussed. The earth trench was unfathomably deep. It was completely dark and eerie. Compared to the earth trench, they were too small, they were like insignificant flies. Roar! Suddenly, an intense gust of wind emerged from the earth trench, blowing upwards. At the same time, the entire earth trench started to shake. The rocks along the cliffs of the earth trench started to fall. The expressions of Eastern Sea's immortals changed. They felt a strong sense of threat. The tremors started abruptly and ended just as abruptly. More than 10 breaths later, the entire earth trench returned to normal. What exactly is down there? No matter what it is, it was able to make all of us feel danger. It is not simple. I want to see what Duke Long is up to. Eastern Sea's immortals were about to explore the depth of the earth trench when rainbow lights started to shine in the earth trench. A super immortal formation appeared and enveloped all of the goo immortals. They were waiting in ambush. Such an amazing immortal formation. Who is it? An old Central Continent rank 8 goo immortal appeared before the Eastern Sea immortals. He was wearing a gray robe. He was covered in a deep level of sadness all over his body. Eastern Sea's rank 8s were very knowledgeable. They quickly recognized this Central Continent rank 8 expert. Oh? You are Wind Cloud Manor's Old Man Beifeng. Old Man Beifeng sighed. Yes indeed. You have come here to attack Hidden Dragon Cave. It is very unwise. With me here, no matter what objective you have, you will not succeed. Hidden Dragon Cave. This is Hidden Dragon Cave. Many Eastern Sea goo immortals felt greatly shocked. Hidden Dragon Cave contained the legendary immemorial desolate beast Dizongshang. Everyone knew that, but its location had never been exposed. Old Man Beifeng was originally able to become a heavenly court member, but because his beloved grandson Feng Chanzi made a mistake, Old Man Beifeng took the punishment together, and they were tasked to guard over Dizongshang in Hidden Dragon Cave. Because of specific reasons, Duke Long placed the rank 8 Immortal Goo House Dragon Palace here. These Eastern Sea goo immortals searched for clues and found their way to Hidden Dragon Cave. Puff! Old Man Beifeng's body shook as he activated the Super Immortal Formation. This Super Immortal Formation was able to trap Dizongshang. It was naturally very powerful. Eastern Sea's goo immortals were all swept by its power. Their eyes blurred as they found that they were trapped in a huge space after regaining their vision, isolated from each other. At the next moment, Eastern Sea's immortals struck and attacked their surroundings. A rank 8 battle was about to begin. At the same time, immortals acted all over Central Continent. Mountain Tortoise Valley. Inside the valley, walls were steep, almost perpendicular to the ground. Demonic Path Goo Immortal 9 Ghost Finger sneaked in here. He looked at the mountain tortoises here with a look of desire. There were many mountain tortoises. They filled the entire valley. Among them were gigantic desolate beast mountain tortoises. Mountain tortoises that are rare in Eastern Sea are common in southern border and central continent. This mountain tortoise valley is the largest mountain tortoise breeding ground in central continent. Nine Ghost Finger laughed smugly to himself. This was originally the resource point governed by Spirit Butterfly Valley of the 10 Great Ancient Sects. But now, the Gu Immortal guarding this place was drawn away to protect a certain refinement path convention area. However, even though the person left, they left behind warning methods. Nine Ghost Finger did not enter abruptly. He stayed outside and investigated for a long time, realizing the truth. This was an Earth Path Immortal killer move. Let me see how to unravel this method. Nine Ghost Finger's eyes shined brightly. His 10 fingers quickly deduced and they flew all over the place. His fingers moved fast, alternating between real and phantom. There were originally 10 fingers, but soon only 9 finger phantoms were left. Nine Ghost Fingers' wisdom path inheritance was very unique. The missing finger represented the one in the great Tao that fled. It was the most profound heavenly secret one. Nine Ghost Finger only secondarily cultivated wisdom path. He primarily cultivated soul path. His fingers danced as he muttered phrases to himself. The more he deduced, the more his eyes shined with brilliance. And meanwhile, countless li away in Moonlight Mound, a serious battle ensued. Rank 7 lone immortal Xie Baoshu floated in the sky. His aura was grand as he attacked Moonlight Mound with a barrage of attacks. He was dressed in a blue robe. He looked like a scholar with a handsome jade face. He had the appearance of a good-looking young man. His opponent, the female immortal guarding Moonlight Mound, was in a sad state. She said furiously, "Xie Baoshu, you are not worthy of being a famous lone immortal of Eastern Sea. You actually acted so demonically and tried to plunder Moonlight Mound. Go and steal from the 10 Great Ancient Sects if you dare. We are both lone immortals, yet you still target me. Back then, I bought your Year Gu. I had given you business." Xie Baoshu sighed. "Fairy Yu Hua, unless I had no choice, I would not do this. My Year Gu business has flopped. I need another source of income. If you can give me half of your moonlight mushrooms, I will leave now without question." The central continent female immortal wanted to cough out blood. "I had spent 30 years nurturing my moonlight mushrooms and put in huge effort. You want half of them now? You are dreaming. Even if I cannot defeat you, you will not have them. Before I escape, I will destroy the entire Moonlight Mound. Can you?" Suddenly, a soft whisper was heard behind the central continent female immortal. "Ambush!" The female immortal was very shocked. Someone had actually sneaked behind her without her noticing. "Who?" The female immortal wanted to turn around and check, but at the next moment, her vision went dark as she fainted. Yu Xianzi stood above Moonlight Mound as he looked at the central continent female immortal, before turning to Xie Baoshu with a smile. Yu Xianzi specialized in theft path. He was the Gu immortal most skilled at collecting earth trench black oil in Eastern Sea. His appearance was ugly and he looked like a lecher, but he was best friends with Xie Baoshu. Xie Baoshu came to Central Continent for resources. Yu Xianzi naturally came to help. Inside Rumor Cage, Fang Yuan shouted as he unleashed Immortal Killer Move Myriad Dragon. Myriad dragons flew and fought against the countless silver tigers. At once, dragons and tigers fought. There were beautiful silver sparkles when they fought, amidst deep killing intent. After a few breaths of time, the dragons fell in numbers. They were not the tigers' match. Fang Yuan's face was grim as he continued to activate Myriad Dragon, holding his own. Lord Zhou Xiong Xian's methods are truly powerful. This combination is amazing. Using Rumor Cage, malicious rumors, and rumors become tigers. His battle strength is increasing endlessly. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantage it is for Fang Yuan. But he is in a desperate situation. He can no longer escape. The 3 Central Continent rank 8s watched by the side, guarding the formation from a corner. Zhou Xiong Xian alone was able to suppress Fang Yuan. Any Heavenly Court Gu Immortal would have incredible talent. They were genius experts. Normally, I only have upper-tier rank 8 battle strength. I am inferior to Li Huang. But with my information path advantage, using primordial origin Immortal Venerable's killer move and borrowing the wills of Central Continent's countless humans, my battle strength will continue to grow. At this rate, I will eventually kill Fang Yuan through attrition. Even though Zhou Xiong Xian had the advantage, he did not become careless. Even though he had just woken up, a huge amount of information had allowed him to gain a deep understanding of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's great strength, craftiness, and threat was deeply etched into Zhou Xiong Xian's mind. Information path and human path. Heavenly Court truly has deep foundations. By just sending a counter, I am in deep trouble. Fang Yuan looked at Zhou Xiong Xian as he sighed to himself. The enemy did not expose any weaknesses. They were very vigilant against Fang Yuan and used all sorts of investigative methods. Any sort of commotion would be detected. Fang Yuan's countless battle tactics could not be used. Fang Yuan had become rank 8 for a very short period of time. He was reliant on Reverse Flow Protection Seal and Luo Seal, and others to stabilize his battle strength at upper tier rank 8. In earlier fights, he was either in the 5 regions regional walls, 5 regional mountain range, or the River of Time. Fang Yuan could use the environment or other people to his advantage, shortening the difference in strength between him and the enemies. But now, he was deep in Central Continent. He was countered by a true rank 8 great expert. In terms of information path, he had too shallow attainment. Human path was worse. Forget it. The probing ends here. It is time to use my territorial advantage. Fang Yuan's lips moved as he exposed a crafty smile. At the next moment, his ambush was activated. Rumble. A huge formation activated in the outer world of Central Continent. Rumor Cage was like an egg. It was smashed by the terrifying force. Why is there a formation here? Central Continent's 4 immortals were shocked and furious. Make a guess. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, turning into the immemorial year monkey as he jumped towards Zhou Xiong Xian, punching with his fist. Rumor Cage broke. The backlash made Zhou Xiong Xian spat out mouthfuls of blood. Time path method activated. Time was slowed in the surroundings. Zhou Xiong Xian could not dodge in time. He was hit by Fang Yuan's fist as he crashed to the ground. Quick! Save Lord Zhou Xiong Xian. Let's attack together. The other 3 Gu immortals charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. The formation activated again, stalling the 3 rank 8s for a breath of time. Using this chance, Fang Yuan's huge body descended as he landed before Zhou Xiong Xian, who was like a rag doll. Immortal killer move. Spring scissors. A huge pair of scissors was held in the monkey's hands. The blades were tens of feet long. They stabbed into the soil on the ground. Next, the huge scissors snipped. The ground was like a soft piece of tofu when compared to the sharp blades. Crack! With a soft sound, the scissors closed up as the 2 blades met. Blood splattered. Zhou Xiong Xian's head flew in the sky before it landed on the ground. Zhou Xiong Xian had died. More than half of Imprisonment Valley's southern thorns were stolen by a mysterious Gu immortal. Red River Beach's immortal formation was destroyed. The blazing red stones inside were all plundered by 3 Gu immortals. Someone wants to steal Falling Heavenly River's primeval sand. He was forced away by Heaven's Envy Manor's immortal killer move that was left behind. Fairy Ziwei took command in Heavenly Court, observing the situation of the entire Central Continent. All of these news made her frown more tightly. She was furious. The huge Central Continent had abundant resources and talents. Heavenly Court's leaders and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had worked effortlessly for countless generations to create this prosperity. But now, because of these thieves, it was a huge mess. Meanwhile, Duke Long sat in his seat and listened to Fairy Ziwei report the disastrous news. His face was extremely calm. No matter. So what if we lose some resources? They are just tiny problems. Duke Long said as he shut his eyes, resting as his arm supported his chin. Fairy Ziwei breathed in deeply, telling herself to calm down, but at the next moment, her eyes widened as she said angrily, Fang Yuan has already escaped. 3 of our Central Continent rank 8s were injured, while Senior Zhou Xiong Xian. He was killed by Fang Yuan. Oh! A sharp light flashed in Duke Long's eyes. He stopped resting as he sat up straight. saying, Zhou Xiong was specially chosen to fight Fang Yuan. He had the greatest strength among them but was actually killed by Fang Yuan while the rest escaped with injuries. There must be a reason. Where is the battle report? Here. Fairy Ziwei handed an information path goo worm to Duke Long. The battle report was very detailed because other than Zhou Xiong, the other 3 Central Continent rank 8s were alive. After seeing the report, the hall went silent. Long after, Fairy Ziwei said, I originally thought that Fang Yuan killed Senior Zhou Xiong using Luo Pasil. To think that the killer move used was Spring Scissors. According to this intel, Spring Scissors was modified again. And most importantly, when Fang Yuan transformed into the immemorial Year Monkey, his battle strength has broken through to the peak of rank 8. Saying so, Fairy Ziwei sighed deeply. She had known that Fang Yuan was a threat long ago. If he was allowed to grow freely, he would become a huge problem. Fairy Ziwei had expected this to happen, but she did not expect that this day would come so quickly. How long has Fang Yuan become a Gu Immortal? In just the blink of an eye he became rank 8. And with another blink, he reached the peak of rank 8. Even my battle strength is only at upper tier rank 8 level. At once, Fairy Ziwei felt a little dejected. Duke Long looked at Fairy Ziwei as he said slowly in a low tone, Ziwei, don't look down on yourself. Fang Yuan grew rapidly not just because of his talent. He also had external help. He was chosen by Red Lotus Demon Venerable and obtained Spring Autumn Cicada. He also got Spectral Soul's True Inheritance and Inherited Shadow Sect. He even has Ghostly Concealment, that is part of Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance. And don't forget, with the collapse of 88 Truyang Building, how many benefits did Fang Yuan get from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable? We are already paying a lot of attention to him. Your measures were not wrong. The reason why we failed was not just because of Fang Yuan, but also because of the forces affecting him. We are not eliminating Fang Yuan alone. We are also contesting the forces that surround him. These are either Immortal Venerables or Demon Venerables. They were the reason Fang Yuan could grow to this extent. One Fairy Ziwei heard this and showed a shameful expression. I had lost my cool and stability. Thank you for the reminder, Lord Duke Long. Duke Long smiled faintly. I am not consoling you. This is just a fact. However, even though Fang Yuan has peak rank 8 battle strength, as long as he is not rank 9, he cannot overturn our heavenly court. Zhou Xiong's death was clearly reported. It was because Fang Yuan used an immortal formation to destroy Rumor Cage. Fang Yuan is crafty and vicious. He purposely stalled for time and made Rumor Cage stronger with the will of Central Continent's people, far beyond its original capabilities. By destroying it afterwards, Zhou Xiong suffered immense backlash that he could not endure, causing him to be heavily injured. Even though the remaining 3 rank 8s tried to help immediately, Fang Yuan was prepared and used the formation to disrupt them. By turning into the immemorial Year Monkey and gaining peak rank 8 battle strength, he caught everyone off guard and killed Zhou Xiong. Fang Yuan had always been pretending to be weak. Using Rumor Cage, he harmed our Gu Immortal. Even though Zhou Xiong was very vigilant, he still fell for Fang Yuan's trap. Actually, if both sides fought fairly, even if Fang Yuan had peak rank 8 battle strength, he could not kill Zhou Xiong. The battle afterwards could prove this point. Our 3 rank 8s fought together and retreated. Fang Yuan could not retain them. Fairy Ziwei nodded continuously. Duke Long's analysis was the same as hers. She agreed. There is no strongest immortal Gu. Only strongest Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan has grown fully now. He has powerful methods and vicious plans. He is also ruthless and achieves outstanding results. Right now, he has peak rank 8 battle strength. Our arrangements earlier were all disrupted. Should we send Li Huang to deal with him? Duke Long shook his head. Li Huang must continue to guard the refinement path convention. Restoring fate is the most important goal. We cannot divert anyone away from that objective. Even if we make Li Huang go after Fang Yuan, he has fixed immortal travel. Even if teleportation fails, Fang Yuan would still want to waste Li Huang's time. After all, he is not the only person who wants to disrupt the restoration of fate. We cannot fumble at this moment. Yes, Lord Duke Long. Fairy Ziwei had regained her calm already. Even though Duke Long was not a wisdom path Gu Immortal, he was in charge of Heavenly Court. His disposition was extraordinary. He was like a huge pillar stabilizing and holding up the entire situation. Let alone peak rank 8 battle strength, even if Fang Yuan was a pseudo-immortal venerable with the same strength as Duke Long, so what? Duke Long believed that with Heavenly Court's foundation, they would definitely be able to repair Fate Gu. Even if Fang Yuan caused much trouble, as long as he was not a rank 9 venerable, he could not change the situation. Duke Long was most concerned about the progress of the Refinement Path Convention. He looked at the other person in the hall, asking, Lord Zhengyuan, how has the activation of Common Enemy Hatred Killer move gone? The person in question was an old man. He had many wrinkles on his face. He was thin and dry like a stick. He was truly resembling a man about to step into his grave. He sat on a stone bench and was curled up due to his hunchback. He breathed slowly and lightly. His aura was so weak that it would not be strange if he died now. But his seniority surpassed Duke Long. Even though he had rank 7 cultivation level, he was a member of Heavenly Court. He was Old Man Zhengyuan. Because of Fate Gu's restoration, he had woken up from the immortal graveyard. Normally speaking, Heavenly Court only recruited rank 8 Gu Immortals, and those had to be elites among elites. But Old Man Zhengyuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, yet he was acknowledged and recruited into Heavenly Court. The most important reason was because Old Man Zhengyuan cultivated a special path, human path. The concept of human path had existed from very long ago. It originated from the person who everyone living in this world knew, Renzu. The legends of Renzu, left behind by Renzu, could be said as the greatest, oldest, and most mystical inheritance in human history. 2. The legends of Renzu contain the profundities of human path. Many great geniuses were able to gain some sort of comprehension from reading it. These gains were usually spectacular and shocking to everyone. Heavenly Court thought of itself as humanity's leader. They had accumulated countless human path methods. These were one of Duke Long's greatest sources of confidence. Old Man Zhang Yuan spoke in a weak voice. Back then, when the 18 variant human demonic immortals attacked Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, he was invincible in the world. After the 18 variant human demonic immortals lost terribly, they were unresigned and tried to deceive the Immortal Venerable. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was troubled and sat in the formation for 3 days and nights, thinking deeply and unable to regain his senses. After reading the legends of Renzu, he broke through the confusion in his heart, creating many human path killer moves such as countless lifeforms, people's united hearts, and common enemy hatred. 1 inch I am merely a key to activate Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's remnant methods. I do not deserve the title of Lord. Please address me by my name, Duke Long. Old Man Zhang Yuan was very humble. Right now, countless lifeforms has already been activated. The killer move Common Enemy Hatred is also effective in the whole of Central Continent. Now, as long as we can gather enough human will to a certain degree, we will be able to use the killer move people's united hearts. Good. Duke Long smiled. This is good. With Common Enemy Hatred, Central Continent's people will be united in their anger and hatred. The Refinement Path Convention will definitely continue smoothly. Central Continent Mystical Body Sect. This sect was created by a Supreme Elder of Wind Cloud Manor, Wu Fa. It was also a competition location of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. After the initial selection, those that could compete here were all experts in Gu refinement. There were thousands of Gu masters in the square. Each had their own space as they refined Gu. The entire square was covered in a thick wall of light. Rank 7 Gu Immortal Wu Fa was staying here, protecting the place. Half the time had passed, most Gu masters had failed already. Some people had soot on their face. Some were pitiful and their arms were blown to bits. Bloody holes appeared in their chest. Gu refinement was a dangerous process. Any distraction and they would suffer huge injuries. Another Gu master faced an accident during Gu refinement as he fainted on the spot. The formation below the square's floor tiles activated. This Gu master was teleported outside as healing Gu masters gathered and quickly treated him. This person had made a mistake while handling the Gu materials. The poison from the materials seeped into his body, causing him to faint. Soon, he was saved and managed to wake up. Even though you woke up, your limbs are weak and your mind is fuzzy. You cannot continue with the competition. The healing Gu master felt pity for him. He was not weak. Many people thought he would succeed. This person laughed. So what if I failed? According to the great immortals, even if I fail in the competition, it will still benefit Central Continent. It will benefit the righteous path. Those demonic path immortals are trying their best to ruin our refinement path convention. They killed so many innocent lives. Even though we are mortals, we cannot give up on resisting them. Participating in the refinement path convention and keeping it going is our revenge against them. Even though his voice was weak, his content was firm, it felt like clashing swords. Good lad. The healing Gu master gave a thumbs up. I think so too. Those murderers are no immortals. They have no empathy at all. We must resist. We cannot let them win. Right at this moment, a change occurred in the square. Two young Gu masters stood up, holding a Gu worm in their hands. One of them was Hong Yi. He shouted, "I succeeded." "Good. Both of you succeeded. You will share the ranking of number 1. According to the rules, you can get a small reward from our sect." Gu Immortal Wu Fa's voice resounded in the square. Everyone started to envy them. The two young Gu masters looked at each other. They were neither too far nor too close to each other. One was at the center of the square while the other was at the northeast corner. "Report your names." Wu Fa said. He did not show up, but upon inspecting these two winners, his opinion of them increasingly grew. They were both very handsome and had great cultivation levels. "I am Hong Yi." Hong Yi said. "My name is Yi Fan." The other young man also spoke. White clouds moved beside him. Winds howled by his ears. Fong Yuan flew rapidly in the sky. A trace of blood was still at the corner of his lips. In the intense battle against rank 8s earlier, he did not leave unscathed. Especially at the end, after his plot succeeded in killing Zhou Xiong Xian. The remaining 3 rank 8s decided to escape. They cooperated and broke Fong Yuan's formation. This formation was not made by Fong Yuan. Shadow Sect had created it long ago using the natural Dao marks of the area. It was a natural super formation. This super immortal formation had great power. It was similar to the one that Fong Yuan used to capture Xiacha and the rest. This immortal formation was usually concealed without any exposed traces. Shadow Sect created it so that the organization Defy could have a base camp when the time was ripe. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects occupied their own territory. They had the most resources. The Righteous Path, Lone Immortals, and Demonic Immortals were all desperately trying to survive between the cracks of these 10 great ancient sections. But the sect system was different from the clan system. They only focused on talents. Many cultivation geniuses did not lack talent. They lacked cultivation resources. It was the cause of their stagnation. As time passed, these people naturally developed lots of conflict with the Central Continent 10 great ancient sects. Shadow Sect thought of this and secretly gathered the Gu Immortals who were unhappy with the 10 great ancient sects, creating a loose organization that was very secretive, known as Defy. Defy was similar to Zombie Alliance. It was a branch of Shadow Sect. This was similar to the 10 great ancient sects and Heavenly Court. Shadow Sect had placed some hope in Defy, but unfortunately, it was not Fairy Z-Way's match even though it tried to hide. Right now, Defy was no more. Fairy Z-Way held great credit in completely eradicating it. Since Fong Yuan showed up and destroyed the competition locations of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, he had also thought about possible Heavenly Court pursuers. This super formation was his trump card. When he realized something amiss, he escaped to this location without going anywhere else. Zhou Xiong Xian used Rumor Cage Killer move and trapped Fong Yuan, feeling overjoyed. But he did not think that this was Fong Yuan's ambush from the very beginning. The super immortal formation did not let down Fong Yuan's expectations. When he used it, he immediately broke Rumor Cage's connection with the outside world, before completely crushing this immortal battlefield. Next, the immortal formation even stopped 3 rank 8s for a breath of time, so that Fong Yuan had the crucial time to kill Zhou Xiong Xian. Finally, using the immortal formation, Fong Yuan fought against the remaining 3 rank 8s, but the immortal formation had already expended itself. This kind of immortal formation created using natural Dao marks had a weakness as well: the environment could be destroyed. The 3 central continent rank 8s knew this and managed to destroy the immortal formation. The immortal formation was destroyed. Fang Yuan also suffered a backlash like Zhou Xiong Xian. Immortal killer moves were like this: the stronger they were, the greater the backlash. When they got broken, they were simply double-edged swords. But Fang Yuan was mentally prepared. He was not caught unguarded like Zhou Xiong Xian. The 3 central continent rank 8s did not use this chance. They were bent on retreating. Fang Yuan did not have an immortal battlefield or an immortal formation to obstruct them. They were able to escape. He had peak rank 8 battle strength. He could defeat these 3 people, but killing them was too hard. Unless he could trap them or make use of a rare opportunity like how he killed Zhou Xiong Xian. Normally, Fang Yuan relied on Luo Pasil, Spring Scissors, Winter Coat, 5-finger fist heart sword, and other methods to maintain his upper-tier rank 8 battle strength. He worked hard to raise these many immortal goo. It was not for fun. But when he became the immemorial year monkey, his battle strength would rise to peak rank 8. The difference was because of his Dao marks. In the contest for the Red Lotus True Inheritance, Fang Yuan neither won nor lost. In the Dragon Palace contest, Fang Yuan lost. But afterwards, Heaven form did not disappoint. It finally found the hidden location of the crucial immortal goo inside Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan had also used the Dream Realm to raise his transformation path attainment level during this period. He first used Familiar Face to disguise himself before entering the Grotto Heaven and using his theft path methods to steal all of the immortal goo inside. Even though that Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit was clear-minded, how could it compare to the crafty Fang Yuan? At this point, Fang Yuan no longer had any concerns. He changed his identity again and inherited the Beast Calamity True Inheritance. The pitiful Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit was completely deceived. Even when Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven got annexed, it did not discover Fang Yuan's true identity. This Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was a crucial turning point. Normally speaking, an earthly calamity gave a goo immortal 250 Dao marks, Heavenly Tribulation was 750, Grand Tribulation was 7,250, while Myriad Tribulations were even higher at 86,750. These were just the average numbers. Some calamities and tribulations were more ferocious, and goo immortals would gain more Dao marks for passing them. Rank 7 goo immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, while rank 8 goo immortals faced a heavenly tribulation every 10 years. Rank 7 goo immortals faced a heavenly tribulation every 50 years, while rank 8 goo immortals faced a grand tribulation every 50 years. Rank 7 goo immortals faced a grand tribulation every 100 years, while rank 8 goo immortals faced a myriad tribulation every 100 years. One myriad tribulation gave 80,000 Dao marks. It was more than 10 times of a grand tribulation. This was also the reason why rank 8 goo immortals often suppressed rank 7. The difference in their Dao marks was just too high. Fang Yuan annexed Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, which had already passed one myriad tribulation. Even though the Grotto Heaven's original owner, Beast Calamity Immortal, died after the first myriad tribulation, the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven that he left behind passed many calamities and tribulations afterwards. It was not far from its second myriad tribulation. That was to say, forget about all the other Dao marks in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Just in terms of transformation path Dao marks alone, it had more than 100,000. And Fang Yuan himself already had nearly 100,000 transformation path Dao marks. He originally had 50,000, but he killed many Heavenly Court rank 7 experts in the River of Time. He annexed a lot of blessed lands and gained a lot of Dao marks from various paths. Thus, after annexing Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, his transformation path Dao marks reached 200,000. This number was terrifying. Rank 8 goo immortals who cultivate transformation path would need to pass 2 myriad tribulations in order to obtain so many transformation path Dao marks. Bo Qing was a rank 8 goo immortal who had passed 2 myriad tribulations. Duke Long was 2. When Fang Yuan transforms into the immemorial year monkey, these transformation path Dao marks would turn into time path Dao marks. Don't forget, after annexing Xiacha's Grotto Heaven, Fang Yuan had 70,000 time path Dao marks. In the River of Time, he killed the 3 Xuanzi and annexed their immortal apertures. His time path Dao marks surpassed 100,000. 200,000 added with 100,000. After becoming an immemorial year monkey, Fang Yuan would have a total of 300,000 time path Dao marks. What did that imply? If a rank 8 Gu Immortal cultivated time path without any special fortuitous encounters, they would need to pass a third myriad tribulation. But after passing a myriad tribulation, they would be a rank 9 venerable. Of course, rank 9 Gu venerables would definitely have more than 300,000 Dao marks. This was just a starting point. Even so, in terms of time path Dao marks, Fang Yuan had reached pseudo-immortal venerable level. Along with his rank 8 time path Immortal Gu and many useful rank 8 time path killer moves, his battle strength was to the extent of peak rank 8. Earlier, when Fang Yuan fought against Li Huang, he used Luo Pasil and could not break through Luo Pasil's verdant sun flame cloak. But now, Fang Yuan became the immemorial year monkey. He was looking forward to the clash between Spring Scissors and Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. But against Duke Long, it will still be difficult. Fang Yuan's gaze was deep. There were many things that influenced battle strength. Dao marks were one aspect, Immortal Gu were also another aspect, the Immortal Aperture's foundation was another, and number of methods was also one. Fang Yuan did not lack Dao marks. He had 3 time path Immortal Gu, it was just passable. But in terms of killer moves, he was too weak. Even though he modified Spring Scissors killer move multiple times and raised its strength, the core was unchanged. He only had these few moves. As for Duke Long, Fang Yuan had witnessed his fight against Purple Mountain True Monarch. Be it Transformation Path or Chi Path Dao marks, he had at least 300,000 Dao marks. One Duke Long also had more than 3 rank 8 Immortal Gu for sure. Duke Long's immortal killer moves were numerous and profound. Especially moves like Triple Chi Retraction. It was a divine technique that could not be guarded against. Because of all these elements, Duke Long had pseudo-immortal venerable battle strength. Pseudo-immortal venerable had the word venerable in it. It was not easy to achieve. Precisely so, Duke Long was able to obtain Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace in front of all the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. This showed how powerful he was, even though he got injured in the process. Pseudo-immortal venerable was still not an immortal venerable. The difference between the two was night and day. Fang Yuan did not lack confidence. He was filled with confidence in himself. But this was built upon his self-awareness. He knew very clearly how strong he really was. Thus, Fang Yuan was wary of Duke Long simply because his battle strength was not on par with the latter. This human path people's accusation killer move is getting stronger. Even though I have little understanding of human path, I can see that the situation is getting worse. Fang Yuan frowned lightly. He had deep wisdom path attainment that even Fairy Ziwei did not dare to underestimate. The emotions of wisdom path Gu immortals were usually not without reason. They were mostly premonition. I cannot resolve people's accusation using Emperor Yama. The more times I show up in Central Continent and the longer I stay, the stronger this people's accusation killer move becomes. But now, the real fight has not started yet. Even though many incidents have occurred in Central Continent, they are just small scuffles. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan made up his mind. Raising a troop just for a single battle, it is time to let them out. In the battle against Zhou Xiong Xian earlier, Fang Yuan waited patiently but did not get to meet Duke Long. Now that the super immortal formation was destroyed, Fang Yuan had no confidence of facing Duke Long alone. To be honest, Duke Long's refusal to show up was giving Fang Yuan immense pressure and threat. He had to conceal his traces and reduce the risks involved. Next, I will let Bai Ningbing and the rest cause havoc everywhere. I should try and lay low now. This great battle has just begun. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a cold light. Central Continent. There was an untroubled island floating in the sky, Carefree Island. This was the territory of Grand Pavilion Sect. A round of the Gu refinement competition was about to end. The 3 Gu immortals defending Carefree Island also relaxed. One looked outside at the clouds as he stretched his body. It is finally over. This is the most tiring experience I've ever had in guarding the refinement path convention. Haha, that's true. But there is no helping it, that demon Fang Yuan is too vicious. Many people from other regions are also holding ill intent. After this mission is over, I will treat you guys to wine. Oh? Your 9-flow wine is very famous. To think that I would get to taste it. Ha ha ha. It is an exaggeration. The Gu Immortal who was praised quickly waved his hand, but suddenly, his expression froze. Guh. He had a shocked expression as his body turned stiff. He fell down onto the ground, dead. Be careful. Enemy attack. His soul has dissipated. The remaining 2 rank 7 Gu Immortals were shocked. They activated their defensive methods. Next, they saw that the Gu Masters in the competition fell one by one. They had all died. The 2 Gu Immortals staring with a furious expression as they watched. Right when they were about to complete their mission, they were attacked. They are so vicious. To be actually attacking mortal Gu Masters. Quickly come out. Which demonic coward is it? You only dare to sneak attack? The 2 Gu Immortals shouted. The competition grounds were in chaos. People continued to fall. You want to see me? A smile resounded. I will grant you your wish. Amidst his laughter, Ing Wuxie appeared. Demon, go and die. The 2 Gu Immortals gritted their teeth. They moved and attacked. Ing Wuxie stood on the spot without moving. He smiled as he looked at the 2 with a mocking gaze. The 2 Gu Immortals were still moving when their expressions suddenly changed. Their speed fell drastically. We are already hit? But earlier, what move is this? The 2 rank 7 Gu Immortals fell on the ground, watching as Ing Wuxie walked towards them. Ing Wuxie smiled, keeping the 3 Gu Immortal corpses. Lord Sect Leader wants your immortal apertures after all. He gave a final glance at the competition ground. There was nobody standing anymore. It was a field of corpses. A moment later, Ing Wuxie flew out of Carefree Island. The entire island was filled with dead silence. Not a single living being remained. At the same time, at the upper stream of Scale Light River, He Lulan shouted, obstructing me with a mere immortal formation? Before she finished her words, her aura surged and filled the world, radiating towards her surroundings, causing huge winds to gather and blow. Boom! An immortal formation was unleashed. The immortal formation that had its maximum defense put up was shattered. Puff, puff, puff. The Gu Immortals defending this place spat out blood as they suffered a backlash. He Lulan laughed sinisterly as strength path phantoms appeared around her, charging towards the Gu Immortals. 100 Segment Forest. Bai Ningbing stepped on the snow as she walked slowly. The green and lush bamboo forest had been frozen entirely. It was like a bug trapped in amber, unable to move at all. The grassland was covered in thick snow. There was no vitality left. On the competition stage at the center of the bamboo forest, hundreds of mortal Gu Masters were frozen into statues. Not a person survived. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and Ing Wuxie had been cultivating on the Stone Lotus Island. After Future Self Killer move was used on them, they could use their Future Self's battle strength. They became elites among rank 7 Gu Immortals. Ordinary characters were not their match. Seeing this result, Fang Yuan was pleased. Having the help of Future Self, these 3 grew rapidly and had the qualifications to join this huge battle. These 3 are geniuses with exemplary talent. Once their battle strength rose, they immediately made other rank 7s look weak. Now, it will depend on Heavenly Court's response. Heavenly Court. After getting the new information, Fairy Z Wei's expression turned grim again. She commanded Heavenly Court and spent a huge price to collect Time Path immortal materials from Treasure Yellow Heaven. In the end, she did not manage to restrict Fang Yuan's growth. Even his 3 subordinates had such great strength now. After the information got to Duke Long, he looked at the scene of the battle as bright light shined in his eyes. He was visibly moved. Fairy Ziwei could not tell, but Duke Long knew at once. He was silent for a while before saying, Fang Yuan, I actually underestimated you. Fairy Ziwei was confused. Lord Duke Long, what do you mean? The reason why these 3 gained a huge burst in strength is because of killer move Future Self. Duke Long said in a deep tone. Future Self. This was created by my first disciple. Back then, he used Spring Autumn Cicada to rebirth and lost his venerable cultivation level. To make up for this problem, he invented Future Self killer move. Duke Long answered. 2. It was now Fairy Ziwei's turn to feel shocked. Her brows were tight. She was in disbelief. I have already inspected Spectral Soul's memories. The Red Lotus true inheritance that he obtained does not contain future self. This means that Fang Yuan already has one Red Lotus true inheritance? Otherwise, how could he obtain future self? The river of time was clearly locked down by us. Duke Long shook his head. There is no point in discussing this anymore. It seems we need to pay close attention to Fang Yuan now. He might have some special methods in his possession. Duke Long no longer looked down on Fang Yuan. Or rather, he did not dare to look down on Red Lotus Demon Venerable. At once, Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Jing Yuan felt a heavy emotion. The trauma that Red Lotus Demon Venerable created enveloped them again. But next, Fang Yuan vanished completely. Only by Ningbing, He Lulan, and Ying Wuxie attacked with countless victories, causing chaos in Central Continent. What is Fang Yuan doing? Is he secretly saving up strength for a huge commotion? Fang Yuan did not act. It made Heavenly Court feel terrible. This was the same feeling as facing a notched arrow they were worried about when he would shoot. Fang Yuan was waiting, but Duke Long never showed up personally. The situation is getting worse. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, feeling that the situation was bad. Duke Long did not show up, even though Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention met with lots of obstacles. Regardless of sacrifices, it still continued. Especially when the competition was ongoing with fewer and fewer Gu Masters left. The number of locations also shrunk. Central Continent's members were no longer as dispersed. The strength at each location grew evidently. By Ningbing, He Lulan and the rest had to work together now. If they were alone, they could not destroy the competition grounds. Longevity Heaven also did not show up in time for Fang Yuan. At the start of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Bing Sichuan had contacted Fang Yuan. He wanted them to work together and destroy this Refinement Path Convention, to thwart Heavenly Court's plans. But until now, Longevity Heaven had not responded. Shadow Sect and I alone are not able to stop this competition, unless another strong force joins us. Fang Yuan knew clearly. Even though Shadow Sect killed many and obstructed the progress of the convention, as long as Duke Long remained unmoved, this competition would still continue with firm determination. And because Duke Long remained unmoved, the other 4 regions' Gu Immortals felt threatened. They did not dare to act. This was Duke Long's wisdom. Thus, Fang Yuan had to be the vanguard. Even though he seemed to be winning greatly, the truth was that the situation was still under Duke Long's control. From Fang Yuan's perspective, Central Continent's situation had not turned around. What should he do? After thinking over it for a long time, Fang Yuan decided to change his tactic. He stopped by Ningbing and the rest from attacking competition locations. Instead, they started to plunder resource points. Central Continent had abundant resources and even more resources in storage. For each location that by Ningbing and the rest plundered, Fang Yuan would put up the video in Treasure Yellow Heaven for all other Gu Immortals to see. This tactic did not work well for the first few days. Even though Bai Ningbing and the rest had great gains, Fang Yuan was not happy. But days later, more chaos ensued. Northern Plains' Sleeping Lady suddenly moved and attacked Combat Immortal Sex Formation, plundering a resource point completely. Gu Immortals that resembled Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shi Rang attacked Glass Mountain Range, completely emptying out the Super Forces territory. The 3 Gu Immortals that were stationed there died. An immemorial immortal material that was en route to Immortal Crane Sect was attacked by a bunch of mysterious Gu Immortals midway. The immemorial immortal material was stolen. Several days passed. More and more chaos broke out. It was truly a scene of raging flames. All sorts of famous resource points were plundered. Some were about to be robbed. Gu Immortals could be seen all over Central Continent, moving actively at every corner. Ha ha ha! The people's hearts are finally moved. At a secret location, Fang Yuan laughed heartily. His scheme was vicious. He made good use of others' greed. If he incited forces or Gu Immortals to attack forcefully and destroy the Refinement Path Convention, they would be hesitant. But if he pushed them to attack and rob resource points, avoiding conflict with Heavenly Court in the process, it was hard for them to resist the temptation. At the same time, These resources obtained would tempt the Gu immortals further. Their greed and desire would be amplified as time passed. As for those Gu immortals watching on the fence, how could they sit by and watch others plunder this many resources? Could they not feel anxious? After all, there was a finite amount of resources. If others got them first, they would not be able to obtain anything later. Fang Yuan changed his tactic and gained great results immediately. The whole of Central Continent fell into chaos. Western Desert, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, and Northern Plains Gu immortals appeared consecutively. Even lone and demonic immortals from Central Continent were also trying their luck. Fang Yuan, I want you to die a terrible death. Fairy Ziwei gritted her teeth in anger. Duke Long sighed deeply. People's hearts are not longer as they used to be. 3. Even so, Duke Long did not give up his plan. He continued to push for the Refinement Path Convention's progress. Those competition locations were heavily guarded by many Gu immortals. It was because Heavenly Court gathered their forces around here that their resource points were relatively weaker now. People could plunder them easily. It could be said that Fang Yuan's change of plans had been tailored to Duke Long's own tactic. It was a direct counter. Duke Long's determination did not waver. Even though Central Continent was a complete mess, he still defended the Refinement Path Convention. His tactic had Fang Yuan grit his teeth. There was nothing he could do. Duke Long refused to react to any of the interferences. It forced Fang Yuan to attack. But Fang Yuan would not act rashly, because he knew that he was not Heavenly Court's match, and right now other forces had not entered the battle yet. If he acted too quickly, he would just end up as their stepping stone. Comment thus. Fang Yuan continued to wait silently. Central Continent, Earth Chi Rock Forest. Poof, poof, poof. A huge gush of earth chi surged out from the cave below the rock forest. Rock pillars were erected one by one. Some were small as bamboos, while others were as large as ancient trees. Western Desert Earth Path Gu Immortal Shi Gondang assessed the earth chi rock forest from afar, having a complex expression. This earth chi rock forest produced a vast amount of earth path cultivation resources, one of which was round Kuan stone. It was something that Shi Gondang desperately needed. It was a pity that this round Kuan stone had never been sold in large numbers before in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Because this was the territory of one of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, they needed this round Kuan stone themselves. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, I had to raise the prices, but the Gu immortals still refused to sell it. They even made fun of me. Now I can destroy this place and take all of the round Kuan stone away. I will be taking revenge. Shi Gondang breathed in deeply. His aura surged as he charged towards the clouds. Immortal killer move. Heavenly descending triple mountains. Boom! 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 3 mountains crashed down from the sky, landing on the formation protecting the rock forest. A large amount of trees were directly crushed by these huge mountains. Shi Gondang did not feel pity at all. He took several deep breaths as he ran around the area with a pale face. He kept all of the immortal materials in this forest, including round Kuan stones, in his immortal aperture. Central Continent, Spirit Bank Spring. Which rat dares to come after this place? I have already discovered you. Why don't you show yourself? The one guarding this place was an expert rank 7 Gu immortal from ancient soul sect, Yangfeng. He had broad shoulders and a thin waist. His spine was straight as a spear. His body was emanating a strong manly aura. He had long green hair that stood right up, looking like it was piercing the heavens. His black pupils carried sharp, piercing light in them. People could not look at him in the eye. He wore a martial uniform and there was a brown belt around his waist. His wrists were also protected by 2 jade braces. Spirit Bank Spring was not an ordinary resource, it was quite unique. Ancient Soul Sect sent Yangfeng here because they did not want to lose it. Yangfeng shouted. A Gu immortal slowly walked out. He was an old man with a hunched back. He slowly walked while holding a cane. Yangfeng snorted. Old man, you are already so old. You should treasure your remaining days. Why are you courting death now? The old Gu immortal chuckled. I can't help it. I need some Spirit Bank spring water. Yangfeng snorted coldly. There is not even enough spring water for our ancient soul sect's own supreme elders. How can we give you any? The old Gu immortal sighed deeply. In that case, I can only snatch some for myself. Yang Feng raised his head and laughed loudly. Old man, you are quite daring. You have the guts to fight me. Tell me, what is your name? The old Gu Immortal smiled as he said with deep meaning, I have long forgotten about my name, but others like to call me Forgotten Taoist. You are Forgotten Taoist? Yang Feng's body shook. Deep shock was expressed in his eyes. Next, his expression became dazed as he asked, Wait, what was your name? The old man was silent and did not move. He only smiled at Yang Feng. Yang Feng was dazed as he frowned while looking at the old Gu Immortal. Who are you? Why are you here? A moment later, after Forgotten Taoist took away the Spirit Bank spring water, Yang Feng watched as he left, before reacting. Who are you? You are acting so suspicious. Stand right there. After Forgotten Taoist vanished, Yang Feng looked at the dried spirit spring as he said with deep anger, shock, and suspicion. Damn it! Who stole the Spirit Bank spring water? I guarded it so deeply. How did anyone even steal it? 1 inch oh no, I need to report to the sect. But at the next moment, Yang Feng was dazed again. What am I doing here? Oh right. I took a mission to defend this Spirit Bank spring. I cannot let outsiders in. Humph, with me around. I want to see who dares to come here and court death. 3 Central Continent, within a mountain range. A huge battle ended. Central Continent's Gu Immortals from the 10 great sects left with deep hatred. You better remember this. Scram, loser. Xiao Huqi laughed coldly, turning to look at the person beside him with a cold gaze. Beside him was a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. He was so thin his bones could be seen. His skin was wrinkled and dry, sticking close to his bones. Veins could be seen on his skin. They were everywhere. He was Northern Plains Demonic Path Rank 7 Gu Immortal Pai Shui Han. Not long ago, Xiao Huqi and him both went after this resource. They collaborated and forced the Central Continent Gu Immortal who was guarding this place away. Only the two of them were left. The atmosphere became very peculiar. Friend, how should we split the resources? Xiao Huqi pretended to be polite. Pai Shui Han snorted coldly. He said without hesitation. You can also scram now. Xiao Huqi was dazed before laughing from anger. I am a rank 7 expert of Western Desert's Xiao clan. Who are you? You are truly short-sighted, but your nature is very arrogant. You talk a lot of crap. Pai Shui Han had a look of disdain. He directly attacked Xiao Huqi. Xiao Huqi's expression sank, but he also attacked Pai Shui Han without any fear. The two fought for over 10 rounds. Xiao Huqi was slowly losing the edge. But at this moment, Xiao Shi Rang appeared from the horizon. Xiao Huqi was overjoyed. He joined up with Xiao Shi Rang and fought Pai Shui Han together. But after a moment, Xiao Shi Rang and Xiao Huqi were forced to retreat. They left with deep anger. Who is this person? For just this little amount of cultivation resources, he is fighting as if his life depends on it. Xiao Huqi gritted his teeth. He was also a courageous person, a general of Western Desert's Superforce Xiao clan. But in battle, he saw how crazy Pai Shui Han acted. He was completely suppressed. If I am not wrong, he is Northern Plains Demonic Path Gu Immortal Pai Shui Han. Xiao Shi Rang said plainly. Xiao Huqi was dazed. So it was a Northern Plains brute. No wonder. Forget it. Central Continent has so many resources, we do not need to compete with such maniacs. Time passed. Earth vein tremors occurred. The 5 regions' regional walls continued to dissolve. The fusion of earth veins caused much less commotion in Central Continent than the Gu Immortals that were going around plundering resources. The huge Central Continent was originally filled with beautiful mountains and rivers. But now, it was filled with fire and smoke. People like Forgotten Taoist who only took resources were still fine. But when most Gu Immortals acted, they would be like Shirgondang, directly destroying the resource points. They were very vicious. Several days later, Heavenly Court. Okay, we have accumulated enough human will now. In the hall, old man Zheng Yuan spoke. Fairy Ziwei heard this and let out a sigh of relief. She became quite energetic again. These days, bad news had been reaching her one by one. Central Continent suffered huge losses everywhere. Fairy Ziwei felt immense pressure weighing on her. Oh? Then use it now, Zhang Yuan. Duke Long said with a plain expression. Old man Zhang Yuan nodded. He stood up shakily as a grand and vast aura surged out of his body. Immortal killer move. People's united hearts. The accumulated human will was expended rapidly. Almost none was left. At the same time, the entire central continent's Gu immortals, Gu masters, and even mortals became enveloped in a halo of light. The halo flashed for a moment, it was like an illusion. But central continent's people soon found something special. What is the meaning of this? Such a mystical feeling. I seem to be connected with the people around me. I can sense what they are feeling directly. After the initial shock, people soon found out the profundity of people's united hearts. It could connect everyone's hearts together and allow them to feel each other's emotions. The fear of being attacked, the sadness and hatred of having friends and family die, the worry towards one's own life, and the aspirations towards one's future. Never had central continent's people been so tightly connected before in history. Who are you? Why do you hold such animosity towards us? At a competition location, a Northern Plains Gu immortal was suddenly exposed. He was like a torch in the darkness. His true feelings could not be concealed. Everyone found out about him. He had a handsome face and wore a white robe. He was thin and had a scholarly aura. It was Northern Plains rank 7 demonic path Gu immortal, unfettered scholar. Such an amazing human path killer move. Even though I concealed myself, I was exposed. Unfettered scholar suppressed his shock as he smiled viciously towards the people around him. There were multiple rank 7 experts guarding this place. They surrounded unfettered scholar tightly. You disguised yourself to attend the refinement convention. You must be after the success Dao mark? Leave. If you leave now, we will not find trouble with you, the Gu immortal leader said. Unfettered scholar laughed, saying to the leader, So you really were here, I did not come in vain. He said so with deep killing intent. The Gu immortal leader was confused. Who are you? Do we have any grudges? Humph, so you forgot already. I have not forgotten it. Back then, you exterminated my clan. Today, as the last person remaining, I will take your life. Unfettered scholar burst out with his killer move. It was his signature method, 1,000 disintegrations. An hour later, unfettered scholar left with an injured body. He flew into the sky while laughing and shedding tears of joy. Nobody in the competition ground was left alive. At another competition ground. Friend, please show yourself. The defending Gu immortal spoke politely and warmly. Found me, huh? Southern border secluded immortal Zheng Qing shook his head as he walked out of the square. I have no ill intentions. I just want to experience the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. After all, this is likely the final one. Zheng Qing smiled bitterly. He was a secluded cultivator in southern border. He had obtained a Genesis Lotus True inheritance by chance. He did not hold much animosity towards Central Continent. The defending Gu immortal nodded. Through people's united hearts, we can sense your intentions. It is a pity that you cannot continue with this competition anymore. I understand. If you don't mind, you can stay here and we can interact with each other. It's fine. Zhang Qing shook his head, leaving quietly. Some people wreaked havoc, some left peacefully. But no matter what, people's united hearts was very profound. It allowed them to discern who were the enemies. The unstable elements hidden in the competition were eliminated. Central Continent no longer had any internal threats. Duke Long affirmed his tactic as he continued to press forward with it. The finals of this Refinement Path Convention started at long last. This is the final chance. Why is nobody acting? What are they waiting for? Fong Yuan gritted his teeth. He could not help but watch as Heavenly Court got closer to success. But Longevity Heaven did not respond. It is time, let's move out. At a certain corner of Central Continent, Wu Yong suddenly appeared. Behind him were many Southern Alliance Gu immortals. Wu Yong looked around as he said, Everyone, I do not need to explain the situation. We cannot let Fate Gu be fully restored. Otherwise, Heavenly Court's advantage would be too huge. Follow me. Let us destroy infallible blessed land. Let's take all the success Tao marks and make heavenly court taste failure. We will follow Lord Alliance leader. The Southern Alliance Immortals said together. They had high morale. Oh no! Wu Yong is leading a band of southern border Gu Immortals. They suddenly appeared near infallible blessed land. In heavenly court, Fairy Zi Wei's expression suddenly turned to shock. Oh? They finally showed up. Duke Long said plainly. He still sat in his seat without any change of expression. Fairy Zi Wei breathed in deeply. She frowned deeply, feeling a different kind of pressure. Because Southern Border's Gu Immortals were very united in this expedition, they were different from those Gu Immortals from the other 4 regions that caused chaos. And most importantly, they targeted an important place. It was infallible blessed land. If infallible blessed land fell, it would be a disaster to heavenly court. The huge price they paid to forcibly hold the Refinement Path Convention would be wasted as Southern Border's Immortals intercept and steal their gains. Don't be flustered. We already expected infallible blessed land's location to be leaked. For this reason, we have already set up a super immortal formation nearby. Right now, the initiative is in our hands. Everything will progress smoothly. Duke Long instructed. Fairy Zi Wei nodded respectfully. She used her method as the scene of infallible blessed land showed up in the hall. Next, she hesitated before transmitting to Wu Yong. Wu Yong, don't forget that we had cooperated last time. If you want to continue being the Southern Border Alliance leader, you should know what to do. Wu Yong received news and snickered. He felt a sense of disdain in his heart. The great Zi Wei, even as a wisdom path great expert, is nothing much in the end. He did not even bother to reply to Fairy Zi Wei. His entire concentration was placed on his killer move. Immortal killer move. Unlimited wind. A dark green wind started to blow, sweeping everywhere. Soon, the wind grew to become a huge tornado pillar. It charged forward with a thunderous roar. Along the way, trees were uprooted, rocks were sent flying. It was truly unstoppable with unparalleled might. Seeing that the wind was approaching with great power, the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals defending the area sighed as they activated the Super Immortal Formation. Creak creak. The halo created by the Immortal Formation was constantly eroded by the unlimited wind. It soon made creaking sounds. It was sharp and piercing. The Central Continent Gu Immortals used the methods inside the Immortal Formation, but any move that tried to weaken unlimited wind showed little effect. It is useless. I have never used this move easily before because it would expend 10,000 of my wind path Tao marks. But after paying this price, this wind is long-lasting and can only be resisted by specific techniques. Wu Yong spoke. His expression was plain, but his eyes flickered with a sharp and cold light. Such determination. Such will. Seeing this, Fairy Zi Wei, who was inside Heavenly Court, sighed from the bottom of her heart. Wu Yong paid such a huge price to use unlimited wind. It showed his unwavering determination. Nothing could change his mind. Wu Yong had an ordinary appearance of a middle-aged man. He had a strong body and sharp eyebrows, giving him a dark and hazy aura. Right now, he was standing in front of the Immortals. He stood tall and proud, being a leader that had great disposition. Fairy Zi Wei memorized his appearance in her heart. She realized that she had underestimated him. Southern Border's Wu Yong. A truly formidable person. He had Wu Clan's bravery and courage, but he was also able to control his own emotions and conceal them deeply. When Wu Duxiu was around, he kept a low profile and reputation. Even Wu Duxiu underestimated him. Only on her deathbed did she realize that her son had such methods. When he first took her position, Southern Border was in chaos. Other clans pressured Wu Clan and they lost a lot of territory. Using his strength and clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, Wu Yong turned the situation around. After the Battle of the Dream Realm, Wu Yong took a risk and worked with Heavenly Court. He took back the immortal Gu of the Southern Border Immortals. He returned all these immortal Gu and that action gave him great reputation. In the 5 regional mountain range, he wanted to kill Fang Yuan but failed time and again. After that, even though Lu Wei-yin had the title of Paradise Earth's inheritor, he could not take down Wu Yong. He still remained as the alliance leader of the Southern Alliance. Right now, Heavenly Court was at a crucial moment in restoring Fate Gu. Wu Yong led all the Southern Alliance elites in this battle. He disregarded Fairy Ziwei's threat, because he knew what the big picture was. They could not allow Heavenly Court to obtain the complete Fate Immortal Gu once more. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Unlimited wind continued to attack, eroding the formation. The defending Heavenly Court Gu Immortals tried all ways to stop it, but they failed. This move was too powerful. It was Wu Yong's trump card. This was the first time he had used it. Not just Heavenly Court. Even when Southern Borders Gu Immortals saw it, they were shocked, and under their joyful expressions were wariness and fear. Soon, a hole opened in the formation as Wu Yong waved. Everyone, now is the time to risk your lives. Charge in with me and kill. Southern Borders Immortals entered as the defending Heavenly Court Gu Immortals became nervous. They're in, quick! Activate the second layer formation. Southern Borders Immortals felt that the scenery changed. Jade blue light appeared and turned into countless flying pink flowers. They flew rapidly and rotated all over the place, enveloping the Southern Border Immortals. A rank 7 Gu Immortal stood up. He had a halberd-like beard. He was heroic and brave. His name was Tai Gon Gu, a pillar of support for Tai Clan. He had peak rank 7 battle strength. Against such a strong force, he felt no fear. He shouted loudly as golden light flickered on his body. A dense number of golden halberds formed. Go! Countless halberds rained down furiously and crashed into the torrent of flying flowers. As they collided, the flying flowers and golden halberd both disintegrated into powder and fragments. The formation's attack was rank 8 level, but Taigon Gu actually held up against it. He did not fall into a disadvantage. Formation Path Great Expert rank 8 Gu Immortal Chi Chu Yu was standing beside him, trying to deduce the weakness of this formation. In this attack, Chi Chu Yu was bound to be the most useful person. A few breaths of time later, the golden halberds were slowly suppressed by the endless flowers. Rank 7 Gu Immortal Shang Ke stood out. He stretched out his palm as a bloody hole opened up. The strong suction force absorbed many flowers. Yi Hei Ting growled. Blue lightning sparks appeared on his body as he helped Tai Gon Gu with the situation. Meanwhile, rank 7 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xia Lu Pei stood behind Chi Chu Yu, placing his palm on Chi Chu Yu's back, using Wisdom Path methods to help accelerate his deduction speed. After a while, Chi Chu Yu acted. Professionals were specialized in different fields. Using his methods, the formation became slow. The weaknesses that were exposed were evident even to Gu Immortals not in formation path. Boom, boom, boom. Southern Borders Gu Immortals did not intend to hold back. They immediately attacked with many powerful killer moves, destroying the second formation. Southern Borders Immortals progressed into the third formation. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were deeply shocked. With friend Chi here, what formation can stop us? Wu Yong laughed loudly. The remaining Immortals had high morales. Chi Chu Yu smiled bitterly. My deduction method cannot be used easily. It expends my lifespan. But in this battle, I cannot hold back. Southern Borders Immortals shook. Wu Yong could not help but look at Chi Chu Yu. Both could see each other's determination. But soon, Chi Chu Yu started frowning. I do not need to deduce this third formation. It is very simple and easy. The formation core is that largest tree at the center of the forest. The formation was easily understood. Heavenly Court purposely did this. It was very difficult to destroy. Because this forest was very special, it could eliminate the power of any killer move. Each tree was made of holy burial wood. The most central formation core was immemorial desolate plant level. If Southern Borders Immortals wanted to destroy these trees, they would need to use their physical bodies. However, there were countless vines on these trees. They were not simple. Some were green dragon vines, some were lightning vines, and some were chainsaw heart vines. The third formation was made using the Tao marks of this forest. To destroy this formation, attacking other areas was useless. They had to destroy this holy burial forest. Southern Borders Immortals thought about it. They released the ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts in their immortal apertures. The beast groups charged into the forest and attacked the vines. Blood splattered all over. A while later, half of the beasts were sacrificed. The remaining were dazed in the forest. while the last portion fought among themselves. Southern Border's immortals had grim expressions. So this place also has 7-star internal conflict grass. It makes these ancient desolate beasts fight each other. Even though immemorial desolate beasts are unaffected, they are obstructed by this beast digesting rotten chi. This beast digesting rotten chi had dense poison path Dao marks. It did not affect desolate plants, variant humans, or pure humans. It only affected wild beasts. It could make immemorial desolate beasts turn thin. Their skin and internal organs would dissolve. Southern Border's immortals failed in their attempts. Wu Yong was about to take out his clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building when someone stood up. "Let me try." The immortals looked over. This Gu immortal had a bald head. He had muscular shoulders and body. It was Ba Clan's rank 7 Gu immortal Ba Xiong. "Even though I am not a strength path Gu immortal, I cultivate transformation path. Let me charge in and destroy the holy burial wood. However, I only have peak rank 7 battle strength. I would like Lord Yi Hao Fong to support me." Ba Xiong said expressionlessly. The immortals were slightly moved. Ba Xiong only had peak rank 7 battle strength. He was not a rank 8 Gu immortal, yet he was willing to take a risk that would kill him with any slight carelessness. Yi Hao Fong looked towards Ba Clan's first supreme elder Ba Shi Ba. Seeing that the latter nodded, he used his method on Ba Xiong. His reinforcement method was not just famous in Southern Border, it was renowned in the world. Ba Xiong immediately felt an unparalleled strength flowing in his body. He flew out and used his killer move, turning into a giant as he charged rapidly towards the center. The Heavenly Court Gu immortals were naturally not going to ignore him. They started to attack him. Southern Border's Gu immortals quickly helped to assist Ba Xiong's advancement. Eventually, Ba Xiong was bathed in blood. His skin was torn and countless wounds could be seen as his bones became exposed. He had exerted himself in destroying the central holy burial wood at long last. In just a few minutes, Southern Border's Gu immortals had broken 3 formations. Next, it will depend on the rest of you. Ba Xiong was heavily injured. He had lost his strength to continue in this fight. "Friend, you were courageous and fought a dangerous battle. No matter how this battle ends up, you will gain huge merits in our Southern Alliance. We will definitely reward you handsomely when we return," Wu Yong said with certainty. Ba Xiong smiled lightly. "I risked my life because I was moved by Lords Wu Yong and Qi Chuyu. Heavenly Court had already gone overboard many times when they invaded our Southern Border. If they truly repaired fake Gu, what would we do?" "That is exactly right." Wu Yong nodded. He looked at the immortals around him. His confidence surged to 10 times that of earlier. Central Continent had people's united hearts, while Southern Border's immortals were unified in their objective. With such a grand force, what fortress could they not take down? Central Continent, Hidden Dragon Cave, Grand Formation. Myriad dragons flew around, encircling Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortal Song Chi Yuan like a huge ball made of dragons. These ancient poison dragons are clearly made from the formation's power, yet they are so agile and act as if they are real. Song Chi Yuan defended himself as he pondered. He wanted to kill these ancient poison dragons. There was no issue with that, but even if he got rid of them, there were other obstacles awaiting him. The tens of thousands of ancient poison dragons were formed using the formation's power. Song Chi Yuan had to destroy this formation to target their root source. Otherwise, even if he killed the ancient poison dragons, he would not be able to break out of the formation. "It is a pity my formation path attainment is too low. Even until now, I have not found any flaws." Song Chi Yuan gritted his teeth. Immortal killer move, perfect round light. He used his defensive method as his body became shielded by a ball-shaped yellow barrier. Regardless of how ferocious the ancient poison dragons were, they could not break this thin light barrier. From this, one could see how deep Song Chi Yuan's light path foundation was. Unfortunately, his opponent was this super formation. He needed formation path understanding instead. There were many Gu master paths, like earlier when Fong Yuan was countered by Heavenly Court's human path and information path methods. Song Chi Yuan was also countered by formation path. Even though rank 8 Gu immortals could usually mimic other paths, and Song Chi Yuan could use light path to mimic the effects of formation path, He was facing against a super-immortal formation that Heavenly Court had paid a huge price to create. It was the grand formation that could seal legendary immemorial desolate beast Di Zongsheng. Song Qiyuan, who could not find any flaws, could only defend himself while waiting for a chance to appear. Inside the formation's control area, Old Man Bei Feng manipulated the super-immortal formation as he observed the situation of the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. A young-looking rank 6 Gu Immortal was beside him. It was Old Man Bei Feng's grandson Feng Chanzi. Feng Chanzi looked at the images as he cheered. "Grandfather, this is great. These rank 8 Gu Immortals are all trapped and unable to escape. We have made a huge contribution. We can definitely atone for our mistake and leave this cursed place. Grandfather, you can also become a true member of Heavenly Court." One Old Man Bei Feng shook his head. He had a solemn gaze. "Grandson, you are not clear of the true situation. These rank 8 Gu Immortals have not exhausted their means. Most of them are unharmed. They are unable to break the essence of this formation, so they chose to observe for now, waiting for reinforcements. Once they find any flaw, they would attack with unparalleled and shocking might." Feng Chanzi was stunned and frightened. Then what do we do? Grandfather, didn't we seek reinforcements long ago? Why have Heavenly Court's reinforcements not arrived yet? Old Man Bei Feng was silent for a moment before he said, "How can we know what Heavenly Court is planning? We can only guard this place to the best of our abilities now." After Old Man Bei Feng said that, the formation started to shake. "What is going on?" A rank 8 Gu Immortal found out a flaw of the formation. Feng Chanzi was shocked. "No, it is that evil dragon." Old Man Bei Feng's expression turned pale all of a sudden. Hidden Dragon Cave, it was renowned for sealing evil dragon Di Zongsheng. Right now, Di Zongsheng was struggling. It wanted to get up. Old Man Bei Feng could not help but resist bitterly. Di Zongsheng was not ordinary. It was created from endless hatred, anger, and grudges. All these negative emotions in Central Continent's earth veins. It was originally sealed and constantly struggled. If it succeeded, there would be a huge earthquake. Old Man Bei Feng was guarding it. One of the reasons was to stop the evil dragon from causing huge earthquakes in Central Continent. But now, Feng Yuan and the other region's Gu Immortals rampaged in Central Continent, attacking countless life forms. A vast amount of grudges, hatred, and fear were generated. Di Zongsheng absorbed these emotions and gained a huge boost in strength. When the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals attacked the formation, it was already alerted. The crafty Di Zongsheng held its patience and gathered strength. By causing a scene now, Old Man Bei Feng was caught off guard. Old Man Bei Feng quickly reacted and tried to use the formation's power to suppress Di Zongsheng. After that, Old Man Duke Long used this formation. It weakened by 30%. Right now, my strength has secretly risen by at least 50%. Old Man Bei Feng, if you escape now, you might survive. Otherwise, when I destroy this formation, I will tear your corpse to pieces." Di Zongsheng roared. Its voice was thunderous and caused tremors in this huge earth trench. "Don't even think about it." Old Man Bei Feng had a grim expression, but his determination did not waver. "I found a flaw." In a formation space, Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortal Qing Yuan stared with opened eyes as his aura burst out like a volcano. Immortal Killer Move. Mountain Suppression. Bam. A huge phantom mountain appeared out of nowhere. It struck towards the formation's loophole while creating loud sounds resembling wind and thunder. Hidden Dragon Cave's super immortal formation had already reached its limits, facing Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals and Di Zongsheng. Now that Qing Yuan attacked it, it was like a broken bowstring. Puff! The formation collapsed. Old Man Bei Feng suffered a backlash and spat out mouthfuls of blood. His face turned pale as paper, and he was on the brink of death. Crack! Sounds of glass cracking could be heard. A huge portion of the immortal formation was destroyed. Only the control area was left. It was still pitifully defending the final bit of territory. Eastern Sea's immortals felt their vision shifting as they were all released. "I can sense it. The rank 8 Immortal Gu House is outside the immortal formation's core." Shun Songshang's eyes shined with bright light. "Charge!" Song Qi Yuan laughed loudly as he moved. Qing Yuan stayed behind to heal himself. He had suffered injuries in trying to destroy the formation. He was not a formation path Gu immortal, he could not resolve it through formation path means, he had used brute force instead. Di Zongsheng roared in excitement. Its voice was loud as thunder. It made all the Eastern Sea Immortals' expressions change. Quick! Destroy the control area. I am about to regain freedom. Ha ha ha! Old man Duke Long. After I get out, I will tear apart your tendons and eat you piece by piece. Di Zongsheng's voice was filled with hatred and rage. It sent a chill down all of the Immortals' spines. Grandfather, you must hang on. In the tattered formation control area, Feng Chanzi cried as he held onto Old Man Beifeng. He shuddered as he screamed, "Why have Heavenly Court's reinforcements not arrived yet?" Old Man Beifeng was still spitting out blood. There was a pool of blood beneath him now. Both of them fell into a desperate situation. Central Continent, Emperor City. This huge city was made of goo worms. It was known as the #1 mortal goo house in the world. At the same time, it was also the largest mortal gathering spot in the whole of Central Continent. The finals of Central Continent Refinement Path Convention would be held here. Feng Yuan was high in the sky, covered by layers of auspicious clouds. This was a luck path method meant to conceal his traces. Other than that, there were more than 10 immortal methods used by Feng Yuan on himself. He could barely defend against the investigative power of people's accusation. He did not have human path methods after all. This effect was already satisfactory. Right now, his gaze was focused on Emperor City. Nobody else has acted yet? Longevity Heaven has yet to respond. Damn it! Feng Yuan frowned deeply. He did not know that Southern Borders Immortals were already attacking infallible blessed land with great morale. Meanwhile, in Hidden Dragon Cave, Eastern Seas Immortals had also broken the formation. Only the core was left. I cannot let Heavenly Court repair Fate Gu fully. I will destroy this Emperor City and kill all of the Gu Masters that are in this final competition. Feng Yuan ordered. An immortal Gu house crashed down like a meteor. The immortal Gu house contained He Lu Lan, Bai Ningbing, Ing Wuxie, and Qi Clan's Gu Immortals. Could be said to contain almost all of Feng Yuan's subordinates now. Who dares to attack us? I will kill all of you. Li Huang's voice resounded. He was the rank 8 expert tasked to guard this place. As he said that, immortal Gu houses started to appear, revolving around Emperor City like planets moving around the sun. Feng Yuan sighed to himself. My immortal Gu house was made using by Xiang Grotto Heaven's 33 heavenly halls, along with the place where the killer move heaven form was stored. I also added in some Gu worms to barely assemble it. It is likely not the match of these immortal Gu houses. Even so, Feng Yuan did not ask them to retreat. He had expected this situation. But there was no choice. Time was tight. He had to do something. Feng Yuan made up his mind. When Bai Ningbing and the rest are unable to continue, he would show up personally. As expected, Bai Ningbing and the rest were attacked by many immortal Gu houses. They were suppressed from the start of the battle. Heavenly Court placed a huge line of defense here. It was simply ridiculous. A moment later, the immortal Gu house that Bai Ningbing and the rest were in became extremely damaged. They were soon to be defeated. Feng Yuan sighed. He was about to enter the battle when his expression froze. He looked towards another direction. Several rank 8 Gu immortals appeared. They were followed by several immortal Gu houses. These are Western Desert's rank 8 Gu immortals, and the immortal Gu houses of super forces. Feng Yuan's heart jumped. He showed joy on his face. Heavenly Court. Western Desert and Southern Borders main forces have arrived. Fairy Ziwei sighed. Actually, if not for the fusion of earth veins, the regional walls would still be thick. Our Heavenly Court will definitely not face a coordinated attack of this degree. She was right. Precisely because the Great Era was impending, the 5 regions were becoming one as the regional walls vanished. These 4 other regions felt a strong sense of threat. Central Continent had the greatest strength. This was publicly recognized since ancient times. Right now, Heavenly Court wanted to repair Fate Immortal Gu. This was adding fuel to the fire. The other 4 regions' Gu Immortals had to stop them. The strongest group has not arrived yet. Duke Long said plainly. Yes. Fairy Ziwei frowned. Only several people from northern plains have arrived. Their main force has not shown up at all. Fang Yuan is also not present. Considering the battle in the River of Time earlier, he might likely join forces with Bing Sichuan again. Saying so, Fairy Zi Wei gritted her teeth. Let me deduce with all of my strength again. Duke Long was about to nod when his expression suddenly changed. He looked afar. No need, they have arrived. At the next moment, Fairy Zi Wei looked with deep anger as a rainbow fog appeared in the sky of Heavenly Court. Rank 8 Immortal Goo House Calamity Luck Altar burst out of it. 2-inch these northern plains brutes. They are too daring. How dare they attack my Heavenly Court directly? Fairy Zi Wei was so angry her body was shaking. Old man Zhang Yuan, who was at the side, became speechless. Duke Long laughed loudly, standing up. Indeed, this is the character of Northern Plainsman, Central Continent, Emperor City. This is the Immortal Goo House that Master told me about? Yifan had made it to the finals competition. He looked at the sky with deep shock. The other participating Goo Masters were mostly the same. These Immortal Goo Houses are usually the foundation of a super force. To think that so many would appear. I'm afraid that even after the regional walls vanish and the earth veins become one, during the 5 regions chaotic war, there would not be such a battle. Yifan had a realization. 2 at this time. A voice sounded beside Yifan. Brother Yi, we can finally compete this time and determine the winner. Yifan diverted his gaze as he smiled and thought. Master ordered me to join this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. To think that I would meet such a talented person. Even if I lose in the competition later, it would be a great experience. This sworn brother is my greatest gain. Friends are often made after a fight. Hong Yi and Yifan had emerged victorious in the previous few rounds. They naturally became acquainted. After some conversations, both developed a bond with each other. After a drinking competition, they decided to become sworn brothers. Hong Yi continued. This Refinement Path Convention is unprecedented. Let those Goo Immortals fight in the sky. We have our own business to attend to. Thank you for the concern, Brother Yi. I understand. Yifan knew about Hong Yi's kind intentions. He expressed his gratitude before concentrating on the final competition. Outside Emperor City, Central Continent had many Immortal Goo Houses of varying ranks. They were distributed around Emperor City, surrounding it and forming a 3-layered defense line. Outside the defense lines, there were many Western Desert Rank 8 experts and Immortal Goo Houses. Other than that was the one controlled by Ning Bing and the rest. Fang Yuan had not even named this Immortal Goo House that he assembled in a rush. Fang Yuan originally wanted to show up, but after Western Desert's Goo Immortals appeared, he decided to stay hidden again. Western Desert's Goo Immortals flew down along the Immortal Goo Houses. They continued to shorten their distance, causing huge pressure to form on Central Continent's side. Even Li Huang, who was commanding the situation, felt a little pressured. Even he, who had great battle experience, had not participated in a battle of such a huge scale. Li Huang had participated in many chaotic battles involving Goo Immortals, but he had never seen so many Immortal Goo Houses in one fight. Immortal Goo Houses were much rarer than Goo Immortals. Normally speaking, very few Goo Immortals had their individual Immortal Goo Houses, only super forces had them. A Goo Immortal alone could not gather enough wealth, ability, and time to create an Immortal Goo House. And an Immortal Goo House was not the most feasible for a single person's use. For super forces, they needed a rank 7 Immortal Goo House. In crucial situations, it could act as their rank 8 battle strength. Rank 8 Goo Immortals were not common. The first Supreme Elder of many forces were only rank 7. At this time, a rank 7 Immortal Goo House could help to stabilize the situation. Immortal Goo Houses had their flaws, of course. The methods were fixed and easily countered. Thus, even though most rank 7 Immortal Goo Houses could rival rank 8, they could not truly fight against a rank 8 Goo Immortal. Right now, the Immortal Goo Houses here were at least rank 7. They all had rank 8 battle strength. From a certain perspective, this was a battle that involved more than 10 rank 8 battle strength existences. Both sides felt nervous and pressured. But this was an unavoidable battle. The atmosphere became heavier. When the distance between both sides shrunk to a certain degree, an immortal goo house that was in Central Continent's second layer defense line attacked. This immortal goo house was small and delicate. It was an exquisite and small pavilion. There were countless bird cages hanging on it as birds chirped continuously. It was one of Heavenly Lotus Sect's 5 immortal goo houses, Canary Pavilion. A large number of cages were unlocked in Canary Pavilion. Flaming birds flew out rapidly, shooting out like a rain of flames. These birds expanded midway and regained their original size. They were large as horse carriages. Their bodies were red and their feathers were flaming with great heat. Their eyes resembled molten magma. Their chirping was quite unique. It sounded like flowing lava. One ancient desolate beast. Molten flame bird. Be careful. These birds can self-detonate. They have great power. Among the Western Desert group, a goo immortal immediately warned. Fire path ancient desolate beast. Ha ha ha. Let us face them. Amidst the laughter, an immortal goo house that resembled a water wheel rolled out itself using those gigantic wheels. A huge red light shot out of the wheel. It seemed to resemble ribbons that tangled the bird group. The molten flame birds shrieked and tried to struggle, but most were suppressed by the red light. A few self-detonated, turning into lava that were absorbed by the red light to become even stronger. What immortal goo house is this? Central Continent's side was shocked to think that the molten flame birds were so easily countered. Western Desert's side was also shocked. A few rank 8 goo immortals paid slight attention to this weirdly shaped immortal goo house. They had no information regarding it. Oh? Dong Clan's Red River Wheel. Fang Yuan's eyes shined. This immortal goo house was obtained by Dong Clan from a mysterious inheritance. In Fang Yuan's previous life, it had displayed its great power and gained huge fame. Normally speaking, if a super force wanted to research and create an immortal goo house, the process would take a long time. And in this process, a lot of clues would be obtained by other forces. Only immortal goo houses that were suddenly obtained like this would shock people. Dong Clan's goo immortals felt a little proud. They had made a great gain, obtaining these molten flame birds. With them, Dong Clan's Red River Wheel would become even stronger, especially in terms of speed. Tit for tat. Fang Clan's goo immortal shouted in the immortal goo house, releasing a large number of ancient desolate beasts. Most were dogs and chickens. Fang Yuan was even clearer regarding this immortal goo house. It was Fang Clan's chicken dog coop. It looked like 2 buildings side by side. The left building was yellow and had a round plaque that had chicken written on it. The right building was red and had the word dog on its plaque. Every immortal goo house was comprehensive in all aspects but also contained its own specialty. Chicken Dog Coop and Canary Pavilion were both focused on enslavement path. The former enslaved chicken and dogs, while the latter raised canaries. Both were also the same at rank 7. The advantage of enslavement path was to engage in a battle of attrition. A large group of chickens and dogs charged out as Central Continent's outer layer of defense reacted. Using all sorts of killer moves on these chickens and dogs, a large number died. But Western Desert's group also followed after and attacked. At once, immortal goo houses unleashed thunderous sounds and collided into each other. Killer moves were unleashed as space was torn. Loud sounds caused continuous tremors in this area. Western Desert's advancement was very ferocious. Soon, Central Continent's first layer of defense was broken. The second layer was also almost broken, but it barely held on. Western Desert side has less manpower and immortal goo houses than Central Continent after all. Western Desert was different from Southern Border, Northern Plains, and Eastern Sea. Southern Border had the Southern Alliance. The super forces were working very closely now. Right now, the whole of Southern Border had beacon towers everywhere. This was proof of their cooperation. Northern Plains had Longevity Heaven leading them. In the recent years, Longevity Heaven had been recruiting lone immortals and demonic path members. They were trying to unify the entire goo immortal world of Northern Plains. Eastern Sea's rank 8 goo immortals had almost lost all their face because of Duke Long's actions of taking the immortal goo house. Because Duke Long offended all of these people, which were all arrogant overlords of their own territory. This event caused them to band together instead. Over at Western Desert, even though they knew that the issue of Heavenly Court repairing fake goo was severe, only super forces participated in this. Fang Yuan did not see any Western Desert lone immortals or demonic path members. And Western Desert's super forces have reserved a lot of strength in this battle too. Fang clan is the one that has brought the most force. They brought Chicken Dog Coop, Inquiry Dock, and Fallen Flower Hall. I wonder if Divine Bean Palace has been repaired. Did they bring it? Fang Yuan pondered rapidly. Divine Bean Palace was a rank 8 immortal goo house. If they brought it, this would be interesting. But Fang clan knew that the chances were slim. Even if Fang clan had control of Divine Bean Palace now, there was a good chance that they would leave it in their base. In this refinement path convention, even though Western Desert and Eastern Sea mobilized their forces, they were quite conservative. They were wary of each other. You go this way. Fang Yuan watched from above as he commanded Bai Ningbing and the rest. Bai Ningbing and the rest moved the immortal goo house according to Fang Yuan's instructions and passed the second layer of defense, going straight for Emperor City under everyone's shocked gazes. But Emperor City was protected by Central Continent's third layer of defense. 2 immortal goo houses charged toward Bai Ningbing and the rest from the left and right. The palace at the left was grand and imposing. It was Heavenly Lotus Sect's immortal goo house, Yuyang Palace. The right garden was exquisitely built. It was grand with white jade tiles and oozing with cold air. There were faint dragon roars heard occasionally. This was Ancient Soul Sect's immortal goo house, Frost Dragon Manor. Bai Ningbing and the rest used the immortal goo house's killer move. The move was not powerful. It was destroyed by Yuyang Palace and Frost Dragon Manor. They arrived in front of Bai Ningbing and the rest. Bai Ningbing and the rest knew that their immortal goo house was inferior. They could only retreat. You can't retreat, a Western Desert rank 8 goo immortal shouted. If they retreated, this gap that was painstakingly created would be mended. Their chance would be lost. Retreat. Fang Yuan's orders were very direct. This immortal goo house was not Frost Dragon Manor and Yuyang Palace's match. Fang Yuan needed to preserve them. If it was destroyed now at the start, it would be a huge waste. However, it was not so easy to retreat. 2. At the crucial moment, intense winds restrained Bai Ningbing and the rest. It was a 7-story tower. Curtains were fluttering in the building. It was rank 7 immortal goo house, wind-sweeping building. This was one of the 2 signature immortal goo houses of Wind Cloud Manor. It was paired with Cloud Passing Building. Wind-sweeping building and Cloud Passing Building were able to combine into rank 8 immortal goo house Wind Cloud Manor. It had extraordinary power. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Wind Cloud Manor was once ranked as the number 1 immortal goo house for some time. With wind-sweeping building restraining them, Yuyang Palace moved rapidly like a meteor, crashing into Fang Yuan's immortal goo house. Next, Frost Dragon Manor's killer move also landed. Instantly, a portion of Fang Yuan's immortal goo house broke. Pillars broke and a huge gap was created. A vast number of mortal goo was destroyed. He also lost several immortal goo. Fang Yuan snorted as he showed up. Emperor Yama killer move. With the use of Great Thief Ghost Hand, he directly took a bunch of goo worms and 3 immortal goo. Boom! With a loud sound, huge changes occurred. Wu Yong led the group of Southern Alliance immortals as he broke the 5th layer of the formation, arriving at the 6th. In the 6th formation, there was complete darkness. There were no boundaries as far as one could see. The southern border immortals were as small as ants in comparison to this huge space. This is a space path formation. A Luo clan goo immortal suddenly spoke. He wore a traditional southern border clothing. His skin tone was white and he had a cold expression. He was a Luo clan general famous in southern border, having peak rank 7 battle strength. His name was Luo Ran. He cultivated space path and had incredible attainment. Indeed, this is a space path formation. Chi Chu Yu nodded in agreement. Let me make some deductions. The immortals held no disagreements. After entering a formation, using brute force was not wise. The best way was to let formation path goo immortals deduce the profundities of this formation, to target its weaknesses and achieve a greater result in doing so, saving effort in the process. After some deductions, Chi Chu Yu said plainly, I've already deduced most of this formation. It is likely the spaceless formation. Luo Ran listened and frowned. Even though I do not cultivate formation path, I've heard of spaceless formation. It is one of the most classic immortal formations of spacepath. It was created during the remote antiquity era. Nobody knows who the creator was. This formation only has one ability. It can extend space and increase distance. After entering the formation, the distance of one step can be turned into 100 steps. Chi-Chuyu laughed. Friend Luo Ran is wise, that is correct. But this formation had already been modified. There is a variation hidden inside it. Someone asked, "What variation?" Chi-Chuyu shook his head. "I have not deduced it yet, I can only sense it. But we can set off first, I can deduce along the way. In this situation, we can move ahead without concern. The spaceless formation does not have offensive power. It can only trap enemies and increase the distance between enemy and ally to stall for time. Give me some time, I will be able to deduce the variation formation and find its weakness. During this period, if Heavenly Court attacks, as long as we can defend ourselves, whatever changes we observe will help me in my deductions." Chi-Chuyu's suggestion was good. The immortals quickly set off and chose to move forward together. Spaceless formation had no light. It was completely dark and endless. The Southern Alliance immortals protected Chi-Chuyu, who was at the center of the group, while Wu Yong remained as the vanguard. "Look! There's something in front." Yao Clan's Gu immortal Yao Tianze suddenly spoke. The immortals quickly slowed down and got closer, taking a clearer look. There was a huge green and white radish. It was large like a house, floating in the air as it remained motionless. "What is this?" "It seems to be an immemorial desolate plant," Yao Tianze asked. Everyone frowned. This was not a common sight after all. Wu Yong was silent. A flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. He seemed to have heard of that immortal plant, but he could not recall it in a short time. "If I am not wrong, this should be the great profound ice light radish. It is an extinct immortal plant from the immemorial antiquity era. To think that Heavenly Court still kept it till now," Chao Zhikai said. He was the first supreme elder of Chao clan. Even though he had rank 7 cultivation level, he cultivated wood path. Wu Yong's eyes shined. "That's right. This is the great profound ice light radish. Everyone be careful. If anyone gets close, this radish will burst out with countless ice lights. It will pierce every muscle and skin in your body. You will instantly freeze to death." Xiao Zhikai added to the explanation. "That's right. Do not underestimate the ice lights. These ice lights are the Tao marks of the great profound ice light radish. After it shoots out, the great profound ice light radish will no longer have any Tao marks. It will become a mortal material. Thus, the ice light storm will have the power of a rank 8 Gu immortal's immortal killer move." The immortals heard this and stepped back. They became very alert. However, a change occurred right at this moment. Ripples appeared in the air. The formation suddenly activated as a huge spacepath force erupted on a southern border Gu immortal. The southern border Gu immortal had already activated his defenses long ago, but the spacepath force did not attack him. Instead, it teleported him away. The location was none other than beside the great profound ice light radish. The great profound ice light radish was like a frightened little girl. It quickly shrunk until it was 1/3 of its original size. Afterwards, boom! Countless ice needles shot out in all directions. The southern border Gu immortal had already activated his strongest defensive method, but in just half a breath of time, he was pierced thoroughly. Next, he became frozen, becoming an ice statue. The southern border immortals were all deeply shocked. The spaceless formation suddenly activated and teleported the Gu immortal away. It was clearly the variation that Chi-Chuyu had spoke of earlier. Together with the great profound ice light radish, it was a perfect combination. Wu Yong's expression turned ashen. He led the Southern Alliance immortals in this battle. At this moment, they had finally lost their first member. Wu Yong was quite anxious to find a way to deal with the situation. At this moment, a change occurred again. Ripples appeared in space again as a formless space path force erupted, trying to teleport another Southern Alliance Gu immortal. "With me around, don't even think about it." At the crucial moment, Luo Ran shouted, activating an immortal Gu. The power of the immortal Gu spread out as the surrounding space instantly froze like ice. Southern Alliance's Immortals felt a strong restrictive force, as if they were sealed in an ice coffin. Rank 7 Immortal Goo. Suppress space. A Rank 7 Immortal Goo could not deal with this Heavenly Court formation, but it was not without effect. Suppress space Immortal Goo helped the Southern Alliance Goo Immortal to gain a few crucial seconds to escape. The formation's spatial ripples were like a beast's mouth that failed to devour its target. It could only vanish in vain. Luo Ran dispelled the effect of Suppress space Immortal Goo. Southern Alliance's Goo Immortals felt the pressure lifting as they regained their freedom. The situation was urgent. I had to activate Suppress space Immortal Goo. It had a wide range that cannot be controlled. My apologies for implicating everyone. Luo Ran quickly apologized. Wu Yong laughed loudly. Well done. This is Suppress space Immortal Goo? It is a good goo worm that counters this formation. Chi-Chu nodded, feeling glad. Luo Ran smiled. I obtained this goo from an earth trench recently. To think that it would work here. This shows that somehow, heavens will truly exist. Everything in this world had its weaknesses and counters. There was no strongest goo worm, only strongest goo immortal. Heavenly Court created this spaceless teleportation formation. It was made of several rank 7 immortal goo and a vast number of mortal goo. But it was countered by one Suppress space Immortal Goo. With Suppress space Immortal Goo, Southern Alliance's Immortals no longer had any concerns when moving in this formation space. And because Heavenly Court's teleportation formation was activated, Chi-Chu Yu's deductions became faster. A moment later, Chi-Chu Yu pointed out a loophole of the formation. He said to Wu Yong, Heavenly Court's spaceless formation is too troublesome to break from the inside. Lord Alliance Leader, why don't you use this loophole to link with the unlimited wind outside and break the formation there? It should be easier. Wu Yong used the loophole and easily detected the unlimited wind outside. Immediately, wild winds blew and broke the formation through the loophole. The Southern Alliance Goo Immortals returned to the outside world. After breaking 6 formations and only losing 1 member, the Southern Alliance Immortals had surging morale. This battle result made the formation's controller feel extremely heavy-hearted. This person was dressed in a green robe, emitting an aura of a scholar. From his appearance, he looked young, but his eyes were deep and wise. He was already some thousands of years old. It was none other than the Wood Path Rank 8 Great Expert, Heavenly Lotus Sect's previous First Supreme Elder, the current generation Genesis Lotus Inheritor Chun Yi. To think that the enemies are so ferocious. There are only 3 formations left. Chun Yi pondered for a while and said to the person beside him, Why don't we work together and fight them? We can gain some time for the formation to be set up. The female immortal beside him, Bai Tsang Shui, was a Heavenly Court member. She had participated in the previous Refinement Path Convention to restore fate. She did not hesitate, agreeing immediately. The two walked out of the formation. Wu Yong and the rest were still attacking the 7th layer of the formation. They tried to break it directly. Chun Yi cupped his fists at the Southern Border Immortals. Southern Border friends? I am Heavenly Court's Chan Yi. Does anyone dare to fight me alone? Wu Yong's pupils shrunk. He waved his hand as clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was taken out. In a fight between rank 8s, rank 7 Goo Immortals could not interfere, but if they went inside an immortal Goo house they would be able to join the battle, barely. Ba Clan's first supreme elder Ba Shir Ba laughed loudly. Old man Chen Yi, it was not wise for you to come out of that tortoise shell. Let me face you. Wait. Don't let him stall for time. We will attack together. Wu Yong snickered and ordered. If Wu Duxiu was here, she would definitely accept Chun Yi's challenge and fight him alone. But Wu Yong was a different type of person. Why would he give up on a chance to attack him as a group? Immediately, Wu Yong moved forward with multiple rank 8s from Southern Border behind him. Along with clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building carrying rank 7 Goo Immortals, they charged ahead. Chun Yi and Bai Tsang Shui were attacked by the group, but they did not fluster. Bai Tsang Shui pushed with her hands as huge white waves appeared and moved forward. Wu Yong's body flickered as his afterimage remained. His true body had vanished on the spot. Ba Shir Ba faced the huge waves as he shouted. His aura surged as a profound light shined on the waves. Next, the wings on Yi Hao Feng's back waved. Countless arrows shot out. The arrow rain pierced the waves, approaching by Zhang Shui and Chen Yi. Come. Chen Yi smiled. He did not make any movements, but the phantom images of huge trees appeared around him. Yi Hao Feng's arrow rain pierced into the forest. It only caused some shaking in the trees. A large number of leaves fell. Chen Yi's aura grew stronger. He was about to retaliate when his expression suddenly changed. Wu Yong appeared right behind him unknowingly. He has such concealment methods. The concealed person that I detected was actually an illusion that he made. Chen Yi was deeply shocked by Wu Yong's methods. At the moment of crisis, he did not even have time to turn around. Next, he felt that Wu Yong had lightly patted his shoulder. We became friends at first sight, yet you have to go now. This is farewell, my good friend. Let me send you off. Wu Yong smiled lightly. Hearing this, even with Chen Yi's thousands of years of life and abundant experiences, his expression became pale. He shouted in his heart, "This is a mortal killer move. Farewell, friend Wind." My heavenly court had not been able to find it even after extensive search. To think that it was in Wu Yong's hands. Next, Chen Yi lost control over his body. He slowly floated towards the front. While floating, his hair, clothes, and limbs started to disintegrate. "Save me!" Chen Yi shouted in his heart, but he could not make any noise. He could not move at all. None of his methods could be used. Even Karma Divine Tree Killer move was unable to be activated. Heavenly Court. The originally white sky became covered in 7-colored rainbow lights. A huge immortal goo house was floating in the sky. It was truly an incredible immortal goo house. It had 3 floors of altars, grand and magnificent. There were multiple pillars holding each floor up, having white jade railings and shining aurora. It was the rank 8 Luck Path Immortal Goo House Calamity Luck Altar. In the past, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had personally constructed it. It was one of his 3 immortal goo houses that he used. Originally, Calamity Luck Altar was left as Longevity Heaven's foundation, but this time to attack Heavenly Court, they actually brought it along. Such an act showed Longevity Heaven's confidence. Many of Heavenly Court's goo immortals felt very worried. Fairy Ziwei frowned deeply. Even Duke Long had a solemn gaze in his eyes. However, his attention was not on Calamity Luck Altar, but the rainbow lights in the sky instead. Duke Long said in a low tone, "Calamity Luck Altar and the Longevity Heaven Goo Immortals alone cannot break in here easily. This 7-colored rainbow light is of rank 9 level. It must be the work of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable." Giant Sun Immortal Venerable? Fairy Ziwei was dazed before realization shined on her face. According to Heavenly Court's records, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was once invited to tour Heavenly Court. Did he create this backdoor secretly at that time? That should be the case, Duke Long said. Fairy Ziwei's expression turned grim. This Giant Sun Immortal Venerable is truly crafty. He had already planned to invade Heavenly Court so long ago. His scheme was so deep. All past venerables have great wisdom. They cannot be underestimated. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable possessed luck path methods. He secretly set this arrangement and we could not discover it until it was used now. Duke Long sighed as he shook his head, having a complex feeling. Back then, when Giant Sun became venerable, he did it through luck path. It was a huge obstruction to fake goo. Back then, Heavenly Court's leader, Golden Hooped Great Immortal, made a plan and specially invited Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to tour Heavenly Court, telling the world that they were inviting Giant Sun to join Heavenly Court openly. After considering it, Giant Sun agreed to the invitation and went on to look around Heavenly Court. Golden Hooped Great Immortal personally led Giant Sun Immortal Venerable as they went to look at the important places in Heavenly Court, especially the places that Limitless, Reckless Savage, and Red Lotus stopped at when they attacked. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made a suggestion. He wanted to see Fate Immortal Goo. Golden Hooped Great Immortal did not reject him. They went up Heaven Overseeing Tower and saw Fate Goo. After Giant Sun left the tower, he remained silent along the way. After leaving Heavenly Court, he said that he had to reconsider the matter of joining them. This experience and the conversation between Giant Sun and Golden Hooped was clearly recorded in Heavenly Court's history with great precision. The power of rank 9 is truly unfathomable. We only saw Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangements today. That is not strange at all. After all, he cultivated luck path, and we have little understanding of this path. However, even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable who managed to plant spies in Heavenly Court is in our captivity now. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable has died long ago. Only his Calamity Luck Altar and a bunch of Northern Plains Goo Immortals are here to attack us now. How can my Heavenly Court fall so easily? The hall resounded with Old Man Zhang Yuan's voice. One fairy Ziwei nodded, but she still frowned. Calamity Luck Altar is not an ordinary rank 8 Immortal Goo house. It was once owned by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. It is a pity that Prince Fengxian did not join this invasion. Otherwise, we would have gotten information about Longevity Heaven's sneak attack in advance. But most importantly, how much force is hidden in Calamity Luck Altar? Wait, I think there isn't a lot. Because we did not get any news of this invasion by Northern Plains Longevity Heaven. They were able to keep it hidden so well, they must have kept it to a very small number of people. Fairy Ziwei analyzed rapidly. You are not wrong, that is likely so. Duke Long nodded. Even though he stood up from his seat, his arms were still behind his back. He did not join the battle, as if he was waiting for something. At the next moment, the whole of Heavenly Court shook. Swoosh, like the howling of the wind. This sound was etched deep into everyone's hearts. Duke Long, Fairy Ziwei, and Old Man Zhang Yuan felt no surprise. They showed faint smiles on their faces. The killer move that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable left behind has activated. Within Calamity Luck Altar, Longevity Heaven's Goo Immortals felt no surprise either. The information that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left behind already described this. In fact, even without Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's information, Longevity Heaven had a number of true inheritances of the few demon venerables. Be it Reckless Savage or Limitless, they were Northern Plainsmen. The intel of their attack on Heavenly Court was in Longevity Heaven's hands. 1 inch. This is the killer move Chi Wall? Chi Wall killer move is very ordinary, but when Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was at a young age, he was very skilled at it and enjoyed using it. When Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable became invincible in the world, this Chi Wall killer move was also elevated to rank 9. Longevity Heaven's Goo Immortals discussed as they manipulated Calamity Luck Altar, attacking the surroundings. The surrounding air started to produce ripples like a formless fortress. Only after facing a lot of attacks did it burst back into normal air. But soon, it gathered again into a formless fortress wall. The whole of Heavenly Court was reinforced by this air, resisting the invasion of Longevity Heaven. But for Heavenly Court's members, when they moved, the Chi wall around them would return to normal air. They would not be obstructed. Longevity Heaven's Goo Immortals made some attempts as they expressed shock on their faces. Indeed worthy of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. The ordinary Chi wall killer move has the power of rank 9 in Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's hands. It is even stronger than the Heavenly Wind Chi wall. What do we do now? 5 Elements Grandmaster had an ugly expression. He was very worried. He had just joined Longevity Heaven recently. He had only learned of the invasion several days ago. 5 Elements Grandmaster's worry was very reasonable. If they could not get past this move, they would need to destroy all the Chi walls along their path. The expenditure would be too high. They might not even make it to Duke Long before their immortal essence dried up. They would be extremely tired. But it was too difficult to unravel this move. Firstly, it was a rank 9 killer move. Only methods of similar level would be effective. Unless they possessed an extremely effective rank 8 killer move, it would not be useful. Secondly, after the changes of eras, Chi Path had already fallen out of common use. Almost nobody from Longevity Heaven in this trip cultivated Chi Path. What could they do? Don't worry. We have our method. Even though this move is made by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, so many years have passed, eras have changed. After the invasions of 3 demon venerables, it already possessed flaws. That's right, back then, Limitless, Reckless Savage, and Red Lotus could not unravel this Chi Wall killer move even though they attacked Heavenly Court. They merely used their incredible strength to break through by force. They carved out 3 roads on their own. These 3 paths are the places where the chi wall is at its weakest and cannot regenerate. As long as we destroy a small area, we will be able to enter one of these 3 paths and follow the Demon Venerable's road to fight our way in. 5 Elements Grandmaster let out a sigh of relief. So that's it. Next, he asked, which path do we choose? At the same time, in the central Great Hall, Duke Long and Fairy Ziwei conversed. Even though Chi Wall is powerful, it had been exposed long ago. Since Longevity Heaven is attacking now, they must be aware of its weaknesses. They will use the paths that the Demon Venerables created. Fairy Ziwei nodded, recalling, the left path was created by Limitless Demon Venerable. It passes Central Heaven Gate, Name Plaque Palace, Sun Palace, 5 Deity Hall, Central Great Hall, Heaven Overseeing Tower, Forgotten Tao Lake, and finally, it stops at the Imperfection Regret Pavilion on the peak of Star Zone Mountain. The central path was created by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. It passes Immortal Emperor Court, Hidden Space Pavilion, Sumeru Lake, Eternal Sand Cave, Million Heavenly King Gallery, Embroidered Tower, Central Great Hall, and ends at Heaven Overseeing Tower. The right path was made by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He first went past Lotus Fairy Pond and Bright Moon Treasure Light Hall, followed by 12 Spiritual Pass, Separation Flame Pavilion, Magnetic Star Hill, Waterwood Clarity Court, Central Great Hall, and ends at Heaven Overseeing Tower. As long as they make their choice, we will be able to know their route and set up our defenses. Fairy Ziwei's eyes flickered with the sparkles of wisdom. That is right. Duke Long had no objections. Boom, boom, boom. Calamity Luck Altar brought the few Longevity Heaven Goo Immortals as they attacked the weak spot of the Chi Wall and went in. Once they entered, Longevity Heaven's group felt that the pressure was greatly lifted. The Chi Wall was barely existing here. Heavenly Court's Goo Immortals also saw what happened. Fairy Ziwei and Duke Long looked at each other. They chose the left path. Left path. This was the path that Limitless Demon Venerable created 1,000,000 years ago during the Olden Antiquity era. The left path passed Central Heaven Gate, Name Plaque Palace, Sun Palace, 5 Deity Hall, Central Great Hall, Heaven Overseeing Tower, Forgotten Tao Lake, and finally, it stopped at the Imperfection Regret Pavilion on the peak of Star Zone Mountain. The huge Heavenly Court was shining in glorious light. It had countless palaces and pavilions. It was a grand sight. Calamity Luck Altar charged ahead with an unstoppable momentum. Heavenly Court, which had been silent for a long time, finally met with an unavoidable attack. Within Calamity Luck Altar, 5 Elements Grandmaster watched and observed the situation. He was tongue-tied and deeply moved. If I was not seeing this personally, I would not believe that all these buildings here are Immortal Goo houses, even though most are just rank 6 Immortal Goo houses. Heavenly Court's foundation is still too terrifying. Flower Lady of the Northern Desolation Immortals chuckled. 5 Elements. This is Heavenly Court after all. It was created 3,000,000 years ago during the remote Antiquity era. It had remained standing until today. Even though Fate Goo was damaged, it remained as the number 1 force in this world. With such an accumulation, this is not a surprising sight. Look at these palaces. They are all the creation of famous rank 8 immortals from the remote Antiquity era. After modifications from future experts like Statue Deity, Ant Orchid, Yellow Court Monarch, Uncle Fong, and Concubine Quan Miao, they continued to develop and improve upon them until they were completed today. All of the palaces and Immortal Goo houses are considered one entity. They can help each other. At the same time, these palaces can be separated and elevated on their own. It is very convenient. However, there is no need to overestimate Heavenly Court. These Immortal Goo houses are mostly just rank 6. And most importantly, they are only specialized in one aspect. They are not as comprehensive as the Immortal Goo houses outside. 5 Elements Grandmaster nodded. I understand. If it is comprehensive, even more Immortal Goo will need to be used, as well as a vast number of Mortal Goo. Heavenly Court is very proud. Other than the 3 Demon Venerables who attacked, nobody dared to invade them. Thus, there was no need for such investments in their opinion. After all, these Immortal Goo houses are kept in Heavenly Court most of the time. They are not too useful. Saying so, 5 Elements Grandmaster suddenly laughed loudly. So that's it. We attacked Heavenly Court and caught them unguarded at this moment. This is their weakness. Interesting. Other than 3 demon venerables, to think that I will also attack Heavenly Court. Even if I die here with this experience, my life was not in vain. 5 Elements Grandmaster was filled with grand aspirations. He was a Northern Plainsman, even though he was rank 8. His nature was that of a Northern Plainsman. It had never changed. The people of Northern Plains sought glory through combat. It was a shame to live as a loser. For them, dying in the battlefield was the greatest honor and recognition. Calamity Luck Altar forced its way through, finally arriving at Central Heaven Gate. This huge gate was like a mountain adorned with beautiful golden ornaments. It was held by tall and thick pillars. There were shining pearls and gems on its frame. This is Central Heaven Gate? It looks like an information path. Immortal Goo House? 5 Elements Grandmaster looked around as he pondered. Indeed, Heavenly Court only recruits new members who are elites of the 10 great ancient sects. These rank 8 elites would have to pass the test in Central Heaven Gate before they join Heavenly Court. Bull Demon said. Central Heaven Gate was shut tight. It blocked Calamity Luck Altar from advancing further. In Central Great Hall, Duke Long asked, Central Heaven Gate is a rank 8 information path Immortal Goo House, but it has weak defenses. It cannot stop them for long. How many golden pearls do we have in the storage? Fairy Z-Wei replied immediately, 3,600. Duke Long nodded. Take them all out and use them to help Central Heaven Gate defend against the enemy. I am certain that Longevity Heaven has trump cards up its sleeves. Northern Plains has courageous people, but they are not without wisdom. We need to remain calm and deal with them without panicking. We will stall for time and wait until Fate Goo is restored. All our hard work and sacrifice will pay off in the end. Yes, sir. Fairy Z-Wei answered as she manipulated the Central Great Hall. The Central Great Hall was the control area of all the Heavenly Court Immortal Goo houses. Using it, Fairy Z-Wei opened Heavenly Court's treasury and took out all of their golden pearls. Cling, cling, cling. There was a sharp noise as golden pearls fell down like rain. There were golden sparkles as they poured down. Calamity Luck Altar crashed into Central Heaven Gate as it started to crack from the pressure. The golden pearls landed on Calamity Luck Altar and created continuous sharp noises. Calamity Luck Altar remained unaffected. There were no cracks on it. However, the golden pearls started to show their true effect, as the peels turned into huge soldiers that were armored all over their bodies. Under the shadows of their helmets, only their 2 eyes were shining with piercing golden light. They had weapons like axes, blades, and spears in their hands. Soon, these golden pearl soldiers surrounded Calamity Luck Altar. Countless blades and spears slashed and stabbed at Calamity Luck Altar, causing many sparks to appear. Calamity Luck Altar shook intensely. In order to defend from the attacks, immortal essence was rapidly expended. What is this? 5 Elements Grandmaster was shocked. Each soldier has the strength of an ancient desolate beast, but possesses no life force. This looks like an immortal killer move. These are golden pearls. During the medieval antiquity era, there was a metal path great expert in Heavenly Court. He was known as the Golden Pearl Immortal King. These golden pearls were his signature killer move, a method unique to him. Bull Demon said plainly. Flower Lady giggled as she covered her mouth. Heavenly Court is only tossing these golden pearls while Fairy Z-Wei and Duke Long are not showing up. It seems that they are trying to stall for time until Fate Goo gets restored. Bull Demon nodded. This is a wise decision. Even though Heavenly Court is huge, there are only a few rank 8 Goo immortals who are awake. The battlefield outside is depleting and splitting up Heavenly Court's current force. Then we need to make use of this time. Flower Lady's eyes shined. Bull Demon said in a low tone, Let me do it. Saying so, he concentrated and started to manipulate Calamity Luck Altar. A method was activated by Bull Demon as Calamity Luck Altar started to shine in a blinding light. Within the light, auspicious clouds formed and pushed all the golden pearl soldiers away. At the next moment, with a loud bang, Calamity Luck Altar broke through Central Heaven Gate. Longevity Heaven's group did not slaughter these golden pearl soldiers or attack the heavily damaged Central Heaven Gate. They only pushed forward. This was a battle that was determined by time. Since Heavenly Court wanted to stall for time, Longevity Heaven's group had to make use of that and prevent them from succeeding. Along the way, Golden Pearl soldiers continued to obstruct them but could not stop Calamity Luck Alter's advancement. Soon, Longevity Heaven's Goo Immortals arrived at Name Plaque Palace. But what they saw was that Name Plaque Palace flew high up into the sky. Heavenly Court actually moved this Name Plaque Palace away. Five Elements Grandmaster was happy but suspicious. Bing Sai Chuan said in a low tone, "This is also an information path Immortal Goo House. There are name plaques inside. Each has a person's name. These people form a huge information network for Heavenly Court. They are all over the 5 regions." Five Elements Grandmaster was shocked. "So that means, if we destroy it, Heavenly Court's information network will be exposed? No wonder they had to move it away at any cost." Five Elements Grandmaster felt that it was a pity. Heavenly Court's information network was huge. It covered all 5 regions. Even though other regions were trying to get information on other regions, their scale and reach could not compare to Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court had the 10 great ancient sects as their subordinate forces. They had ruled over Central Continent for many eras. They were naturally able to select suitable people to nurture as elites and send to other regions secretly. As for the other 4 regions, Longevity Heaven and Southern Alliance had only surfaced recently, trying to unify their own regions. As for other superclans, even if they sent people out, compared to Heavenly Court, they were too small and insignificant. Forget it, we had already anticipated that Name Plaque Palace would fly away. Without its obstruction, we can save a lot of time and advance faster, Bing Sai Chuan ordered. Sun Palace. Calamity Luck Altar soon arrived at the 3rd obstacle. Sun Palace gave out a heated light. It was too blinding. The surroundings of the palace were distorted from the warm air. Intense heat assaulted everyone. Even though Longevity Heaven's members were inside Calamity Luck Altar, they still felt immense heat that burned them endlessly. The Immortals tried to move Calamity Luck Altar to charge through, but even without getting too close, the surface of Calamity Luck Altar started melting. A vast number of mortal goo were charred and incinerated. Sun Palace was so strong that Calamity Luck Altar could not get close. It controlled the illumination of the whole of Heavenly Court. It had multiple light path rank 8 immortal goo as the cores. Even though it was very weak in defense, even lower than Central Heaven Gate, Calamity Luck Altar could not approach it. Boom! 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 Calamity Luck Altar stayed in the air as killer moves were activated, attacking Sun Palace from afar. But all sorts of killer moves melted from the heat and light of Sun Palace before they even landed. This obstacle is too hard. We do not have any light path or dark path experts helping us. Five Elements Grandmaster frowned deeply. No need to worry, Bull Demon spoke. Sun Palace is strong on the outside and weak on the inside. As long as we can get in, we will be able to destroy it. I will go. Okay. Let's go together. Flower Lady chuckled as she lay on his shoulder, feeling no nervousness at all. Five Elements Grandmaster was greatly shocked. He knew how dangerous that was. The light was too intense, without proper defense. Even rank 8 Goo Immortals could not last long. They would melt like candles. Isn't that too dangerous? We can think of other ways. Five Elements Grandmaster said cautiously. Bing Sai Chuan shook his head. Speed is the key, go. He controlled Calamity Luck Altar as it attacked, paving a way for Bull Demon and Flower Lady. Bull Demon and Flower Lady shot out with incredible speed. They were about to get into Sun Palace in just an instant. Wishful thinking. Fairy Z-Wei, who was in the central Great Hall, smiled coldly as Sun Palace's intensity surged. Oh no! Five Elements Grandmaster shouted in dismay. At the crucial moment, Flower Lady shouted as her tiny body jumped, turning into a pink light that shielded Bull Demon. Bull Demon cried out in pain. He charged into Sun Palace without stopping. Fairy Z-Wei's expression turned grim. She said bitterly, Sun Palace has been taken down. After 10 breaths of time, Sun Palace was destroyed. Without Sun Palace, the whole of Heavenly Court sky became dark. In the rubble, Bull Demon carried Flower Lady's corpse as he returned to Calamity Luck Altar with an expressionless face. Sun Palace was destroyed. Longevity Heaven also paid a price. Flower Lady died. Looking at the silent bull demon, Five Elements Grandmaster wanted to console him, but no words came out after he opened his mouth. Bull Demon and Flower Lady were together known as the Northern Desolation Immortals. They were usually extremely close and never left each other's side. Now that one was sacrificed while the other survived, this pain was truly deep and heavy. Even though Flower Lady died, she had a smile on her face. Bull Demon looked at Flower Lady's corpse for a long time. She eventually turned into scattering flower petals. Only a tiny, delicate flower remained. Bull Demon placed this flower on his head carefully and gently. It was completely different from his usual cold and tough appearance. Continue. Bull Demon turned around and looked towards the front. Under Bing Sai Chuan's manipulation, Calamity Luck Altar continued to move ahead. Once Sun Palace was destroyed, the next was Five Deity Hall. And after Five Deity Hall, it would be the central Great Hall that Fairy Ziwei and Duke Long were in. Longevity Heaven's Gu Immortals came with determination. They attacked ferociously, without concern for sacrifices. Heavenly Court's Immortals felt deep pressure. We cannot let them continue with this any farther. Duke Long turned to Fairy Ziwei. Have you deployed all of them already? Fairy Ziwei's expression was quite ugly. Only two came. Duke Long was dazed before he spoke. Song Xianzi didn't come? So be it. When it agreed to join Heavenly Court back then, there was already an agreement with Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. The two that came should be able to block Calamity Luck Altar for some time with their strength. Five Deity Hall was already in sight. Suddenly, a sandstorm brewed. Waves of sand blocked Calamity Luck Altar. Roar! A tiger's roar resounded in the surroundings. The sand waves spread apart as a hill-like tiger was exposed from within. The fierce tiger had overwhelming aura. Its body seemed to be made of metal. It had golden skin and silver teeth. Its eyes resembled sparkling rubies, emanating fierce light. On the tiger's forehead, the marking was not Wang, but Sawan. Five Elements Grandmaster took a glance and expressed his shock. Heavenly Court also has legendary immemorial desolate beasts? Of course. Bing Sai Chuan had a plain expression. Heavenly Court has a total of 3 legendary immemorial beasts. This huge tiger looks like a tiger, but it is actually a shabi. This is a type of monster that is formed in the fiendish Qi Sea Spring. Right now, Qi Path is going extinct. The fiendish Qi Sea Spring is already extinct. This is the only shabi left. During the Olden Antiquity era, Heavenly Court's Qi Path Great Expert 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch nurtured it. After he became rank 8 and traveled the world, he purposely looked for the fiendish Qi Sea Springs and created the shabi from them. He refined a total of 99 shabi. He formed a grand army with them. These shabi were compatible with his immortal killer moves. He could use them extremely well. During that era, almost nobody could rival him. But now, this is the final one. This shabi was one of the last few created. It was number 95. Thus, it had been named as such. But after Ancestor Giant Sun got invited to Heavenly Court and saw this shabi, he named it Shabi 90-51. So there was such a backstory. No wonder Lord has such a deep understanding of it. Five Elements Grandmaster sighed in admiration. He looked behind him, only to see that Shabi 95 had whipped up a sandstorm, fighting against Calamity Luck Altar with a grand commotion, displaying peak rank 8 battle strength. Bing Sai Chuan analyzed closely. Shabi 95 resides in Eternal Sand Cave. It was deployed by Heavenly Court to come here. Green Jade Crane Rwandan will likely come here too, while Tsang Shenzi is probably not coming. Five Elements Grandmaster asked, Rwandan, Tsang Shenzi, are they the remaining 2 legendary immemorial beasts? At the same time, he felt puzzled inside. Why was Bing Sai Chuan so certain that Tsang Shenzi would not join the battle? Did they have spies in Heavenly Court? Bing Sai Chuan answered, Indeed, Rwandan is an immemorial green jade crane. It was nurtured by Immortal Crane Sect and created Pill Path. It resides in Heavenly Court to cultivate in normal times. As for Tsang Shenzi, it is that vast heaven vine. This vine has incredible power and abilities. It sprouts in 300 years, blossoms in 300 years, and bears fruits in 300 years. The fruits that it create are called vast heaven fruits. If used in a grotto heaven, it can expand the size of the immortal aperture sky. Thus, this vast heaven vine is also known as the 10th heaven of this world. 10th heaven of this world. 5 Elements Grandmaster shook. He suddenly realized as he pointed left. That huge vine pillar that extends towards the limits of the sky? Heavenly Court had countless palaces. There was a huge vine that connected heaven and earth. It was even taller than the heaven overseeing tower behind the central Great Hall. It was very eye-catching. When 5 Elements Grandmaster invaded Heavenly Court, he noticed it immediately. That's right, the vast heaven vine was brought in by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable personally. It had an agreement with him. It is a unique existence in Heavenly Court. It does not need to follow orders, but only has to provide a batch of vast heaven fruits every 1,000 years. 5 Elements Grandmaster heard this as he felt his horizons broadening. He had never thought that there would be a legendary immemorial desolate plant in this world that could ignore Heavenly Court's orders. But thinking about it, he knew why. The vast heaven vine's ability was too unique and special. With these vast heaven fruits, Heavenly Court could continue to increase the skies of the immortal aperture and increase its foundation. Rather than saying that the vast heaven vine could ignore Heavenly Court's orders, it was more like Heavenly Court was making use of it and allowing it some degree of freedom. At the moment in the central Great Hall. Oh no! Fairy Z-Wei frowned. This Calamity Luck altar is fake. What? Duke Long looked over. Fairy Z-Wei was in control of Central Great Hall. She had been using the palaces and countless immortal goo houses to observe Central Continent. She obviously kept a high amount of concentration on Heavenly Court's situation. Heaven overseeing tower could not be moved normally. Fairy Z-Wei mobilized the other immortal goo houses, shooting out a crystal rainbow light. The rainbow light tore through the skies, landing on Calamity Luck altar. Calamity Luck altar shook before it returned to its original form. This was a 4-legged beast with purple fur. His body was huge, even larger than the Shabi. It was like a ferret, its body covered in shiny purple fur. Its eyes were shining with a purple crystal-like color. There was a dog tail on its back. Oh, you finally realized, you fools from Heavenly Court. Ha ha ha. The purple ferret laughed loudly, mocking its enemies. You are Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's dog-tail life extending ferret, Mao Li Chiu. Shabi 95 was very shocked. It spoke human words. The purple ferret's expression sank. It quickly moved out like a purple flash of lightning. Boom! Sand splattered. The dog-tail life extending ferret pressed down on the Shabi as it opened its mouth, saying with a fierce expression and low tone, "Remember, call me Grandpa Mao." Shabi 95 was furious, growling, "In terms of age, I am your grandfather instead." It struggled to get up, but the dog-tail life extending ferret did not budge. Shabi 95 was secretly shocked. This beast has such great strength? But how can I be suppressed like this? Ha ha ha. Stupid cat and silly ferret. You two are a good couple. This is such an interesting fight. Right at this moment, laughter resounded above the two beasts. Dog-tail life extending ferret looked up and saw a goo immortal sitting on a cloud, looking at them with a smile. The dog-tail life extending ferret's expression froze for a second before it realized, "Oh, so you are that green jade crane? Why are you posing as a human? Come down. Let your Grandpa Mao teach you how to be a proper bird again." The laughter stopped. The green jade crane was furious. "You insolent ferret, I am going to tear your skin apart." The green jade crane was about to descend when it stopped all of a sudden. Fairy Z-Wei had given it orders secretly. Instead of fighting with dog-tail life extending ferret Mao Li Chiu, it was supposed to head to 5 Deity Hall. The true Calamity Luck altar had not shown itself, but the route it could take was fixed. The green jade crane acknowledged the order and was about to leave when a huge shadow appeared in front of it. It looked up and its pupils shrunk. Mao Li Chiu had jumped into the sky and its huge form was crashing down while causing a vacuum behind it. The green jade crane shrieked before it returned to its true form. It flapped its wings and quickly got out of the casted shadow's range. But at the next moment, Mao Li Cho's claws grabbed onto the green jade crane's leg. "Come down here for your grandpa Mao." The dog-tail life extending ferret snickered as it pulled with its strong limb. The green jade crane flapped its wings furiously, but it soon discovered to its despair that any effort ended in vain. Slam! The green jade crane landed on the ground, causing a huge pit to form. The green jade crane's ears were buzzing. It only had one thought in its mind now. This northern plains brute has such great strength. The green jade crane struggled to get up, but Mao Li Cho pounced once again. Dust clouds rose as rocks were sent flying. The green jade crane continued to shriek. "Ah, you thug! Don't pull my feathers. Ah, you mindless beast! Don't bite my leg. Don't touch my elegant neck, you scumbag. My neck is breaking. It's breaking. Ah, my leg is breaking. My leg is breaking." Duke Long, Fairy Z Wei, 5 Elements Grandmaster, Bing Sichuan. 2 Eventually, the green jade crane screaming reached its limit. "Stupid cat, what are you doing? Why aren't you coming here and helping me? Ha ha ha. Weren't you having a good time watching earlier? You two can play. I'm leaving." Shabby 95 laughed as it flew towards 5 Deity Hall. "Where are you going?" Mao Li Cho snickered as a clone flew out of its body, pouncing at Shabby 95 with great speed. "We are both males. Why are you lying on top of me now?" Shabby 95 was furious. 3 The green jade crane agreed with these words wholeheartedly. It shrieked amidst the dust clouds. "That's right. Let us go if you have guts." "Ah. Stop kicking between my legs. You're evil scumbag." Shabby 95 was very angry. It liked the action of pouncing on others, but it liked to be at the top. Being at the bottom was a disgrace and humiliation. Shabby 95 was struggling on the ground below Mao Li Cho. It was furious and its teeth were exposed as it growled. "A mere clone? You want to obstruct me? You are simply looking down him?" At the next moment, Shabby 95's expression became dazed. It was a little fearful. Is this the main body or a clone? Why does it have such great strength? In the central Great Hall, Duke Long seemed to have realized something. This is because of Mao Li Cho's actions. Calamity Luck Altar obtained some crucial time. It finally arrived at 5 Deity Hall. I have already explained the details of 5 Deity Hall to you. It will depend on you now. Bing Sichuan said to 5 Elements Grandmaster. 5 Elements Grandmaster looked behind worriedly. "Can Grandpa Mao do it? How long can it last?" "Don't worry. It is using the killer move Perfect Pair. This was the method of thieving Heaven Demon Venerable that my longevity Heaven had searched for with great effort. It can summon a clone with the same battle strength as the main body." Bing Sichuan's lips curled up. 2-inch understood. 5 Elements Grandmaster's eyes shined with bright light, staring at 5 Deity Hall. 5 Deity Hall shook intensely. A giant spirit made of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, formed and attacked Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar burst out with profound light. 5 Elements Grandmaster was directly sent into 5 Deity Hall. The 5 Elements giant spirit was furious. It wanted to defend, but Calamity Luck Altar shot out an incredible attraction force that restrained it. Bam bam bam. With a chain of explosions, 5 Deity Hall was blown to smithereens amidst a huge fire. 5 Elements Grandmaster stepped on thin air as he walked out. Even though there was some soot on his face, he was unharmed. Next, he went inside Calamity Luck Altar. 5 Elements Grandmaster laughed loudly. "Even though this 5 Deity Hall is extraordinary, I am very familiar with its concept. My methods directly counter it." This was much easier than I had expected it to be. As he said that, a sense of pride emerged in him. Bing Sichuan looked at him and said plainly, "Of course it is. The formation path methods that you use are part of my ancestor giant son's arrangements." 5 Elements Grandmaster was stunned. His expression changed as he looked at Bing Sichuan. "What do you mean?" Bing Sichuan gave him a glance, showing a smile full of deep meaning. "Why do you think you managed to enter longevity heaven when you attacked? Do you remember the most important words of your inheritance? Do you find them nonsensical? Try reading them in reverse." but only the last word of each sentence. Five Elements Grandmaster was immediately suspicious. He was a lone cultivator from birth. His turning point was the mysterious lone immortal formation path true inheritance that he found. It led to his achievements. Ever since I obtained the true inheritance, I cultivated non-stop and had never spoken of it to others. How does Bing Sai Chuan know that my true inheritance has those important sentences? I have never understood what it was saying. Reverse the order and read the last word of each line? Listen to Bing Sai Chuan and attack Heavenly Court. Five Elements Grandmaster was lost for words. He stared at Bing Sai Chuan in disbelief. One Bing Sai Chuan controlled Calamity Luck Altar to move forward while saying slowly, even if a rank 9 Venerable does not cultivate Wisdom Path, at their level, they have already gained a deep understanding of the path. It is not hard to set up arrangements that will affect future generations. Back then, after Ancestor Giant Sun visited Heavenly Court, he made plans for today's invasion. The method to destroy 5 Deity Hall was part of his arrangements. But if he displayed his research results so openly, traces would be left behind and Heavenly Court would notice them. Thus, he secretly left an arrangement that was independent of Longevity Heaven. He allowed it to develop on its own and be cultivated by a lone cultivator. Because you are not of Giant Sun's bloodline, even if you become a rank 8, Heavenly Court would not expect your methods to counter 5 Deity Hall. They would not think of you and link it to our invasion of Heavenly Court. Saying so, Bing Sai Chuan paused and continued, Grandmaster, the climatic battle involving Fate Gu is far more complex than you can ever imagine. Rank 6 and 7 Gu Immortals are not even qualified to join. As for rank 8 Gu Immortals, we are merely pawns. Some rank 8s refuse to join in, that is because they sense something and understand their own self-worth. Some joined but are ignorant of the true situation. The truth behind this great battle is the fight of past venerables across time and space. 5 Elements Grandmaster was stunned from hearing this. He muttered, fighting across time and space. A battle between venerables? In human history, there were 10 venerables. Each one was invincible in their own era. They were at the apex of history, the greatest pride of humanity. Bing Sai Chuan revealed the truth. 5 Elements Grandmaster was deeply shocked. He could not help but feel his own insignificance. His pride from earlier vanished without a trace. Bing Sai Chuan glanced at 5 Elements Grandmaster's look of shock as he consoled. But don't worry, among the venerables, Ancestor Giant Sun is the most caring towards his descendants and subordinates. He gained a nickname back then because of this. 2-inch the venerables all have their own arrangements. They want to exert their influence at this crucial moment. But after the merciless tides of history, most of these arrangements have been altered in some way. Rank 9 venerables are not all-knowing. They would make mistakes too. Many arrangements have been completely changed due to the passing of time. A large number of them were discovered by future venerables and got modified. Ancestor Giant Sun came after Genesis Lotus and Thieving Heaven. He was succeeded by Spectral Soul and Paradise Earth. The venerables who appear later would naturally have an advantage in setting up their arrangements. Our attack on Heavenly Court succeeded to this extent. The reason is obvious. Bing Sai Chuan's words made 5 Elements Grandmaster go into a daze. Bing Sai Chuan chuckled afterwards. So what if there is Duke Long? Can he compare to Ancestor Giant Sun's arrangements? No need to worry so much, you must have confidence that we will succeed. In this expedition, our Longevity Heaven will definitely obtain Fate Gu. 1-inch obtain Fate Gu? At this moment, 5 Elements Grandmaster finally realized Longevity Heaven's objective in attacking Heavenly Court. That's right. Bing Sai Chuan admitted openly. There was no need to hide anything now. Heavenly Court came to snatch our fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. Why can't we come after their Fate Gu? Why is Heavenly Court the number 1 human force? Fate Gu played a crucial role in it. After getting it, our Longevity Heaven will definitely obtain the throne of the number 1 human force. In Central Great Hall, Fairy Ziwei looked as Calamity Luck Altar got closer. She had a serious expression. They are coming! At her side, Old Man Zheng Yuan was also expressing his concern. Even though the central Great Hall was the control area of all the immortal goo houses, it had low defense. After all, who would think that Heavenly Court's central Great Hall would be attacked by enemies? Even though this central Great Hall was once attacked by 3 demon venerables and even got destroyed, Heavenly Court's goo immortals did not reinforce its defense later on. Because against venerables, no matter how strong central Great Hall's defense was, it could not defend against a venerable. There was no point. Now it seemed like Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already noticed this flaw when he toured Heavenly Court. Longevity Heaven's assault caught Heavenly Court off guard. Fairy Z-Wei and the rest were in a passive situation. It seems that the true flaw is not in terms of defense but mindset. Fairy Z-Wei had an understanding as she said, "I seem to have missed out something. Is it 1. How long until Fate Goo is fully restored?" At this moment Duke Long asked. Fairy Z-Wei was in charge of the Central Great Hall. She knew the situation of the refinement path formation. She had a heavy heart as she answered, "We need 6 hours. 6 hours?" Duke Long was joyful. "My lifespan is almost used up, but heaven has taken pity on me. Even though 6 hours is not a lot, I will be able to see Fate Goo restored. Next, let me handle this." Fairy Z-Wei asked worriedly, "Lord Duke Long, your injuries have yet to..." Even though Heavenly Court tried its best to heal him, Duke Long's injuries still remained. This was caused by the joint attack of Eastern Sea's rank 8 goo immortals. In the short time, even Duke Long could not heal himself fully. Duke Long smiled plainly. "I am about to die anyway, these injuries do not matter. In any case, I have the killer move Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. At the final moments of my life, in all 5 regions, is there anyone who can match me in battle?" He had a plain expression, but his words revealed utter confidence and dominance. Calamity Luck Altar was like a huge beast as it charged down at the Central Great Hall. Air was sliced apart. Wild winds roared. If it hit, the entire Central Great Hall would be reduced to shambles. At this moment, a single small body appeared, blocking its path. "Duke Long!" 5 Elements Grandmaster shouted. "Smash into him!" Bull Demon said. Boom! The hill-like Calamity Luck Altar crashed down ferociously, but it was stopped in midair. A dragon claw forced it to stop. Duke Long floated in the air. His body did not move, but his right hand had turned into sharp dragon claws, grabbing onto Calamity Luck Altar and preventing it from moving any further. This 5 Elements Grandmaster was deeply shocked. Bull Demon was also in disbelief. He alone managed to stop Calamity Luck Altar so easily? Unbelievable. If I was not seeing this personally, I would never believe it. Crack. The dragon claws exerted strength as they dug into Calamity Luck Altar. Cracks started to form and spread around the dragon claws. Calamity Luck Altar started to shine in a piercing light. Immortal killer moves were used on Duke Long, who was in close proximity. Despite being bathed in explosions and impacts, Duke Long's body remained unmoved. An immense aura and chi burst out of his body. The chi gathered and formed into dragons that coiled around Calamity Luck Altar, squeezing it. What method is this? Duke Long had not used it in the Eastern Sea battle. Bull Demon squinted. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration, uttering, "There is no invincible immortal goo, only invincible goo immortal." 5 Elements Grandmaster was shocked once again. Dragon Chi Killer move had unparalleled might. 5 Elements Grandmaster knew clearly that if he had to face the attack, he would not last long. Calamity Luck Altar was a rank 8 immortal goo house, but it was still suppressed by Duke Long single-handedly. Longevity Heaven's members could already see victory in the horizons. Heaven Overseeing Tower was right ahead, but Duke Long obstructed them, turning their hope of victory into an unattainable dream. Duke Long was just one person, but he was an obstacle that they could not get past. He is just rank 8. How can our difference be this immense? Lord Bing Sichuan, what do we do? 5 Elements Grandmaster was out of ideas. The difference in battle strength could not be made up for with courage. 5 Elements Grandmaster looked at Bing Sichuan, but he had already gone missing. Where did he go? At the next moment, Bing Sichuan appeared behind Duke Long. His time path killer move that had been prepared for a long time landed on Duke Long's head. Success! Bing Sichuan's pupils shrunk. Duke Long did not move. Instead, a vast wave of dragon chi shot out with a loud roar. The dragon mouth bit Bing Sichuan as it flew up, restraining him in the air. Bing Sichuan relied on his defenses to hold on while he used killer moves to try and get out of the dragon chi's restraint. But his actions were futile. The dragon chi was not indestructible, but its speed of recovery was just too fast. You are clearly injured. This is definitely not your usual battle strength. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. How can you possibly comprehend the profundity of my killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand? Duke Long looked at Bing Sichuan plainly as he placed his focus back on Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was filled with cracks. It was surrounded by countless dragon-shaped chi that pressed down on it. A large number of goo worms continued to die. Calamity Luck Altar could not break free. If this went on, it would definitely be destroyed. Five Elements Grandmaster gritted his teeth. Let me go out. I would rather die in combat by Duke Long's hands than die here without doing anything. Bull Demon was silent. Bing Sichuan suddenly snickered. I am not your match, but so what? I have my trump card. I respectfully request. Limitless, please turn around. What? This time it was Duke Long's turn to be shocked. 1,000,000 years ago, Olden Antiquity era Limitless Demon Venerable attacked Heavenly Court and moved unhindered. Even though Heavenly Court's goo immortals tried to stop him, they were powerless. Limitless Demon Venerable moved at a casual speed, but none of Heavenly Court's goo immortals could match him. They suffered huge losses and deaths. Central Heaven Gate broke into shrapnel. Name Plaque Palace did not even have the time to fly away. In front of Limitless Demon Venerable, Sun Palace and 5 Deity Hall were thin as paper. They were simply like a joke. Eventually, when Limitless Demon Venerable arrived before the Central Great Hall, Heavenly Court shook. Star Constellations will descended and activated Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangement. 9 consecutive unceasing formation. Limitless Demon Venerable landed in the formation and only managed to escape after destroying 100 formations. Below Heaven Overseeing Tower, Limitless Demon Venerable looked at Star Constellation's will. Star Constellation, we are both venerables. You spent so much effort to try and restrict me. Even though I hate you, I also admire you. Right now, you are dead while I am alive, no matter how many methods you left behind, so what? You want to stop a living goo venerable? That is impossible. Rank 9 venerables are invincible in this world. Only other venerables can deal with them. Star Constellations will smiled bitterly. She opened a path to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Of course I understand what you are saying, but how can I give up without even trying? Please enter. Limitless Demon Venerable raised his eyebrows. Not stopping me anymore? Star Constellations will said expressionlessly. Since I cannot stop you, what's the point? Limitless, since you want to destroy Fate Goo, I will accompany you to see it. Limitless Demon Venerable was stunned for a moment. A slight smile appeared on his flawless face. 1 inch interesting, he said softly as he walked up Heaven Overseeing Tower alongside Star Constellation's will. When they arrived at the top, they saw Fate Goo. Not long after, Limitless Demon Venerable left the tower, walking out. The Heavenly Court goo immortals who were deeply injured became greatly surprised, because Limitless Demon Venerable did not destroy Fate Goo. It was still in perfect condition at the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Nobody knew what happened inside the tower, or what Star Constellation's will and Limitless Demon Venerable talked about. In the end, Limitless Demon Venerable still had a cold expression, but a slight anger could be felt from his gaze. When he looked around, wherever his gaze landed, Heavenly Court's goo immortals felt a deep chill. Their morale fell to rock bottom. Finally, Limitless Demon Venerable looked at Star Constellation's will. Humph! Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. You two definitely left many more methods in your lifetimes. Are you looking down on me? Use them all. I want to see them myself. Star Constellation sighed bitterly. But Limitless Demon Venerable was bent on fighting. She could only entertain him. Thus, A bloody battle continued. Heavenly Court's goo immortals were sacrificed in Limitless Demon Venerable's hands. Countless died. Wherever Limitless Demon Venerable went, pool of blood and corpses appeared. Star constellations will followed behind him, watching calmly as he slaughtered endlessly. After a while, the water of Forgotten Tao Lake became blood-red in color. Limitless Demon Venerable squinted. The feeling of joy from slaughtering emerged in his heart. At this moment, he looked at the lake's ripples as he asked, "What lake is this?" "Forgotten Tao Lake." "Forgotten Tao Lake?" "The lake suits the name. It is a good lake. It is too much of a pity if I destroy it." Limitless Demon Venerable suddenly became energetic. Forgotten Tao, but who can really forget their Tao? After some silence, Star Constellations will said, "Since you already came to Heavenly Court, why don't you take a look around?" Limitless Demon Venerable looked at Star Constellations will with deep meaning. "Aren't you afraid that I will destroy Heavenly Court?" Star Constellations will was very calm. "You cannot destroy Heavenly Court. Not only will Master Supreme methods activate when Heavenly Court faces a fatal crisis. Even if you succeed in destroying Heavenly Court, can you destroy Fate Goo?" Saying so, Star Constellations will showed a solemn expression. "And most importantly, the true Heavenly Court is not here, it is within our hearts. Even if Heavenly Court is destroyed, a new generation will rebuild it. Limitless, you can't live forever, right?" Limitless Demon Venerable stood silently on the spot, staring at Star Constellations will as his gaze became icy cold. Star Constellations will looked straight at him with a calm expression. A long while later, Limitless Demon Venerable nodded. "As expected of Star Constellation, you are absolutely right." Star Constellations will felt no surprise. "Let's continue the tour?" Limitless Demon Venerable went up Star Zone Mountain. He saw a pavilion at the peak. It was naturally an immortal goo house. Limitless Demon Venerable stepped into the pavilion, looking down at the whole of Heavenly Court. Other than the bloody road that he created through his slaughter until now, the other areas were still grand and elegant. Limitless Demon Venerable breathed in deeply. He was revitalized. "This is a good pavilion. What is its name?" "Imperfection Regret Pavilion." Star Constellations will answered. Limitless Demon Venerable's eyes shined. This rank 8 immortal goo house had no secret in front of him. He could understand the profundity and structure of the construct at first glance. He nodded. "Imperfection Regret Pavilion. It is a good name. It is quite appropriate." Regret. I could not accomplish my goal in this trip. It is truly a great regret. But whose life can be perfect without imperfection or regrets? He seemed to be asking Star Constellations will, but he also looked like he was mumbling to himself. His tone was quite complex. Star Constellations will was silent. Limitless Demon Venerable suddenly laughed as his expression vanished. He became cold and aloof again. He clapped. "Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. These are truly impressive arrangements. However, my interest is piqued again." Star Constellations will had a change of expression. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangement was not just the 9 consecutive unceasing formation. In truth, Forgotten Tao Lake and Imperfection Regret Pavilion were also part of her meticulous setup. Limitless Demon Venerable was invincible in the world. He could not be blocked. The only way to preserve Heavenly Court was by eliminating his killing intent and fighting spirit. In this aspect, Wisdom Path Goo Immortals were the most proficient. Even though Limitless Demon Venerable was affected by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, his fighting spirit only fell for a moment before it returned. Limitless Demon Venerable did not attack again. He looked at Star Constellations will. "I was born in the wrong era. It is a pity that I cannot be part of the great era a million years later." Star Constellation, the same applies for you. In that case, I have a suggestion. Please go ahead. Why don't we play a game of chess in this pavilion? Chess? Star Constellations will was stunned. "Sure. Both of us need this chessboard after all." For the next few days, Limitless Demon Venerable stayed inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion as he played chess with Star Constellations will. When Limitless Demon Venerable left, star constellations will also vanished within the pavilion. Imperfection Regret Pavilion thus became a forbidden area of heavenly court. During normal times, Imperfection Regret Pavilion would have no commotion. But at times, Heavenly Court's goo immortals would be able to see two vague figures inside the pavilion. Regardless of what angle they were at, they could only see the sides of these two people. One was male and the other was female. They resembled Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Limitless Demon Venerable. But any Heavenly Court goo immortal who saw this sight would usually die days later. The lucky few who survived would feel an absurd increase in their strength. Years later, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable went to Imperfection Regret Pavilion and wanted to get rid of this threat. But in the end, he shook his head as he left Star Zone Mountain. Many years passed again. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was invited to tour Heavenly Court. He saw Embroidered Tower. He saw the 3 pieces of bloody skins left by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. He entered Heaven Overseeing Tower and saw Fate Goo. Finally, he came here but did not ascend the mountain. He only took a look at Imperfection Regret Pavilion before he left. Comment these records flashed by Duke Long's mind in an instant. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable is very crafty. He must have noticed something back then. Why is Bing Sai Chuan able to mobilize the power that Limitless Demon Venerable left behind? Duke Long thought about it rapidly. He wanted to stop Bing Sai Chuan, but he had no method to do so. He acutely sensed that a profound aura had emerged from Bing Sai Chuan's body before it vanished without a trace. Far away at the peak of Star Zone Mountain, 2 shadows that were playing chess appeared on the empty Imperfection Regret Pavilion, along with their chessboard. Even though only their sides could be seen, it was still possible to see that the female had unparalleled beauty, while the male had a cold expression. It was the scene of 2 venerables plotting against each other. Ripples appeared in the air. The still image of the 2 venerables started to turn bright. Star Constellation had a complex gaze, raising her head to look at Limitless. "The person you are waiting for is here?" Limitless Demon Venerable shook his head, sighing. "He is not here yet, but there is someone from my homeland who has inherited one of my true inheritances. I have to help him." Saying so, he lifted a chess piece from the board and flicked it. In the entire process, Limitless Demon Venerable did not even take a look at the battlefield, much less turn around. The chess piece flew out of Imperfection Regret Pavilion as the image of the 2 venerables faded away. Only an empty Imperfection Regret Pavilion was left. The chess piece flew at a shocking speed. It landed on Duke Long almost instantly. Duke Long's body shook intensely, shock expressed all over his face. Plop. At the next moment, Duke Long fell from the air, crashing on the ground. The power of the chess piece materialized as illusory silver-white chains, tying him up and stabbing into his phantom aperture, sealing all of his goo worms. Duke Long's eyes were wide opened. He could breathe normally but could not move an inch. He found that even though his strength was still around, whenever he tried to break free, the chains would emit similar strength that canceled out all of his effort. This was a rank 9 immortal killer move. Duke Long was forcefully restrained. The dragon chi he created also dispersed. Calamity Luck Altar and Bing Sai Chuan regained their freedom. Bing Sai Chuan shouted loudly as he charged at Duke Long. But the strongest killer move that he used was easily blocked by the silvery chains the moment it reached Duke Long. Duke Long was unharmed. Bing Sai Chuan's heart sank. This rank 9 killer move restricts Duke Long but also protects him, because this is a battle between venerables. Even though there is Limitless Demon Venerable's strength, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's will is also involved. Since he could not kill Duke Long, Bing Sai Chuan gave up that idea immediately. He jumped into Calamity Luck Altar, and at the next moment, Calamity Luck Altar moved and the central Great Hall was smashed to bits. Fairy Z-Wei could only bring Old Man Zheng Yuan away as they escaped rapidly. Fairy Z-Wei's expression was grim. The central Great Hall was the control area of Heavenly Court's palaces. Now that it was destroyed, Fairy Z-Wei's control fell drastically. She would need to expend a lot of time and effort to mobilize them now. But in intense battles like this, every breath of time was precious. The central Great Hall became a pile of rubbles. Ahead of Calamity Luck Altar was a tall tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan had a heated gaze. Heaven Overseeing Tower was famous in the world. All Gu immortals in the 5 regions knew about it. Right now, it was still and motionless. A refinement path immortal formation was shining in bright light, enveloping it. Fate Gu is at the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower. It is being repaired using the refinement path formation. Bing Sichuan frowned. Heavenly Court's defenses were very tight. Heaven Overseeing Tower was actually the final line of defense. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was not over yet, but only the finals were left. Because countless Gu masters failed in their Gu refinement, there was already many success Dao marks inside infallible blessed land. These Dao marks were taken by Heavenly Court. They used them to repair Fate Gu, ensuring that nothing went wrong in the process. We cannot directly destroy this refinement path formation, otherwise Fate Gu's recovery might be ruined due to the backlash. It will return to its originally injured state. We need to go in and snatch it. Thinking of this, Bing Sichuan gave orders to 5 Elements Grandmaster and Bull Demon. Bull Demon acknowledged the order while 5 Elements Grandmaster became hesitant. Lord Bing Sichuan, there might be a slight problem. If we gain a good chance to snatch Fate Gu but it has not been repaired fully yet, what do we do? This was a problem indeed. Heavenly Court had methods to restore Fate Gu. They were relying on human path killer moves, the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, and a vast number of failures to create the success Dao marks in infallible blessed land that could be used to repair Fate Gu. Longevity Heaven did not have such methods. Bing Sichuan looked at 5 Elements Grandmaster. At this point in time, there was no need for any concealment, he said the truth. We want Fate Gu in such a state. It had been repaired by Heavenly Court for countless years. It is near complete recovery now. This is the Fate Gu that we want. A fully repaired Fate Gu cannot be used by anyone. Even Heavenly Court can only use it through Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower to look at the fate of all lifeforms in this world. If anyone can truly control Fate Gu, they will be able to decide the traces of fate. They will be able to manipulate the lives of all beings. It is a pity, even though the venerables of past generations tried so, none of them have ever succeeded. 5 Elements Grandmaster was curious. In that case, what is the point of snatching an incomplete Fate Gu? Bing Sichuan smiled lightly. We cannot control Fate Gu. The reason that the past venerables came up with was that the activation of Fate Gu has a high requirement. Only heavens will can control it. But this does not mean that we cannot use Fate Gu itself. Heavenly Court's Heaven Overseeing Tower is the best example. They are able to make use of Fate Gu, even though it is a minor usage. Other than that, Heavenly Court has another method, that is to use Fate Gu as an immortal material to refine it with a luck path Immortal Gu and create Destiny Gu. 2-inch Destiny Gu? 5 Elements Grandmaster's pupils shrunk. Bing Sichuan's smile widened. That is the reason why Heavenly Court invaded Northern Plains to try and snatch fortune, rivaling Heaven Gu for themselves. So that's it. 5 Elements Grandmaster realized. Bing Sichuan continued. But they do not know that the so-called Destiny Gu was first conceptualized by Ancestor Giant Sunday. Heavenly Court wants to refine rank 10 Destiny Gu in one go. They are too ambitious. We are different, we only want a rank 9 Destiny Gu. Thus, the Fate Gu that we use does not need to be fully restored. As long as we have rank 9 Destiny Gu, my Longevity Heaven will be able to contest Heavenly Court. In the following great era, we will dominate and replace Heavenly Court. We will reign over the 5 regions. We can even become the supreme rulers of all beings in this world. 5 Elements Grandmaster was tongue-tied. Longevity Heaven's ambition was shocking, but he was also in deep admiration towards Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's plan. So Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already planned for Heavenly Court's invasion long ago. Longevity Heaven only used the arrangements today. Hearing Bing Sichuan's explanation and encouragement, 5 Elements Grandmaster hesitated no more. He went with Bull Demon as they flew out towards the refinement path formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower was at the center of the formation. They had to charge up to the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower to take away Fate Gu. They've entered the formation. Old man Zhang Yuan watched from afar. He had a worried expression. Fairy Ziwei was not too worried. This refinement path formation was specially set up. It is not the refinement cauldron formation from earlier. Not only is Yuan Xiongdu inside, there are two other rank 8s helping with the goo refinement. Even though the refinement cauldron formation was effective in repairing fake goo, because it was a copy of Lang Ye Blessed Land's refinement cauldron, Heavenly Court stopped using it. After all, Longevity Heaven had already annexed Lang Ye sect. They already had information of the Immortal Goo House refinement cauldron. Inside the refinement path formation, Yuan Xiongdu was the main person in charge. He had to concentrate and could not leave. The two Heavenly Court rank 8s helping him could temporarily stop their work and help protect Yuan Xiongdu. Thoughts flickered in Fairy Ziwei's mind continuously. Since Longevity Heaven sent people to invade the formation, they must be trying to snatch fake goo and not destroy it. That's why they are acting so cautiously. Only otherworldly demons can destroy fake goo. While Fang Yuan is at Emperor City now, we still have time. Thinking of this, Fairy Ziwei did not join the battle. Instead, she placed Old Man Zhang Yuan under protection. Old Man Zhang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level. He could not participate in the fight. But he had a crucial use. He was the key to using primordial origin Immortal Venerable's human path methods. After making sure Old Man Zhang Yuan was safe, Fairy Ziwei returned to the battlefield. Calamity Luck Altar was floating in the air, blocking the entrance to the refinement path formation. Within the formation space, Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster were already fighting against the two Heavenly Court rank 8s. With a cry, Fairy Ziwei had countless thoughts rain down like a meteor storm, crashing towards Calamity Luck Altar. This was an extraordinary immortal killer move, with the amplification of Star Constellation Chessboard. Even Calamity Luck Altar could not ignore it. Bing Sai Chuan healed his injuries while he controlled Calamity Luck Altar to resist Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei's Star Constellation Chessboard was also a rank 8 Immortal Goo House created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, while Calamity Luck Altar was created by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. The fight between two Immortal Goo Houses was also akin to the fight between Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. At once, the scene was intense. Both sides went all out with their abilities. Rank 8 Immortal Killer moves had incredible power, but thankfully Heavenly Court was defended by past Venerable's methods. It was not destroyed. As the battle went on, Fairy Ziwei's breathing became heavier. Even though she controlled Star Constellation Chessboard, it was tiny and could be held in one hand. Compared to it, Calamity Luck Altar was huge and blocked the formation entirely. It had an advantage. During this time, Fairy Ziwei also wanted to save Duke Long. But Duke Long was bound by silvery chains made by Limitless Demon Venerable's method. Once Fairy Ziwei got close, she felt a strong repulsion force. Any immortal killer move she used was also dispelled by the chains. Thankfully, this was a form of protection for Duke Long. Even though he was in the battlefield, he was completely unharmed. Meanwhile, the palaces around him were turned into ruins. There were many crevices and pits all over the area. Damn it! Damn it! Duke Long gritted his teeth. He continued to struggle, but there was no effect. This is not going well. Fairy Ziwei had a heavy heart. She was engaged in a long fight. She could not help Yuan Xiongdu, who was inside the formation. Even though Longevity Heaven did not bring many Goo Immortals, all of them who came were rank 8 elites. They had their respective roles. At this rate, they might really be able to take Fate Goo away. Right when Fairy Ziwei felt helpless against the situation, a corner of Heavenly Court shook intensely. Auras started to grow from nowhere, rapidly expanding. That is the Immortal Graveyard. Fairy Ziwei was overjoyed. Heavenly Court's Immortal Graveyard had countless rank 8 experts. It was unfathomable. Not even Fairy Ziwei knew how many rank 8s were sleeping there. At the critical moment, Heavenly Court finally expended its foundation. The slumbering Goo Immortals sensed it and awakened from their slumber. You dare attack my Heavenly Court. You are courting death. With an explosive voice, a muscular Goo Immortal with a bare head jumped up, his body flying into the sky as his cold gaze stared at Calamity Luck Altar. While he said that, his figure vanished on the spot. Such speed! Bing Sai Chuan was shocked. At the next moment, with a loud crash, Calamity Luck Altar fell like a toppling mountain. It was sent flying by a huge force. A huge black bear that was even larger than Calamity Luck Altar stood at where it was blocking earlier. Fairy Z-Wei's eyes shined brightly. This is Senior Zhang Fei Xiong, a transformation path great expert of Heavenly Court. He is most skilled in bear-type transformations. His strength can rival mountains. His power can move the earth. The juniors are too useless. Outsiders actually managed to attack Heavenly Court so deeply. Central Great Hall was destroyed. A voice resounded again. Comment: an old Gu Immortal appeared in the air. He had a pale face and thin body. He looked like he was sick. Right now, he sat on a wheelchair. His body seemed weak, but his eyes shined with cold light. It made people feel fear and worry. Ah! Fairy Z-Wei gasped. Lord Gu Lu Ru. Sigh, he is a time path great expert. If he had woken earlier to defend the River of Time, taking the place of Senior Li Huang, Fang Yuan would not have escaped. Calamity Luck Altar flew into the sky again, as Gu Lu Ru pointed his finger at it. The entire rank 8 Immortal Gu house started to move several times as slowly. Zhang Fei Xiong laughed loudly as he pounced, crashing into Calamity Luck Altar as he pressed down on it, suppressing it. Who woke me up? Sigh, I am so old. If I sleep any less, I will get more wrinkles. I will be ugly. Little sister, don't you agree? A beautiful figure appeared beside Fairy Z-Wei all of a sudden. Fairy Z-Wei was taken aback. She did not sense anything. Junior greets Senior Wan Zihong. Fairy Z-Wei bowed respectfully. Don't call me Senior. Call me sister. Look, are there more wrinkles near my eyes now? This newly awakened female immortal got close to Fairy Z-Wei as she asked with deep concern. Fairy Z-Wei looked at the snow-white, beautiful and flawless face. She was speechless, but her expression became very polite. There are no wrinkles, Wan sister. You are too worried. She was very cautious, because this female immortal Wan Zihong did not have an ordinary background. Most of Heavenly Court's members were chosen from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, but this Wan Zihong was once a great demon that wreaked havoc in Western Desert. She was absorbed by Heavenly Court to become one of its members. Zhang Fei Xiong, Gu Lu Ru, Wan Zihong one by one. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals woke up from the immortal graveyard. At once, the numbers on each side became tilted. The situation changed drastically. So many reinforcements at once? Are there more? Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Saichuan laughed loudly. In this dangerous situation, he was still able to laugh. Fairy Z-Wei had a bad feeling. Since Longevity Heaven was attacking Heavenly Court, how could they not expect the situation in the immortal graveyard? Do you know why I bought Calamity Luck Altar? Because the killer move of a former demon venerable is in it. At this moment, Bing Saichuan's gaze became deep and unfathomable. But what method gave him such confidence? Hidden Dragon Cave Battlefield. The super immortal formation suppressing Dizongshang was broken by Eastern Sea's rank 8s. It was half collapsed. Only the central core area was still active. Old man Bei Feng was heavily injured. He could barely hold down the situation. His grandson Feng Chanzi was beside him, waiting for Heavenly Court's reinforcements to no avail. The despair on Feng Chanzi's face became increasingly deep. Outside the central area, Eastern Sea's rank 8s completely surrounded this formation. Hua Clan First Supreme Elder Hua Kaiyun let out an immemorial cloud beast. It continued to dwindle away at the formation's core. This is Heavenly Court's creation after all. Even just the core of the formation can resist my cloud beast's corrosion. Hua Kaiyun sighed. Roar! At this time, a loud dragon roar could be heard from deep within the abyss. It was ground shaking. Sound waves reverberated, causing the entire earth trench to tremor. Countless rocks started to fall off the earth trench's cliffs. Eastern Sea's rank 8s looked at the abyss below them worriedly. Shun Songshang urged. The formation is half destroyed. It cannot suppress Dizongshang anymore. To avoid problems, we need to act now. Dizongshang was a very unique, legendary, immemorial desolate beast, because it was created from the power of Central Continent's earth veins. It was born from endless hatred, anger, and grudges. Thus, it bore natural hatred and killing intent towards humans, And most importantly, unless its source was destroyed, it would never die. It had once caused great trouble to Heavenly Court. Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals did not want to fight Dizongshang for no reason. They wanted to take away Dragon Palace to regain their reputation. If Dizongshang was released, it would continue to find trouble with Heavenly Court and Central Continent. It is ready. Song Chi Yuan nodded. Puff! He muttered lightly. Immortal killer move, broken mirror shard light. Crack! With a loud sound resembling a mirror falling on the ground and shattering into countless pieces. The entire formation core area's light halo also shattered like a mirror, exposing Old Man Beifeng and Feng Chanzi who were inside. No! Feng Chanzi was so scared he quickly screamed and moved back. Song Chi Yuan's killer move was very special. It created no commotion when used at first. Only after a long period of nurturing would it catch people off guard and create an unexpected result. This broken mirror shard light was Song Chi Yuan's proud method. It was mostly used against stationary enemies like formations. The formation broke. Dizongshang growled loudly. The sound waves created shook the entire earth trench. Quick! Make use of the time. Eastern Sea's rank 8s attacked. I am going to die. Feng Chanzi fell backwards. He was so scared he shut his eyes, shivering with a distorted expression, awaiting his death. Old Man Beifeng sighed deeply. He could not fight anymore. The difference in strength was too big. He could only wait for his death. Don't kill him. Let me capture him alive. Shen Songshang suddenly said. Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals halted their attacks. They were quite surprised. Did Shen Songshang have a method to capture a rank 8 Gu Immortal alive? Everyone, take a good look. Shen Songshang smiled confidently. Go! The Eastern Sea Immortals saw that countless threads appeared around Old Man Beifeng's body. He was wrapped up like a cocoon. This is a new killer move that I created recently. It is called Lingering Sound. Shen Songshang explained. Old Man Beifeng had a furious expression. He was already prepared for death. But these Eastern Sea Gu Immortals actually wanted to capture him alive. It was a great humiliation. Eastern Sea's Immortals were quiet. It seemed like Shen Songshang could really capture rank 8 Gu Immortals. Even though Old Man Beifeng was defenseless at the moment, Shen Songshang's method was still quite threatening. Rank 8 Gu Immortals had very deep foundations. It was evident from seeing Shen Songshang's method. Old Man Beifeng could not resist. As for Feng Chanzi, he was already shivering from fear. Eastern Sea's Immortals did not even bother with this cowardly rank 6 Immortal. Shen Songshang used his Immortal Killer move to its limit and captured Old Man Beifeng. The value of a living rank 8 Gu Immortal was much higher than a dead one. Forget about the rest. Just the reputation gained from capturing a great expert of the same rank was enough for Shen Songshang and the entire Shin clan's reputation to soar in Eastern Sea. The other Immortals started to look for Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. They had come here together for this rank 8 Immortal Gu House. Soon Zhang Yin found something. Over there. He pointed with an excited expression, before using an investigative Immortal Killer move. After using the killer move, an Immortal Gu House appeared. It floated above everyone's head. It was several tens of meters on top of Old Man Beifeng. The Eastern Sea Immortals were overjoyed. What else but Dragon Palace could this be? Other than Shen Songshang, the other Eastern Sea Immortals quickly gathered with an excited expression. Shen Songshang concentrated on dealing with Old Man Beifeng. He felt no anxiety. Before coming here, the Eastern Sea Immortals had already set an alliance agreement. It had quite the binding force. The rule was, if Eastern Sea's Immortals obtained Dragon Palace, everyone would get a share. As for the share, it would depend on how much effort they put in. Since Dragon Palace appeared, Song Chi Yuan and the rest started to try and capture it. But after using several killer moves, Dragon Palace only shook. It did not acknowledge a new owner. This Immortal Gu House is really extraordinary. Dragon Palace's fierce resistance made the Eastern Sea Immortals even more excited. Their desire for Dragon Palace rose even more. Gradually, while trying to capture it, they realized a huge secret. So that's it. Heavenly Court placed Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace here to try and tame Dizongshang. Even though Dizongshang was born from the earth vein and negative emotions, It is still considered a dragon. It is countered by Dragon Palace. Thus, there is a possibility of subduing it. Duke Long has a good plan indeed. Now that the 5 regions' earth veins are becoming one, and Di Zongsheng's power comes from the earth vein. Once they combine, Di Zongsheng's power will rise by at least 5 times. Don't forget, when the earth veins become one and the 5 regional walls vanish, the world would be in chaos and conflict. By then, there will be a great amount of fear, hatred, jealousy, and other emotions. With that, Di Zongsheng's strength will rise again. Eastern Sea's immortals conversed as some gasped. At this rate, among the legendary immemorial desolate beasts, Di Zongsheng might become the number 1 among them. It already had peak rank 8 battle strength to begin with. After the boost, it might even be able to reach pseudo-immortal venerable. No wonder Duke Long paid a huge price to obtain Dragon Palace. He wanted to subdue a pseudo-immortal venerable battle strength to suppress the situation. Thankfully, we came to stop Heavenly Court's plan, otherwise, we will have trouble during the 5 regions' chaotic war. 2 Eastern Sea's immortals were very glad. No wonder we could only hear dragon roars even though the formation broke. Di Zongsheng has not escaped yet. Right now, Dragon Palace is suppressing Di Zongsheng. We need to wait a bit more. That's right, after Dragon Palace subdues Di Zongsheng, not only would we gain a rank 8 immortal goo house, we will also gain an existence with great battle strength. 1 inch if Heavenly Court finds out, they would probably puke blood. Ha ha ha. Truly fantastic, fantastic. Emperor City Battlefield. Immortal Killer Move. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fong Yuan activated it in succession. Heavenly Court's immortal goo houses avoided them wherever the ghost hands went. Great Thief Ghost Hand could steal goo worms. Fong Yuan could use this killer move to steal rank 8 immortal goo, even if they were hiding inside the grotto heavens of goo immortals. The essence of immortal goo houses was the combination of goo worms to create a stable form. It could be seen as a combination of many killer moves, or a mobile immortal formation. Be it immortal killer move, immortal goo house, or immortal formation, they were all ways to use goo worms. Even though they appear different, the essence was the same. Great Thief Ghost Hand could even steal goo worms inside immortal apertures, not to mention immortal goo houses, which were essentially mobile immortal formations that exposed their goo worms on the outside. Undeniably, Great Thief Ghost Hand countered immortal goo houses. Fong Yuan relied on Great Thief Ghost Hand to attack, managing to steal many goo worms. He had targeted immortal goo houses before, but that was Great Space Temple, which had a method that resisted Great Thief Ghost Hand. In truth, most immortal goo houses did not have a way to counter Fong Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand. The immortal goo house defense line that Heavenly Court meticulously created became a huge mess because of Fong Yuan's interference and influence. Scoundrel Fong Yuan, accept your death. At the critical moment, Li Huang shouted as he pounced at Fong Yuan with Verdant Sun Flame cloak on him. Heavenly Court's immortal goo houses could not deal with Fong Yuan, but their goo immortals could. It was much harder for Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal immortal goo from immortal apertures than immortal goo houses. Especially when Li Huang had Verdant Sun Flame Cloak, it could defend against Fong Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fong Yuan saw that Li Huang had approached him. He advanced instead of retreating. Li Huang, you finally showed up at long last? I've been waiting for you. At the next moment, Fong Yuan turned into the immemorial year monkey and spitted. Instantly, Spring Scissors Killer Move flew out, tearing through space as it targeted Li Huang. Next, Fong Yuan breathed in deeply as the monkey grabbed empty space with both hands, pulling out a huge fan out of nowhere. It was Immortal Killer Move Summer Fan. Snip! What? Li Huang had a shocked gaze as the cloak on his back became torn. Its defense was greatly lowered. Fan! Whoosh! Intense winds blew, the world changed colors. Li Huang was hit as he flew far away due to the wind. How did his strength rise so drastically? Li Huang looked at the tiny spark left on his Verdant Sun Flame cloak as he showed an ugly expression. Because when he got attacked earlier, he saw that the situation was bad and activated Verdant Sun Flame cloak once again. This Fire Path defensive killer move had a great attribute: it could be used consecutively and stacked. The weakness was that the expended immortal essence would be twice as high. Li Huang. Don't tell me this is your full strength. Fang Yuan roared. His body moved like a flash, rampaging in the battlefield, chasing after Li Huang. Li Huang retreated as he activated Verdant Sun Flame Cloak again and again. Spring scissors continued to fly around him, cutting up all of the flame cloaks on his back. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with sharp light. The immortal killer move's aura surged for an instant. Damn it! Li Huang sensed something and became alert. He quickly changed directions. Fang Yuan's time path killer move did not hit Li Huang. His battle experience was too rich. Lord Li Huang, let us help you. At this moment, wind-sweeping building came to reinforce him. It was surrounded by a wall of wind. It could resist Great Thief Ghost Hand to some extent. Fang Yuan snickered with disdain. Get lost! Immortal killer move. Summer fan. Tornadoes swept all over the place. Wind-sweeping building was forced to a halt. There was no choice. Summer fan's wind was just an appearance. The true essence was time path's power. Wind-sweeping building was a wind path immortal goo house. It was not good against such time path killer moves. Li Huang could only continue to escape. Fang Yuan's strength had risen absurdly. It was shocking to everyone. Inside Emperor City, the Goo Masters continued with the final competition. The Goo Immortals guarding Emperor City had already isolated all of the noise outside. These Goo Masters could concentrate on refining Goo. To think that even Lord Li Huang is not this demon Fang Yuan's match. This demon is too impressive. He had obtained many venerable inheritances. His demonic might is truly terrifying. But don't worry. Even though Emperor City is a mortal goo house, it contains human path methods. At the crucial moment, immortal killer moves will protect us all. The Goo Immortals encouraged each other and raised their morale. Emperor City was the #1 city of humanity. It used a vast number of mortal goo to build. Even though the city had relocated a dozen times and was no longer at its original spot, it had an immensely long history. It could be traced back to the era where humanity rose. This was the first Emperor City built as a result of primordial origin Immortal Venerable's decision. Fang Yuan, don't be too arrogant. Face me instead. Rank 8 Goo Immortal Qing Yi saw that the situation was bad. He had to enter the battle. Li Huang saw the chance and did not escape. He fought alongside Qing Yi. Fang Yuan shouted loudly. He disregarded the immortal essence expenditure and activated killer moves targeting Emperor City. Li Huang and Qing Yi blocked Fang Yuan from the front. But after his barrage of attacks, they were forced to move back. This sight made the Western Desert Goo Immortals go into a daze. Fang Yuan is so ferocious. No wonder he could oppose Heavenly Court for so many years and still remain unharmed. We will detour around him. Try not to provoke this person. That's right. We will focus on destroying Emperor City. Infallible blessed land battlefield. Farewell friend wind. This is actually farewell friend wind. Seeing Wu Yong's move succeed against Chen Yi, the Central Continent Goo Immortals defending the Immortal Formation felt deep fear within them. This farewell friend wind had an incredible origin. It was created by a peculiar genius. This peculiar genius was named Taoist Blackheart. He cultivated wind path but gained a lot of insight from reading The Legends of Renzu during his later years. After nearly 10 years of closed cultivation, he created Farewell Friend Wind Killer move. This was a wind path method that had the profundities of human path. Its power was extraordinary. After creating this move, Taoist Blackheart started to make friends all over the place. He often sacrificed his own gains for his friends. Initially, the 5 regions Goo Immortals did not know the reason. They were very friendly towards Taoist Blackheart, who often gave them expensive gifts. Even those who did not want to befriend Taoist Blackheart were unwilling to antagonize him. They pretended to be friendly with him. But it was all Taoist Blackheart's scheme. Any killer move had a process of sensing the target. Like Fang Yuan's lead soul into Dream Killer move, it needed to sense the enemy's soul. Otherwise, this killer move could not be used. Even if many Goo Immortals cannot unravel immortal killer moves, they can target this process and defend themselves. But Farewell Friend Wind was special. It could only sense friends and target them. The friend? here did not refer to just true friends. Even fake friends or superficial friends with ill intentions were detectable. Using this move, Taoist Blackheart became renowned in the 5 regions. He was extremely famous and nobody dared to provoke him. Afterwards, when many people got attacked by it, through the deductions of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, the truth behind Farewell Friend Wind was finally exposed. Many Gu Immortals who learned of Farewell Friend Wind's secret scolded Taoist Blackheart for his vicious heart. Countless people who once called Taoist Blackheart their friend started to shudder in fear and unease. In this world, there were no invincible killer moves. Soon, one of Farewell Friend Wind's weaknesses was exposed. To activate it, the user had to directly touch the body of the target Gu Immortal. Even though Farewell Friend Wind was strong, with these 2 problems it became easier to deal with. Even though Taoist Blackheart became very famous and renowned, he became extremely lonely in his final years. Everyone avoided him like the plague. Towards the end of his life, he was all alone. It was a bitter ending. Wu Yong's possession of Farewell Friend Wind shocked all of the immortals here. But regardless, Wu Yong succeeded and Chen Yi was hit. He was going to die. Everyone realized this. Bai Zhang Shui shrieked as she charged at Wu Yong. Wu Yong's body flickered as he vanished on the spot. Bai Zhang Shui grabbed onto Chen Yi. Even though he was no longer floating, he could not move. Even his eyebrows and skin started to erode. Wu Yong appeared before the Southern Border Immortals again. This time, the Southern Alliance Immortals looked at him with a complex gaze. There were wariness, fear, and respect all in their eyes. Wu Yong possesses Farewell Friend Wind Killer move. It is equivalent to Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This is a trump card that can change the situation around once it is used. Since when did Wu Yong become friends with Chen Yi? How hard can it be? When doing business in Treasure Yellow Heaven, wouldn't everyone call each other friends anyway? Compared to that, I am more worried about Wu Yong's schemes. Wu Yong still stood in front of the Southern Alliance Immortals. He looked at Chen Yi, who was far away, praising. As expected of Heavenly Court's Gu Immortal, the former First Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. Your defense is incredible. This is the first time I've seen anyone disintegrate so slowly from my Farewell Friend Wind. He seemed to be praising the enemy, but he was also flaunting his own battle strength. The Southern Alliance Gu Immortals quickly responded. That's right. There had never been anyone who survived a hit from Farewell Friend Wind. Chen Yi is dead meat. With Lord Wu Yong around, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals are just a disoriented bunch after all. Heavenly Court Battlefield. Inside the Gu Refinement Formation, 2 huge battles were underway. Spear. Heavenly Court's rank 8 Che Wei shouted. Immediately, a gigantic black spear that was the size of an ancient tree shot towards 5 Elements Grandmaster. Arrow. Che Wei shouted again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless arrows appeared out of nowhere. They rained down and enveloped 5 Elements Grandmaster. But 5 Elements Grandmaster remained standing. Even though he was attacked endlessly, he still had the time to talk. Impressive, Che Wei. You are about to create a new path. These killer moves are very interesting. But it is useless. You cannot break the protection of my 5 Elements ring. Blade. Che Wei ignored 5 Elements Grandmaster. He held a large blade and charged up to fight 5 Elements Grandmaster in close combat. At the same time, at another battle, Bull Demon took the initiative to attack while Heavenly Court's Gu Immortal Song Yen defended himself. Bull Demon's attacks were ferocious. Each movement created layers of phantom shadows. These shadows were able to attack, and by cooperating with Bull Demon, he could often unleash terrifying attacks that were unexpected. Each time Song Yen was hit, his body would vibrate. He cultivated Rule Path. There were countless blue lines on his skin, resembling tattoos. These lines were either thin or thick. Some crisscrossed and formed a web that protected Song Yen tightly. It seems that they can't get past for the time being. Yuan Chengdu was still refining Gu, his heart eased slightly. Longevity Heaven's duo chose close combat. They are purposely restraining their attacks because they fear that they might destroy the refinement path formation and cause my efforts to be in vain. It seems that they want to snatch Fate Gu. They have a certain requirement towards Fate Gu's recovery. Yuan Qiongdu was made a member of Heavenly Court. He was naturally very shrewd. He quickly analyzed Longevity Heaven's intention. Calm down. I must calm down, otherwise, if I make any human mistakes, even the success Tao marks cannot help me. Persevere. Gu immortals are awakening in the immortal graveyard. Our battle strength will continue to rise. Longevity Heaven will be forced to despair. Yuan Qiongdu was thinking about that when suddenly, Bing Sai Chuan smiled coldly. Do you know why I bought Calamity Luck Altar? Because the killer move of a former demon venerable is in it. As he said that, Heavenly Court's Gu immortals were already attacking Calamity Luck Altar together. But soon, a golden light burst out of Calamity Luck Altar. Next, the sound of waves emerged around the entire battlefield. The phantom image of a segment of the Grand River of Time appeared above Calamity Luck Altar. Comment next, the Immortal Killer move activated as figures walked out of the River of Time. The first person to emerge saw that Calamity Luck Altar was suppressed by a huge bear. He roared in anger. Your bear guts are huge. Eat my exploding lightning. Boom! The giant bear that Zhang Fei Xiong transformed into was forced back by 5 to 6 steps. His face had suffered the impact of the explosion. His injuries were deep. Blood was all over his face. Who are you? Report your name. A Heavenly Court Gu immortal attacked the person. The person laughed maniacally. You do not even know me, New Air Bao Xiong? Then let me show you my exploding lightning killer move. I will blow you to bits. Remember my name. Boom, boom, boom. The savage power exploded continuously. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals were like kites with their strings cut. They flew out uncontrollably. Before they landed on the ground, they had already lost consciousness. It was unknown if they were still alive. To think that I can use this move to come to the future and participate in a huge battle, I am truly fortunate. The second Northern Plains Gu immortal who walked out of the Phantom River of Time smiled. He pointed his finger at Calamity Luck Altar, dispelling the Time Path killer move that was used on it as it regained its speed. You broke my killer move. Who are you? Gu Lu Ru, who used the killer move, had a dark gaze. The Northern Plains Gu immortal smiled as he looked at Gu Lu Ru. What a coincidence. We both cultivate Time Path. Let us fight. As for my name, it is quite common. I am called Hei Fan. To next, the third person walked out of the Phantom River of Time after Hei Fan. Wow! What a huge battle. Oh my heaven! I better hide somewhere. The third Northern Plains Gu immortal had a delicate white face. He had a crafty look. Saying so, he vanished. One by one, Northern Plains Gu immortals walked out and joined the battlefield. Fairy Ziwei's heart pounded. New Air Bao Xiong, Hei Fan, and that Lu who vanished. They are all rank 8 experts of the Northern Plains Huangjin tribes. What killer move is this? It can actually bring these people out of the past segment of the River of Time and into battle. This killer move was simply too unbelievable. Fairy Ziwei felt like she was dreaming. Fairy Ziwei was confused, but Duke Long was not. Seeing this, Duke Long's expression froze as his memories surfaced once more. As the dust clouds settled, Red Lotus spit out blood from his severe injuries, while Duke Long remained standing. Red Lotus, are you still not attacking? Even though you have future self, after rebirth you only have rank 8 cultivation level. Your current future self is also at rank 8. You are still some distance away from regaining your immortal venerable battle strength. Duke Long had a cold expression. His eyes were spewing fire from rage, burning Red Lotus's heart. That's right, my future self-killer move has some flaws. But even without flaws, how can I attack you, Master? Red Lotus smiled bitterly. So that is the reason why you have been avoiding me since the start of the battle instead of attacking me? Duke Long scoffed. Red Lotus, if you truly respect me as your master, you should stop fooling around. Accept the arrangement of fate and become a Gu Venerable again. We can forget everything and start anew. Master, I understand your intention, but you do not understand mine. Red Lotus sighed. Duke Long was even more furious now. Since you do not want to attack me, and yet you want to continue with this, are you forcing me to kill you? 1 inch, of course not. Red Lotus shook his head. a faint smile appearing on his flawless face. Master, after taking hits for such a long time, my killer move is finally ready. Please critique it. Saying so, the phantom image of the River of Time appeared behind him as Immortals walked out one by one. Duke Long's expression changed. What killer move is this? I created a pair of killer moves. They are known as Call of the Ancient, Support of the Future. This move can summon Immortals closely related to the user from the River of Time to come forward and battle. I am using the latter move, Support of the Future, now. Red Lotus smiled lightly. One Duke Long's expression was grim. He was shivering from anger. Your action is defying heaven and earth. You are actually using the River of Time to interfere with the flow of history. Your demonic nature is too deeply rooted. What about the first move? Go ahead and use it. No, Master. The first move, Call of the Ancient, will appear before you in the future at a certain timing. Red Lotus smiled as he said, Heavenly Court battlefield. Figures danced in the sky or fought on the ground. Intense explosions continued to resound. Sparks were flying. Bright lights were flashing. Northern Plains Immortal experts fought against Heavenly Court's members. Boom! In an instant, a loud explosion occurred as the black bear that was large as a mountain lost its right shoulder. A huge piece of flesh went missing. Even its shoulder bone was shattered. The black bear had a painful expression as it shut its eyes. It had fainted from the explosion. Rumble. Next, its body fell like a mountain. In the end, a huge pit was formed on the ground. Above it, a Northern Plains Immortal was laughing in the sky. The killer move Twilight Lightning that I, New Air Bao Xiong, possess is not so easy to deal with. Even if your transformation path grants you strong defenses. I have already killed so many transformation path Immortals in my life. Ahahaha. He cultivated lightning path solely. He was once a brutal slaughterer that roamed Northern Plains Immortal world unhindered. When he was the first Supreme Elder of New Air Tribe, it became the #1 force of Northern Plains without doubt. But New Air Bao Xiong's laughter came to a stop as a delightful female voice resounded. Shameless words. I also cultivate transformation path on the side. Come and kill me. Which stupid? New Air Bao Xiong had just turned around and spoke when he saw a bright red light flash before him. Before he reacted, he heard a loud explosion as flames scattered everywhere. Dust clouds rose. He fell from the sky. His body was still burning with blazing flames. The time is now. Save Zhang Fei Xiong. Gu Lu Ru, who was sitting in a wheelchair, shouted as he pointed. Instantly, the black bear that Zhang Fei Xiong had transformed into flickered with a shining light. His life was preserved. Humph. I like to kill people, not save them. A shadow tore through the sky, rushing down and approaching Zhang Fei Xiong. It was Wan Zihong. She was extremely beautiful and enchanting. She cultivated Wood Path and was originally a demonic path Immortal. She had a deep killing nature but was recruited by Heavenly Court. This Zhang Fei Xiong is quite impressive. Even though he fainted, his transformation did not vanish. Wan Zihong had a look of alertness as she charged into Zhang Fei Xiong's right shoulder wound without stopping. The moment she went in, Wan Zihong scattered into pink petals that landed on the bloody wound. The flower petals had a dense, fragrant smell. Flowers started to grow on the bloody wound. The petals of the flowers fell again on the surrounding flesh. More and more flowers grew as a sea of flowers was formed. Zhang Fei Xiong's flesh and blood was quickly replenished. He was healing at an observable pace. Humph! In the sky, New Air Bao Xiong had a grim expression. Even though he had strong lightning path killer moves, Heavenly Court's Immortals were not weak either. Wan Zihong's healing method actually got rid of the lightning path Dao marks that he landed on Zhang Fei Xiong. He was healing rapidly and effectively. It was as if Wan Zihong's Wood Path Dao marks and Zhang Fei Xiong's transformation path Dao marks did not conflict with each other. New Air Bao Xiong only took one glance, but his enemy made use of that timing to find a weakness. A flash of red light appeared as New Air Bao Xiong got hit again. His body was covered in flames. Seeing this, New Air Bao Xiong gave up on chasing after Zhang Fei Xiong. He shook off the flames and looked at his enemy. Who are you? As a Heavenly Court member, Are you going to hide your appearance and act so shady? The red light that was flying in the sky laughed loudly as it flickered left and right without stopping. New Heir Bao Xiong could only watch without having a chance to land an attack. It should be Senior Zhu Ke Heir. She cultivates Fire Path and Transformation Path. Her battle style counters New Heir Bao Xiong. Seeing this, Fairy Zi Wei expressed joy on her face. As time passed, more and more Gu Immortals woke up from the Immortal graveyard. Zhu Ke Heir was one of them. But Longevity Heaven's Time Path Killer move is too powerful. It is still summoning more people. Fairy Zi Wei looked towards Calamity Luck Altar and the Phantom River of Time as her heart shook with worry. This is likely Red Lotus Demon Venerable's killer move. Lord Duke Long might know something. Fairy Zi Wei had been searching for a chance. She wanted to enter the battlefield and save Duke Long. But Duke Long's position was not good. He was quite near Calamity Luck Altar, below the Phantom River of Time. There were Northern Plains Gu Immortals moving about constantly. If Fairy Zi Wei charged in to save him, the risks would be huge, and she had her own job to do. Earlier, both Venerables appeared in Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Even though Duke Long was hit by the rank 9 killer move and got restricted, his life is not in danger. I have an important mission. I need to provide immortal Gu to the newly awakened Gu Immortals. I also need to protect Old Man Zhang Yuan. He is one of the most important elements of this battle. Fairy Zi Wei squinted. She stayed at the back and did not move out. Duke Long had instructed her earlier before he left. She had to take charge of the situation. Clang! A golden light suddenly flickered before Fairy Zi Wei's eyes. When the light faded, a Northern Plains Gu Immortal was seen. He had dark skin tone and sharp eyes. Constantly emitting a brave aura, he was an expert of Yi Lui tribe, Yi Lui Ko. He cultivated Metal Path and was a great expert part of the second batch who left the River of Time. When Yi Lui Ko was a youngster, he stood out with his ferocious nature and sharp foresight. He could often see the most important elements of a battle. During the Imperial Court contest, he often fought alone, charging towards an army single-handedly. Killing the enemy's leader under everyone's watchful gaze, he was unstoppable. After becoming a Gu Immortal, he plundered many places and targeted the enemy's weakness. As a Righteous Path Gu Immortal, he had a terrible reputation on par with Demonic Path members. But his reputation changed after reaching rank 8. By that point, everyone in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world feared him. All of the accusations and grudges towards him turned into superficial reverence and slander in secret. Fairy Zi Wei's heart jumped. Facing Yi Lui Ko's gaze, she felt like a rabbit sprinting in the plains, while being targeted by a hawk. She quickly retreated, her body vanishing among the palaces. This damn Qi wall. Yi Lui Ko had an irritated expression. He had a keen sense towards any battle. He could detect the enemy's weakness and target it with great precision. This was a talent that he was born with. But his plan was ruined by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's Qi Wall Killer move that was left in Heavenly Court. This Qi Wall Killer move could discern enemy and ally. It did not obstruct Heavenly Court's members. But against Longevity Heaven's side, it was a huge problem. Northern Plains Gu Immortals could only move around the road that Limitless Demon Venerable created to fight against Heavenly Court. Precisely so, the fight between rank 8s was fixed at a certain area. Heavenly Court had many important places like the Demon Judgment Board or the Immortal Graveyard, but these places were protected by the Qi Wall. Northern Plains Gu Immortals could not go there. But in the battlefield, Northern Plains Gu Immortals had the obvious upper hand. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals needed to rely on the Qi Wall to retreat at times, allowing them to continue this battle. Our Gu Immortals had just woken up. They lack compatible Gu worms. Mortal Gu are still fine, but they are lacking many immortal Gu. This prevents their battle strength from being displayed. Fairy Zi Wei was very worried. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals gave all their immortal Gu to Heavenly Court while they slept in the Immortal Graveyard. On one hand, resources had to be optimized, while Heavenly Court also needed to feed the immortal Gu. These immortal Gu were mostly used to construct immortal Gu houses. They created the countless pavilions and palaces in Heavenly Court. A small portion was handed out to certain people in the 10 sects, for example, Feng Juji's Fate Armor Immortal Gu. There were very few immortal goo which were truly kept in the treasury on standby. Heavenly Court's goo immortals were all elites among rank 8s. But because they lacked immortal goo, they could not use their full power. Even with abundant immortal essence, they could not change the situation. In contrast, Northern Plainside had Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Call of the Ancient Killer move. It was truly magnificent. They were able to go up against Heavenly Court's foundation that was accumulated over countless years. Duke Long was filled with pain and anger. At this crucial moment, he could not move. He could only watch as the battle unfolded. And most importantly, the one who created this situation was the beloved disciple that he had entrusted hope to in the past. Red Lotus Demon Venerable. This call of the ancient should be quite similar to support of the future. It is not truly bringing over goo immortals from the past or future. It contains profundity similar to future self. It summons certain individuals from the river of time when they are at a particular state. Precisely so, these Northern Plains goo immortals are all at their peak condition. They have all their immortal essence and immortal goo. To unravel this move, the method should be similar to how I dealt with support of the future back then. You have to interrupt the person using the killer move. Right now, if we can cripple Calamity Luck Alter and accumulate enough damage, we should be able to stop this call of the ancient killer move. Duke Long was about to break his teeth from gritting. His deduction was not wrong. Unfortunately, he was restrained by the rank 9 killer move. He could not communicate with anyone using any method. Wow! Such a beautiful sight! Another person walked out of the river of time. He had a jade-like face. He was elegant and gentlemanly. The life and death battle here was intense. It intoxicated him. He breathed in deeply as he spread his arms, sighing. It seems that this is the stage for me. Dong Fong Yu. Humph, Northern Plains brutes will be brutes. Why are you pretending to be a gentleman? Fight me! A Heavenly Court goo immortal who had just retrieved his immortal goo looked at Dong Fong Yu with a look of disdain. He charged over. He had the appearance of a little boy. He had black hair with a cowlick on top, together with his round and cute face. His head resembled a peach. It was extremely appealing. But the aura around him was overwhelming. It made Dong Fong Yu's expression change as he dodged. The boy's killer move missed. Seeing Dong Fong Yu's pathetic state, he giggled. Do you know the power of Vortex Space Boy now? Dong Fong Yu was very angry. My free-spirited nature is real, while you are just a disgusting old man pretending to be young, even though you're half a step into your coffin. Vortex Space Boy's smile faded away as he charged at Dong Fong Yu. Dong Fong Yu was merely caught by surprise earlier. Now that he was on guard, he retaliated instead of escaping. Boom! The two fought and their moves clashed. Powerful air currents shot towards another Northern Plains goo immortal who emerged from the river of time. The wind is really strong. It almost blinded my eyes. This Northern Plains goo immortal looked like an old farmer. His pants were rolled up. His legs were covered in mud. His back was hunched. Wrinkles covered his face. And there was tobacco in his mouth. 1-inch Sci-Fi. The old farmer had no killing intent. He sighed deeply as he said, I, Nien Er Nong Fu, cultivate Earth Path. I am most skilled in managing the immortal aperture. Rightfully so. Nien Er Nong Fu might not be the strongest rank 8 goo immortal in Nien Er tribe history, but his influence was the deepest. He gave Nien Er tribe the greatest benefits. Because he was skilled in managing immortal apertures, even though Nien Er tribe's territory did not grow, their cultivation resources grew by more than 10 times. It was unthinkable. Yi Chao Zi greets friend Nien Er. At this time, a Heavenly Court goo immortal appeared. He was also a thin old man. You know who I am? Nien Er Nong Fu asked. Heavenly Court's goo immortal smiled. I cultivate wood path. I am also skilled in growing resources. When I was still young, friend Nien Er was one of my goals. So that's it. Nien Er Nong Fu smiled. The two spoke in a harmonious tone, but they had already used their methods to fight. They were even fiercer than the other experts. As the red light flew around, New Air Bao Xiong's expression became solemn. He continued to strike with his palms as lightning explosions occurred continuously. The red light's aura suddenly expanded. Zhu Kr had used a killer move. splitting into 8 red lights that shot towards New Air Bao Xiong from different directions. New Air Bao Xiong snorted coldly. He took a deep breath as a spherical shield, resembling a lightning web, surrounded and protected him. Bam, bam, bam. 7 red lights slammed into the lightning web shield, causing an intense explosion. The remaining red light was Zhu Ke Air's main body. My turn. New Air Bao Xiong pulled at his own beard. Go! Strands of his beard shot out, raining down like a drizzle as they all turned into lightning spears, forming a tight formation as they shot towards Zhu Ke Air. Zhu Ke Air shouted loudly, the red light turning back into her body as a rainbow light emerged. The temperature of the surrounding air rose. Seeing that the two were about to use killer moves, the surrounding Gu Immortals quickly went away. On the ground, Wan Zihong looked up with an expression of admiration, cursing in her heart. Damn it, I lack most of my offensive immortal Gu. I have no attacking methods now. To think that I would become a healing Gu immortal one day. Wan Zihong's heart jumped with premonition. Her pupils shrunk as she flickered, turning into countless petals and vanishing on the spot. At the next moment, a golden light flashed past her original location. Yi Lui Ko appeared on the ground as he snorted coldly, thinking, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals are truly elites. I actually missed my attack twice. But unless you escape into the Qi wall, you cannot escape. Saying so, he pointed with his index finger towards an empty spot. A golden ball first appeared at his fingertips before it exploded. A grand golden pillar shot out while pushing air aside. Its speed was incredible. He actually discovered the location of my true body. Wan Zihong wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The golden light was already right behind her. She had no choice but to turn around and defend herself desperately. Yi Lui Ko snickered. His move was not so easy to block. But at the next moment, his smile froze. He saw that the golden light pillar shrunk and went inside a Gu Immortal's mouth. The Gu Immortal ate Yi Lui Ko's entire killer move as he patted his belly with some lingering desire. To think that I would get to eat right after waking up. This Heavenly Court Gu Immortal was quite fat. He had light-colored skin and smiled with a satisfied look. Who are you? Yi Lui Ko's gaze was cold. Zhao Shan He. The fat man smiled. I will not let you kill our healing Gu Immortal so easily. Yi Lui Ko did not speak. His aura surged as he prepared another powerful killer move. Wan Zihong grunted in anger. I do not want to bother with healing. If you give me all my immortal Gu, I can fight 5 of them at once. At the other side, several Gu Immortals were instructed by Fairy Ziwei as they charged towards Calamity Luck Altar together. Duke Long, who was lying on the ground, felt happy upon seeing this. Good. It seems that Fairy Ziwei has already deduced the weakness of Call of the Ancient Killer move. She is gathering troops to attack Calamity Luck Altar. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan was leading the Northern Plains group. Seeing the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals, he snorted. This Call of the Ancient Killer move is powerful, but it can only be used once. If Heavenly Court disrupts it, it will not be usable again. However, I've already saved some manpower to deal with your assaults. Calamity Luck Altar similarly contains several Northern Plains Gu Immortals. They quickly flew outside and blocked the incoming Heavenly Court Gu Immortals. Far away, Fairy Ziwei let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Bing Sichuan does not cultivate Wisdom Path. The situation has been stabilized. Fairy Ziwei chose the most optimal strategy. Even though Heavenly Court side was on the weak side, Fairy Ziwei was still willing to gather forces to attack Calamity Luck Altar. This way, to stabilize the situation, Northern Plains would have to gather more people to defend themselves. The weaker Heavenly Court was attacking, while the stronger Northern Plains was defending. It was obvious that the attacker had more initiative. This allowed the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals more time to recover. If they got injured, they would retreat to the Qi Wall and recuperate. When Northern Plains started to defend Calamity Luck Altar, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals felt their pressure lifting. They were more easily able to return to the Qi Wall for healing. Boom! 2 time path killer moves collided. Hei Fan and Gu Lu Ru spit out blood as they flew behind respectively. Gu Lu Ru wanted to retreat to the Qi Wall when a figure suddenly appeared. Just die! The The figure appeared and disappeared instantly. Gu Lu Ru was merely inches from the Qi wall, but he suddenly fell on the ground in disbelief, losing his life. The attacker was naturally Lu tribe's expert Lu Lu Lu. This person was crafty and scheming. He was called the disgrace of Northern Plains when he was alive, because he never fought openly with people. He bullied the weak while fearing the strong. He enjoyed sneak attacking people. His enemies often suffered severe losses, but could not even find a glimpse of Lu Lu Lu. They would spit out blood in anger. Gu Lu Ru's death made a great impact on the Gu immortals of both sides. Ever since Longevity Heaven joined the battle, this was the first sacrifice from Heavenly Court that had appeared. Gu Lu Ru did not have all his Gu worms, and most importantly, more and more Gu immortals were joining the battle. It was getting more intense. A certain threshold was reached. Like a signal, soon the second and third sacrifices appeared. Yi Lui Ko finally succeeded in killing Wan Zihong, but he was also heavily injured by Zhao Shan He. On Northern Plains side, He Fan died. Wan He and Gu Lu Ru had fought too intensely, and most importantly, he lacked good defensive killer moves. He was suddenly attacked by several Heavenly Court Gu immortals at once. All in all, Heavenly Court sacrifices were larger in terms of Gu immortals. Damn it! These Gu immortals are the foundation of my Heavenly Court. They actually died like this. This was not worth it. Fairy Z Wei sighed deeply. The enemy's sacrifice was merely part of a killer move. If they used the killer move again, these dead Northern Plains Gu immortals could show up in battle again. These Northern Plains Gu immortals were not summoned with their true body after all. But Heavenly Court's Gu immortals were real lives even though their lifespan was limited. This Time Path rank 9 killer move should be the work of Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Damn it. He is too vicious. He totally targeted by Heavenly Court's weakness. Fairy Ziwei was furious but also helpless. Bing Sai Chuan's expression was similarly ugly, because as time passed, he found that these summoned Northern Plains experts were falling in battle strength, and it was very evident. Soon, Fairy Ziwei also realized this. I understand, it is because Fate Gu's recovery is increasing rapidly, it is reaching full recovery. Fairy Ziwei's eyes flickered with hope. She was very happy. Even though Red Lotus Demon Venerable's move is powerful, it uses the river of time and manipulates history. It goes against fate. When Fate Gu is fully repaired, this move will also lose all effectiveness. Fairy Ziwei's analysis was not wrong, because when Fate Gu exists, ancient Gu immortals cannot come to the present, and future Gu immortals also cannot travel to the past. But because of Fate Gu's injuries, the restriction on Time Path was greatly reduced. Spring-Autumn Cicada was the best example. Even though it could not allow a Gu immortal to return to the past, they could send their will back. One future self, Call of the Ancient, Support of the Future, these killer moves were also making use of the past or future, projecting a person into the present from a certain point in time. When Fate Gu is fully restored, these killer moves would no longer work. Fairy Ziwei realized this. Bing Sai Chuan naturally knew this from the start. But there was no choice. The refinement path formation could not be destroyed. Otherwise, Heavenly Court's attempt to repair Fate Gu would fail entirely. An overly damaged Fate Gu was useless even if Longevity Heaven obtained it. They would need to repair it by mimicking Heavenly Court's methods. But Bing Sai Chuan knew that Longevity Heaven did not have the deep foundation of Heavenly Court. They did not have human path methods or the infallible inheritance. They did not have the ability to repair Fate Gu. They could not destroy the refinement path formation. Longevity Heaven could only break past the formation and enter Heaven Overseeing Tower to take Fate Gu by force. Regarding this, Bing Sai Chuan had already sent 5 Elements Grandmaster and Bull Demon. But that was his limit. It was not like he did not want to add more people. The Phantom River of Time also had many Northern Plains experts emerging continuously as well. But this refinement path formation itself had its limit. This formation was meant to repair Fate Gu, it was not for combat. The formation space inside could only handle 5 rank 8s. Any more and the refinement path formation would be destroyed. Thus, Bing Sai Chuan did not send more people, while Central Continent also watched the situation inside without sending more people. The battle around Calamity Luck Altar involved countless historical experts. The battle was intense. But the most crucial battle was in the refinement path formation. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth, thinking about the situation. Even though our side is strong, we need to focus on defense, but overall, we still have the advantage. In the worst case, we will have to destroy this refinement path formation. Even if we cannot take Fate Goo, we will make sure Heavenly Court's objective fails. Both sides did not want to destroy the refinement path formation, but if there was no choice, Longevity Heaven would have to destroy it and cause both sides to end up losing. Of course, Bing Sichuan was leading Longevity Heaven to attack Heavenly Court. Their main objective was to snatch Fate Goo. If the formation was destroyed, they would have failed their objective. It is up to us now. Bull Demon had a clear understanding of the situation outside. Far away, Five Elements Grandmaster also nodded as his expression turned serious. Suddenly, Five Elements Grandmaster's body shook as an intense aura surged out. A powerful killer move shining in 5 colored lights shot towards his enemy Che Wei. Che Wei shouted loudly as he placed both hands in front of him, activating a killer move. Countless large shields appeared in front of him. Even though there were loud cracking noises, these shields formed a wall and blocked the 5 colored lights. Damn it! Five Elements Grandmaster intensified his attack. The 5 colored lights grew in power and destroyed shields after shields. But Che Wei's defenses were impenetrable. Even though shields were broken, new ones quickly formed to replace them. Che Wei had outstanding defensive methods. Five Elements Grandmaster felt a sense of helplessness. Within the refinement path formation, be it Che Wei or Five Elements Grandmaster, they had to control their firepower. They could not destroy this refinement path formation recklessly. On the other side, Bull Demon and Song Yan's battle was also about the same. Undeniably, it was much better to be on the defensive for this battle. What do we do? Five Elements Grandmaster asked Bull Demon secretly. Bull Demon only replied, "Attack! Try and lure their attention." Saying so, Bull Demon charged at Song Yan again. The two engaged in another fierce fight. Five Elements Grandmaster's heart shook. Bull Demon's words had deep meaning. He did not think anymore. He trusted Longevity Heaven and went to engage in a long fight with Che Wei. At the other end, Yuan Cheongdu was completely focused on manipulating the refinement path formation, putting his attention on repairing Fate Goo. While nobody noticed anything, a small flower resembling scattering petals landed towards heaven, overseeing tower inconspicuously. He. The flower landed into heaven, overseeing tower, and turned into a little girl. It was none other than the female immortal flower lady who had died earlier. Oh no! Someone entered the tower. Sensing this, Yuan Cheongdu was deeply shocked. He quickly shouted to alert the rest. He had to pay a huge price for this shout. His 7 orifices were bleeding. His mind was heavily injured. It directly cracked into 2 and could not merge together. Che Wei and Song Yan quickly retreated. They wanted to enter heaven, overseeing tower, and stop Flower Lady from getting close to Fate Goo. Too late! Bull Demon laughed loudly. He joined forces with Five Elements Grandmaster as they restrained their enemies. Che Wei and Song Yan became more flustered. They scolded Bull Demon for being so shameless and unscrupulous. They actually schemed this deeply. This was Bull Demon and Flower Lady's biggest secret. They shared their lifespan together. If one of them died, as long as the other was still alive, they would revive after some time. After Flower Lady revived, she flew into heaven, overseeing tower. There were only 5 Goo Immortals in the refinement path immortal formation. Thus it did not break and was still operational. What do I do? Yuan Cheongdu's vision turned dark. His head was hurting. This was the toughest decision of his life. He controlled the refinement path formation. He could totally destroy Fate Goo and ruin all of Heavenly Court's hard work. If he did not do that, the enemy would obtain a nearly recovered Fate Goo. This would preserve Fate Goo and they might have a chance of getting it back. Of course, if they could not take it back, Heavenly Court's hard work would all be in vain. They would all benefit Longevity Heaven instead. This decision was too tough and Yuan Cheongdu's mind was heavily injured. His thinking speed fell greatly. When Flower Lady got to the top of heaven, overseeing tower, and saw Fate Goo, Yuan Cheongdu had yet to make up his mind. Success! Flower Lady's eyes shined brightly. She stretched out her hand and wanted to grab Fate Goo. If she succeeds, she would be the biggest contributor of longevity heaven in this trip. But at this moment, on the walls of heaven overseeing tower, a bamboo forest painting suddenly appeared. What is that? Flower Lady had a look of shock. She was very stunned. 300,000 years ago, during the medieval antiquity era, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable walked down Star Zone Mountain as he smiled bitterly in his heart. This is the chess game set by Limitless Demon Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It contains the grand power of these two venerables as well as replenishment from Heavenly Court at all times. If I interfere forcefully, I would have to resist the joint power of two venerables. Of course, these are just two venerables' methods. They are not alive and cannot think like humans. After finding out information on them, I will be able to target them, but even if I succeed, that would only harm Heavenly Court. Since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable agreed to Limitless Demon Venerable's suggestion back then and created this chessboard together, she must have her considerations. This will definitely benefit Heavenly Court. I do not need to be a sinner. Even so, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was not completely assured. He thought about it as he walked. When he raised his head, he realized he had arrived at the top of heaven overseeing tower. He suddenly lost all his frustrations. He smiled at the blank walls. That's right. I can leave my painting here. Unknown to everyone, he created a painting here. One after he finished it, this painting vanished without a trace. It was so deeply concealed that even Heavenly Court did not know of it. Other than Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, everyone was kept in the dark. 300,000 years later, this bamboo forest painting that nobody knew of appeared before Flower Lady. Flower Lady's hand was merely an inch away from Fate Goo, but this distance could not be breached. Flower Lady's body floated in the air. She could not move. Her gaze was completely in a daze. After looking at the bamboo forest painting for a moment, she fell into a multi-layered illusion. The bamboo forest was huge, but she was just a single person. She could not leave after getting lost. Flower Lady was very anxious, but there was nothing she could do. Winds blew as bamboo leaves shook. Jade green light and shadows enveloped Flower Lady. Flower Lady, who was inside the bamboo forest, felt the world spinning as she fainted on the spot. But the bamboo forest painting did not vanish or freeze. The jade bamboos on the walls started to sway as if the wind was blowing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, all of the immortals in battle heard the sound of the wind. On the wall, beautiful leaves that resembled jade fell off the branches. It was a beautiful sight. This wind that did not exist not only penetrated the refinement path immortal formation and reached the immortal's ears, it even entered Duke Long's heart. Instantly, Duke Long fell into an illusion too. He was lying on the ground, surrounded by thick jade bamboos. The wind was blowing. Jade bamboo leaves were falling elegantly. Duke Long received almost the same treatment as Flower Lady. But he did not feel anything discomfort. His mind was getting clearer. At this instance, he could feel the pure power and profundity of Wood Path. He could feel the concealment of the bamboo forest. He could feel the pressure of the trees. He could feel the vitality and strength of the grass that grew out of the soil. Next, his limbs felt like the grass and trees, gaining new strength as they grew. With this newfound strength, Duke Long supported himself and stood up slowly, standing in the bamboo forest. In a daze, he seemed to have seen Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. He had the appearance of a young man. He was gentlemanly and polite, wearing green clothes and a white headband. His long hair was fluttering with the wind. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable smiled mildly as he walked past Duke Long slowly. His words could be heard from the gentle winds. The left is love, the right is affection, walking on both sides of life, scattering seeds and blooming flowers, making this journey full of flower fragrance, allowing the person who walks through branches and leaves to feel no pain even as they step on thorns. They can shed tears but feel no sadness. Saying so, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable walked into the bamboo forest. You are Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? Duke Long turned around, only to see that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was vanishing among the bamboo trees. Only one sentence was left by him. Remember, this move is called through branches and leaves. At the next moment, Duke Long woke up. He was shocked to find that he was already standing. The silver chains that were binding him turned into bamboo leaves that scattered on the ground. These leaves looked like they were made from jade.